You know, we travel the length and breadth of the country to bring you the very best in motorsport coverage, and we've got that here today. It was a little bit earlier on raining hard, as it's been over much of the country for the last few weeks. I'm pleased to say the rain has abated. What it means, though, is that we've had 3 wet qualifying sessions this morning. More of that anon. But welcome, everybody, to day 2 of our opening meeting for the 2024 season for the British Racing and Sports Car Club. Of course, you'll know that as the Brscc. We've got a fantastic day's action ahead for you once again. We kicked off yesterday with the Junior Fiestas. We had the pre-99 classic Formula Fords in action. We had a 2-hour endurance race and a plethora of Mazdas. I'm not sure if that's the collective noun for the Mazdas, but we've got even more Mazdas today because the SuperCup and the Mark 1 runners are joined by the Clubmans. They've had their qualifying session as well. And we've got the SW Motorsport's Club Sport Trophy, who have just taken the checkered flag now on their qualifying session. Some of you may be watching that on TSL just to see who is on pole position, and we'll catch up with those guys a little bit later on this afternoon. But you know, I've forgotten an important part of the meeting, which is for those of you who are into your sports prototype racing, we have got the Zeo Motorsport sports prototypes, so the Zeo Sports prototypes with us, just making sure we're not getting run over by cars coming into Parc Fermé. So 4 days racing, 2 races for the sports prototypes, 2 each for the Mazdas, 1 for the Fiesta Juniors. The Fiesta Juniors, a little bit more background for you. Andy McEwen will fill you in fully on it. But this is a warm-up meeting for them. It's non-championship as far as the overall championship's concerned. The points they garner, they will garner some points today, and they will go to a Silverstone trophy because the Fiesta Juniors are with us as a TCR support later on in the year on 2 occasions here at Silverstone. So we're going to have a champion of Silverstone, which will include today's results. But in terms of the overall championship, it's a warm-up round. It's non-championship. And that means things are perhaps a little bit more relaxed than we'll see when we get on with the TCRs a little bit later on in the season. It also means that a few drivers have elected to maybe do a little bit more testing, a little bit more preparation, and they're going to be watching this weekend with a keen eye to see how their competitors are going to get on. But there'll be a lot more cars on the grid for the championship proper once we get underway. As you can see, grey skies here. It's a little bit warmer than we had yesterday. My hands were shaking yesterday with the cold at the end of the day. I think it's going to be a little bit warmer today. Certainly the track action will be hot. The damp conditions probably will level things up. We're expecting rain to be completely away by midday, but it looks like it's abated well now. So that's a little bit of a scene set for you in terms of what we've got on track today. Our first formula completing their weekend with their second race of the weekend is the Brscc Fiesta Junior Championship. And to give you a little bit more colour, talk you through some of the runners and riders. And they're going to have 2 green flag laps, by the way, today. Let's hand you up to a man who's not a million miles away, I think over on the national circuit in the studio, Andy McEwen.
Yeah, thank you very much, Richard. I'm not a million miles away, but actually in a different county I am than Richard over on the international circuit. Silverstone's Grand Prix circuit spans across 2 different counties, so vast is it. Not the entirety of those counties, but across the borderline. And yeah, we're based over on the national circuit, some way away from where the action is, but we've got the best seat in the house, really, with the wonderful pictures courtesy of Alpha Live, and hopefully a great day's racing ahead of us. It is going to be a very treacherous start to the day. The nearly 3 kilometres, Silverstone International Circuit playing host to our 2 days that kickstart the 2024 Brscc season. Yesterday's racing was in the dry and it produced lots of the sort of usual slipstreaming 2 and 3 abreast action that we are used to seeing around Silverstone. Today, though, it has rained heavily overnight. There is more rain forecast for later on in the afternoon, actually, the forecast that I've just had a look at, and set to be overcast throughout. But at the moment, I think I'm right in saying it's not actually raining. So there is a chance that the track, over the first few races at least, might start to improve ever so slightly. But hey, what more would you expect, really? It's the middle of March, it's the start of a new season of racing. a little bit of inclement weather is always, I suppose, on the cards a little bit. But yesterday in the dry conditions, as I said, all of our categories put on some really good racing, including the Brscc Fiesta Junior Championship. I think I mistakenly said yesterday had 3 races. It is just the 2 races in this non-championship event for the juniors. They'll be out in force at Brands Hatch in a few weeks' time, where they will, for the 2nd year in a row, be a full season support series for TCR UK, which is gearing up for another exciting year ahead. But this a little bit of a pre-season warm-up for the drivers, particularly useful, I think, for a junior category, because a lot of these drivers have never raced a racing car before. Many of them will have done karting, some of them might not have done, though. This might be their racing debut, full stop, and so not a bad idea to give them a little bit of practice pre-season. Getting our first views of the international circuit, taking a look at what the conditions are like over there. And the great thing about Silverstone is that, being a Formula 1 standard racetrack, it does have very, very good drainage. So there's a little bit of puddling well off the racing line going into Stoke Corner. I haven't really seen too much standing water elsewhere. Again, they're well offline, the standing water down the Sir Lewis Hamilton Straight past the Silverstone wing. So that shouldn't really affect things too much. But what we will see, at least initially, whilst the track's properly wet, is a slightly different style of racing to that we saw yesterday. In the dry, like I said, it's a very slipstream happy circuit this. You get that big slipstream down the 2 long straights. It's a wide open circuit. You can sort of go anywhere, really. There's plenty of grip from white line to white line, but in the wet, not the case. There will be one definitively faster line, and that of course is off the traditional racing line. The normal racing line has lots of rubber laid down into the track. Rubber, when it's wet, gets very slippery, and so the drivers will try and stay away from that as much as they can. And that means you'll see them taking some fairly odd lines. And actually, those who do have a karting background will really, I think, gel with the wet conditions. That tends to be the case. We often hear the wet racing line referred to as the karting line, right around the outside edge of the racetrack. And those who do have a bit of karting experience, I'm sure, will be able to wrap their head around these conditions perhaps a little bit more quickly. Yesterday's race was won pretty convincingly by Jenson O'Neill Going, actually, the Jam Sport driver. That was a big story, really. It was his first race victory in the category. Remember, Jenson made his debut in rather spectacular form at Donington Park at the back end of last year. Spectacular not necessarily for the right reasons, but with a new car, not a new car, it's still one of the Mark 6s, but his initial Mark 6, certainly not race ready after his Donington antics. He's got a different car now, and he's going great guns. Managed to win after a little bit of early pressure from Jacob Hodgkiss. He was able to disappear up the road, winning by 5 seconds in the end. Hodgkiss came home second, and Alfie Garford was up there 3rd place come the checkered flag. But in the wet, things could change around just a little bit, because the drivers who were good in the dry, not necessarily going to have that very same amount of confidence in the wet. They might not have the best setup in the wet. I don't think there's been a huge amount of wet running this weekend. There might have been a bit of rain. In fact, Friday afternoon there was definitely some rain. I was absolutely pouring it down when I got to Silverstone on Friday afternoon. But how many of the junior drivers were out in those conditions, I know not. But yeah, certainly challenging conditions for them. We could see a bit of a jumbling up of the order. Lots of people taking advantage of the Silverstone wing viewing area. In fact, I can see Jenson O'Neill Going's mum and family and friends all gathered up, waiting to see, hopefully, him pick up a double race victory. That is a fantastic viewing spot overlooking the pit straight from on top of the Silverstone wing, and it's completely free access up there. If you come along to certainly a club meeting here at Silverstone on the international circuit, you head up lots of stairs, but it's worth the trek, because you do get a nice view of basically the majority of the second half of the circuit, which is often where a lot of the action takes place. Certainly that was the case yesterday. It's a very distinctive building, the Silverstone wing, an absolute maze inside, but it has got a room for everything, and with now the bridge link finalised, linking the track to the hotel on the outside of the circuit, it's becoming a full facility, is Silverstone, very much moving with the times. So, as I was saying, got sidetracked there slightly. Yesterday's race, O'Neill Going the winner, Hodgkiss second, Alfie Garford third. very, very good driving standard yesterday, and I hope I'm not jinxing this, but we had a really, really good race. A couple of little moments, as you would expect for drivers who are still very much learning their craft, but some good racing respect shown by the front runners. 17 of them entered this weekend. We're expecting more out at Brands Hatch, as you would expect, really, for the first championship round. But already the signs are good that we're going to have a good season of racing. That is not such a good sign. That is a rather battered Lotus. This is one of the cars that would have been out in the Club Sport Trophy qualifying session that's just been completed, and that is car number 59, which is Jim Benson. I think that might be the last we see of Jim Benson today. That car looked very battered, having gone backwards. Where was that? Was that on the exit of Stowe Corner that the Lotus had gone off? I think it might have been. So yeah, that's a pretty nasty place to have a moment, and you've just seen why, because it can do an awful lot of damage to the car. So that's the reason we've got this small delay before we get the Fiesta Junior race underway. Gives me a bit of time to talk about what happened last year. Again, this is not a championship round, but we are only 3 weeks away from the start of the new season, and Jacob Hodgkiss perhaps coming into this year as the pre-season favourite. He was second after a brilliant second half of the season last year. Jacob Hodgkiss had what I see as a fairly typical sort of debut season in a junior category. Wasn't particularly competitive at the opening meeting at Snetterton. He wasn't troubling the top 5, didn't finish race 2, but then over the next 2 or 3 rounds, a bit of inconsistency, but he gradually got quicker and quicker and quicker to the point that he won his first race at Knock Hill, and after that we couldn't get him off the podium. He had 2 podiums at the next meeting here on the national circuit, another podium at Donington, and then rounded his season off with another 2 race victories around the Brands Hatch Indy circuit. Dramatic races they were at the Formula Ford Festival event, and Jacob Hodgkiss, who was a bit of an outsider for the championship, by the end of the weekend very nearly stole it from Ben Mulryan, who had his own issues that weekend and didn't score half as many points as he would have liked to, but in the end Mulryan came out champion by 11 points over Jacob Hodgkiss. Sam Nesser was third in the championship and Daniel Lewis fourth after not a brilliant final round for him, but there were lots of drivers who had a similar story really to Jacob, took the first half of the season to really learn their craft, and by the end of the year they were up there winning races with some regularity. Ben Doughty, another one who got a victory at Donington Park in the second race late on in the season. And some of our camera ops getting their little moment in the spotlight as well, out trackside. Do spare a thought for the camera ops on a day like this, because it's not pleasant weather to be stood outside holding a camera and trying not to shake too much with the cold, because we'll be the first to complain if we're getting shaky footage from cameras trackside. But they do a brilliant job. The Alpha Live team are some of the best in the business, and we thank them for their brilliant coverage of not just this event, but all of the Brscc's live streamed events this year will be coming to you through the Alpha Live platform. There is the Lotus then, off track, which is good news. I think that is Stowe Corner, isn't it, that it had been recovered from, which is very slippery. I don't know what happened. This is pure supposition, but I wonder whether that was a case, perhaps, of Jim Benson, former BMW Compact Cup racer Jim Benson, dipping a wheel onto the curb on corner exit. That is something that all of the drivers will have to be mindful of, as we do now get the juniors out on track for their first of 2 green flag laps, as Richard was saying, because of the change of conditions. But avoiding those black and white painted curbs, and indeed the white painted lines, is a must. It's not such an issue for the Fiestas because they are front wheel drive, but still easy to lose the rear because they don't have a huge amount of power. You can't always just power your way out of a slide as you would traditionally in a front wheel drive car. But certainly when we start getting into some of the rear-wheel drive categories, things like the Mazda MX5s, the modified Fords, which are out next, certainly you do not want to be touching a white line in a rear-wheel drive V8-powered Ford Capri. So avoiding those curbs is going to be a must until they start to dry off. And what you tend to find is they retain water really well too. So even when the track has dried out, the curbing and the concrete beyond the curbing, technically you shouldn't really be on anyway, but let's face it, sometimes it happens, they stay very, very wet for quite a long time. So it's going to be a a treacherous track that greets the drivers, but they are making their way around it, and this is the way in which they will line up on the grid when we go racing. It is based upon the results from yesterday's race, so Jenson O'Neill going the winner. He will start on pole position with last year's championship runner-up Jacob Hodgkiss alongside Alfie Garford and Tommy Harfield on row number 2, ahead of Jenson Mason and Josh Watts, with a noticeable step forward in pace at the start of this year, which is nice to see. Finn Leslie, we expected more from him, really. Went well on the national circuit here last year. He'll start 7th ahead of Jack Burgess. Then it's Archie Davis and Maggie Webster. She had a brilliant battle yesterday with Daniela Sutton, and those two will line up next to each other, or just behind each other, I suppose, on the grid, 10th and 11th respectively, ahead of Jack Sant, who completes the top dozen. Aaron Beattie and Michael Wheeler are next. Callie Clifford, the scholarship winner, and Thomas Merritt on row 8, with Henry Foote at the back of the grid. Now, yesterday, only the 2 non-finishers actually in the end, Henry Foote and Thomas Merritt, so pretty low attrition rate, which is what we like to see. Callie Clifford was a lap down, and we did have a couple of walking wounded by the end. Daniela Sutton and Maggie Webster, that battle they were having, that nearly ended in tears down at Stowe Corner, but thankfully they managed to get to the finish in more or less one piece. Cars repaired and ready to go again on Sunday morning. So drivers making the most of these 2 green flag laps to really test the conditions out, and the reason they give them the 2 laps is because this is the first official wet running they've had this weekend. Like I said, even if they were out on Friday in the wet, not all drivers practice. It's not an official part of the weekend, so for some of them this might be their first experience of the wet racetrack, so very important that they get a few opportunities just to see where the standing water is, where the grip might be or might not be. Like I said, I think we will see a bit of a split in this race between the drivers who understand the techniques of racing off the traditional racing line and finding the wet racing line where the grippier side of the road is, and those who perhaps are still learning on the go. And that's part of the reason why you get that sort of phenomenon where some drivers come on strong later on in the season. It takes them a while to learn these things. Jacob Hodgkiss is harrying Jenson O'Neill going. We have not started racing yet, but those 2 are almost bumper to bumper as they come around to the start of the race. Hopefully not a sign of what's to come when we get going in anger. Good looking grid of cars, more and more of the Mark 7s now as well. This is the last year in which the Mark 6, the older shape Fiesta, can be used. Fiesta Junior Championship, truly unique in that aspect though. It's the only junior category out there that allows 2 different model of car to be used at the same time. Obviously all Ford Fiestas, but 2 different generations of the Fiesta on track at the same time. And the only reason they were allowed to do that is because they went through a very strenuous and long-winded process of proving that there was complete parity between the 2 cars. There's no advantage to having the newer car. But obviously, as the old car gets phased out, we do see fewer of them at the front. But hey, it was a Mark 6 that won yesterday. There is a slight difference in the platform and just the overall sort of size of the cars, and I do wonder whether maybe the Mark 7s are going to be a little bit more stable in the wet. The wet, they say, sometimes is the great equaliser, but actually I think today we might see that that's not necessarily the case. The Mark 6 is notoriously skittish on cold tyres and in wet conditions, so I wonder whether that might come into play. Jenson O'Neill going, of course, will be hoping not, because he starts on the right-hand side of shot from pole position, and he's about to see those red lights above the starting gantry illuminate. When that happens and they go out, we will be away and racing here for race number 2 of the season in the Brscc Fiesta Junior Championship. Away we go. Good start made there by Jack Burgess, the grey 194 car from further back in the order, but it is going to be Jenson O'Neill going, who holds on to the advantage into Abbey for the first time. Not a great getaway from Hodgkiss, but he immediately put himself on the outside line for Abbey, which in the dry is not where you want to be, but in the wet it's the grippier side of the road, and that means that he fends off Alfie Garford and will hold on to second place as they approach the braking zone at Village for the first time. Careful everybody, just maybe leave a few extra metres worth of braking zone just to be sure on the first lap. Nicely done, everyone cleanly through. They're about to head through the link road out onto the Hanger Straight for the first time, where it is O'Neill going who leads the way. It's Hodgkiss second, it's Garford third, it is Harfield fourth, so grid order there. like maybe Josh Watts had got past Jensen Mason, or was that a trick of the camera there as they came out of Chapel Corner? No, he is still 6th place. Jensen Mason is tucked right up behind Tommy Harfield and might actually try and make a move here into the braking zone at Stowe Corner. He goes to the inside line, but again, that isn't necessarily the part of the racetrack I'd want to be on in these conditions. We'll see on corner exit whether or not he's able to make that move stick. They're still side by side, and a bit of squeezing going on coming down the hill, actually, so that could get interesting into the braking zone. O'Neill going has to defend the lead. What's going on behind? I think that is still going to be Harfield ahead of Mason. Yes, it is. So it didn't really quite work. Off the track, there goes Jensen O'Neill going. There's no grip on the curbs, and that's going to kill his momentum out onto the pit straight. And surely now Jacob Hodgkiss will have a little bit of a run. Past the pits they go. End of lap number 1, bumper to bumper between the top 2. But Jensen O'Neill going weathers the storm and gets away with that little moment. Hodgkiss very brave there, running on the curb, turning into Abbey. But Jensen O'Neill going, struggling to keep the car between the white lines and drifting out wide again there through Abbey. Has to move to the inside to defend into the braking zone. Can Jacob Hodgkiss prise the door open? He needs to try and strike whilst the iron's hot here. He clearly has a bit more confidence in these conditions, a bit more experience in these conditions, of course, as a second-year driver. Jensen O'Neill going only did the odd round in the back half of last year because he wasn't old enough to do the full season. But now learning on the go as the race leader. Down the back straight they go then. But yeah, Jensen seems very tentative, doesn't he, turning into the corners, and it's almost like the car is understeering and that's why he's running wide. I don't think that's actually the case. I think he doesn't have the confidence in the rear of the car to really commit to the corner. Doesn't help that he's defending as well. Hodgkiss locks up that time out on the curbing, but still manages to get the car turned into the late apex and carries good speed down the hill. That's Finn Leslie getting his elbows out, battling away with Jensen Mason and Tommy Harfield. Harfield goes out wide. There's a little bit of a touch there between Finn Leslie and Jensen Mason, who is then very late on the brakes into the club chicane, almost into the back of Tommy Harfield. He rattles over the curbs. He's sideways again. Brilliant racing this between these three, but Finn Leslie in the red car wants to go. We've seen him show some good pace in the wet before, and he's demonstrating it again here at Silverstone. He picks the pocket of Jensen Mason and moves into the top 5, and immediately now sets about trying to do the same thing to Tommy Harfield. Down into Abbey Corner they go. Harfield runs the curb, and maybe that explains why he missed the apex by a country mile. Finn Leslie gets the overlap, but ultimately didn't quite have the momentum to complete the manoeuvre. Onto the brakes they're about to go. This time he fully commits to the inside though, and I think he is going to go through. So Finn Leslie, one of the fastest cars on track right now, he gets through into that 4th position, and it's going to be interesting now to see what pace he's got in clean air, whether or not he's going to be able to chase down the top 3, who you can see have stretched their legs a bit now. They've pulled a nice little bit of a gap. Josh Watts there battling now with Jensen Mason, who goes out onto the grass slightly. Seems to be struggling, does Jensen. Good for the first lap, but now seems to be drifting away, and Josh Watts is only too keen to take advantage of that. Josh's passenger side wing mirror is already folded in, and that perhaps explains why he couldn't quite see how close he was to making more side-to-side contact with Mason. In fact, Mason's driver's side window's down, wing mirror's down as well. That is sideways for Watts, and good avoiding action taken by Jensen Mason to avoid collecting him there. But Josh Watts, again, finding how treacherous that inside line can be. We are going safety car. Why are we going safety car? There's a car off in the first couple of corners, I'm hearing, between Abbey and Village. So we're going safety car. That's a shame. That was starting to build up quite nicely, wasn't it? Alfie Garford, in fact, then Finn Leslie sets the fastest lap. I was going to say Garford had it, but Finn Leslie, even with an overtake on that lap, has managed to set a new fastest lap of the race. So the question now becomes, who have we lost? Who's not coming through? It looks like, it's Thomas Merritt again. So Thomas non-finished yesterday, and looks as though he is going to non-finish again today. That's a shame. So Thomas had been running in 12th place, I think, at the time, and unfortunately out of the race somewhere in the vicinity of the first couple of corners, we believe. So whilst the marshals go to work cleaning that up, let's take a look at what the order looks like. We have completed just over 5 minutes of the 15 in this race, and the race led by Jensen O'Neill going, but not yet able to really assert his authority on the race in the same way that he did yesterday. Jacob Hodgkiss second, Alfie Garford third, and Finn Leslie, well, he's really benefited from this, hasn't he? Because I just mentioned that he had that gap to bridge to try and catch the top 3, about 2.5 to 3 seconds the gap was. Well, no more. He's going to catch right up to them, and if we go racing again swiftly, he could well be a bit of a favourite for the race win here. Actually looks very confident in these conditions. Tommy Harfield 5th, 6th Jensen Mason, Josh Watts is 7th, Maggie Webster up in 8th position, 2 places higher than she started. Archie Davis is 1 place, in fact is exactly where he started, in 9th place, and Callie Clifford in 10th. And not for the first time this weekend, the producer reads my mind and shows us the positions gained and lost by various drivers, so you can track there who the big winners and who the losers are. So Callie Clifford, the scholarship winner, 5 places gained. Really, really impressive stuff from Callie. Big losers, though, people like Jack Burgess. Jack Burgess started 8th, all the way down to 14th position, 6 places lost. But the big mover, not necessarily as far as most places gained, but as far as who seems to really have the pace at the front. Finn Leslie up 3 from where he started, and not really showing any signs of stopping. It's only the safety car that has prevented him making any further forward progress. Although, as I say, he's got this opportunity now, perhaps, to use the safety car to his advantage. Now, there is Thomas Merritt's car. There is a blind spot between Abbey and Farm, which even if you're trackside, you can't see, and he's gone off right into that little blind spot halfway through Farm Curve, which is why we couldn't pick him up at first. But the car didn't look too badly damaged, just stuck in a gravel trap and being wheeked out now by the recovery crews, which they will do pretty speedily. So I'm hopeful that we might go racing at the end of this lap with maybe something like 6 minutes to go. Fascinating race in store for us. Jensen O'Neill going again. Jacob Hodgkiss almost pushing him round behind the safety car. He doesn't need to get that close, really. All it would take is for Jensen O'Neill going to slow down unexpectedly, and Jacob would go straight into the back of him. I don't fully understand why Jacob is doing this. I think, what is this? The Max Verstappen effect, maybe. This seems to be a tactic that's creeping into motorsport, and I don't really like it. Behind the safety car, you're supposed to be single file at a cautious pace. Weaving around to warm the tyres up is fine, but driving side by side with each other is not really the thing to be doing. So hopefully that gets drilled into them for the first round of the championship at Brands Hatch. It's going to be a busy season for the juniors, supporting TCR UK the whole way. So this is actually their first of 3 visits to the Silverstone complex, let's call it, this season. They're actually going to race on the international circuit twice. This will be the venue for their championship decider at the end of the season. But before then, they will begin at Brands Hatch on the 13th and 14th of April. Then they head to Snetterton, Alton Park, Croft, back onto the national circuit at Silverstone. Then Thruxton, which is both a hugely exciting and slightly terrifying prospect, but I'm very much looking forward to that. 21st, 22nd of September, TCR UK makes its debut at Thruxton, and along with it, its full-time support package for 2024, which includes some of the best subscribed championships underneath the Brscc banner, and also some of the most exciting ones, Fiesta Junior is very much being a part of that, before it all finishes again here, as I said, on the international circuit on the 12th and 13th of October. Right, lights out on the safety car. We're about to go racing once again with just under 6 minutes left on the clock. Can Jensen O'Neill going fend off Jacob Hodgkiss, and more to the point, can any of them fend off Finn Leslie, who's proven some good racecraft skills, clearly has good confidence in the wet, and here's the red car sat in 4th position, perhaps the one to watch. Bunching them all together, the Brscc safety car sponsored by RunYourFleet.com is in the pit lane. Jacob Hodgkiss giving Jensen O'Neill going the hurry up there, but Jensen obliges, hits the loud pedal and actually gaps the second place man a little bit. Finn Leslie, conversely, got an awful restart, and he's under all sorts of pressure already. Remember, no overtaking is allowed until they cross the timing line, which the leaders have done, and they head off towards Abbey Corner at full racing speed with 5¼ minutes of the race still to go. And Jensen O'Neill going with the biggest gap, actually, that he's had all race long so far. Hodgkiss under threat from Alfie Garford, and Finn Leslie over a second behind Alfie, actually, as they crossed the line at the restart. So Finn did not capitalise on that safety car situation as much as he should have done. There's a car on the grass further back. Are they going to get it stopped? Yes, I think they should do. That's the 169 car. So that was Callie Clifford. That's such a shame for the Jam Sport Racing driver. She was up there inside the top 10, but just ran out of real estate coming through Farm. I did a really good job to gather it together. Jensen Mason there bouncing over the curb, heading out through Chapel Corner and onto the Hanger Straight. But that was a near disaster there for Callie Clifford. If she'd lost control of the car there, that could have been big, but she did really well to gather it together and continues on her way, albeit towards the back end of the field. Leaders bunching themselves back together again. Jacob Hodgkiss was 9/10 behind Jensen O'Neill going at the restart. He's not anymore. There, meanwhile, goes Tommy Harfield battling with Maggie Webster, and there's a bit of side-by-side contact nearly there as Harfield got sideways on the inside line. But Tommy's already had a drama, I think, on this lap. He's dropped a few places. He might drop some more now because along with Maggie Webster, he's got Archie Davis filling the mirrors now. Maggie is going to go through on the inside line. And Tommy Harfield's race unravelling a little bit. Webster wide, the younger sister of Albert Webster, former Fiesta Junior and Senior racer, Albert Webster, who I'm sure is watching on with pride, seeing Maggie drive a brilliant race. She's up into 7th place now. New fastest lap for Finn Leslie, meanwhile, so that was a 1:26.7. That was about half a second quicker than the race leader, who was the slowest of the bunch. So Jensen O'Neill going clearly is not going to be able to run away with this one. That gap that he got on the restart could prove pivotal. Here comes Maggie, under threat now from Tommy Harfield again. He's back up the inside into Village. Does he manage to go through? Levers aside. Maggie, who does not back down. 10 out of 10 there, Maggie Webster, not being bullied at all. Josh Watts completely sideways onto the back straight. This time, Maggie is going to be in the dirt because she's left. Oh no, actually, in fairness, finds a way to avoid going onto the grass. But Tommy Harfield is not leaving her an inch of space on the outside line. But Maggie is standing her ground. This is brilliant to see. Door handle to door handle they run down the hanger straight. Harfield on the inside. Now, this did not go well for him a lap ago. Let's hope he's learned his lesson. Webster should be on the grippier side of the road. Harfield sideways again, though, and this time almost loses it completely. Webster into the gravel trap. You could see that coming a mile away. It nearly happened a lap ago, and unfortunately, lessons were not learned. There are 2 cars off further back and one on its roof, and that is the 138 car, unfortunately, of Henry Foote. Just dug in a lazy, low-speed roll into the gravel. No major damage done, but unfortunately, race over. I didn't see what the other car was there that got caught up in that, but that may well require, yeah, the red flag is out, and that is a shame because the leaders were getting themselves right together, but with 2.5 minutes, less than 2.5 minutes to go, that is going to be race done, unfortunately. But that was a really unfortunate end to the race. Stowe Corner, I had a feeling would be a trouble spot. There is Henry Foote, he's out of the car. He's actually come out of that better than the marshal, who was trying to help him there and found themselves losing their footing. But yeah, no major damage done. Those low-speed rollovers in the gravel, ooh, I say often look worse than they are, although that car is fairly second-hand, isn't it? So did the other car get going from Stowe Corner? That's my question, because he did tangle with somebody else. I didn't see who that was. Oh, that will be the somebody else. Who is that? That is Callie Clifford, is it, I think? Yeah, 169. Which would make sense, because of course Callie had dropped down to the tail end of the order as a result of her moment on the restart. So didn't see how that started. They were both backwards when they came into shot, but that is such a treacherous cornerstone. You want to go to the inside. It's a really wide entrance in the braking zone. It's a really obvious place to try and overtake. You know, you get that slipstream down the back straight, you go to the inside. In the dry, that's the thing to do, but in the wet, there's just no grip on the inside line. And that's what we saw from several drivers there, including Tommy Harfield twice. Now, Maggie Webster actually might get away with this, you know, because she... the results will go back a lap. This, I'm guessing, will be a result. It will be the end of the race, I would have thought, because we've done 2/3 race distance. So Maggie Webster, who came out of that moment with Tommy Harfield not terribly well, but I think she'll actually get back to where she was running, because the results will be taken from the end of the last lap, the last completed lap. And she should hopefully still finish in 7th place, which would be well deserved because she drove a fantastic race. She'll be doing a bit of a rain dance, I think, before Brands Hatch. If it's wet there, she could be a real contender. Finn Leslie, likewise, and what a shame that... Oh, no, hang on. No, the car's being guided into the... Yes, I thought for a second we were getting a restart there because the cars were lining up on the grid, but they're being guided through the gap in the pit wall. And that does signify, unfortunately, that the race is not going to be restarted. So, yeah, but Finn Leslie will be the one most frustrated at that, really. If he'd have got a better restart, he might have had a chance of at least getting onto the podium, but he took that whole initial 2 laps of racing after the safety car just to catch back up to the leading group. And then after that was... unfortunately, his chances of gaining further places disappeared with the red flag, but Finn Leslie, I think Finn's going to be a championship threat this year. He was quick last year, didn't do a full campaign, did Finn. Just pulling up last year's championship standings. Yeah, he raced as a guest driver at Silverstone and Donington and was very, very quick, particularly here at Silverstone. I forget the results that he got now precisely, but I know he was podium finisher at the very least. So, yeah, Finn Leslie was immediately a standout star, and someone who can be competitive right off the bat like that sort of books that trend that I mentioned earlier on, where sometimes it takes half a year for the rookies to get up to speed. Well, not Finn Leslie. He was straight on the pace, wasn't he? Jenson O'Neill going likewise, in fairness. He's going to be a factor this year. Obviously, should mention he's got that double victory now. What a brilliant way to start his 2024 campaign. And interesting that Jacob Hotchkiss, not the pace setter at the opening rounds. Many people's tip for the championship, Jacob. It's not to say that he's not going to still be a contender for the championship. Obviously he will be, but yeah, not having things all his own way. The new crop of drivers coming in are certainly going to be a thorn in his side. Alfie Garford's had consistent pace this weekend. He also debuted here at Silverstone last year as a guest driver. Only did that one round. Josh Watts, he did Donington and Brands Hatch at the end of the season as a guest, but again looks like he's got some reasonable speed. So there are going to be quite a few new faces, I think, at the front of the grid in 2024, which we've come to expect from Fiesta Juniors, and very much looking forward to seeing how their season unfolds. And like I said, it will all kick off in earnest at Brands Hatch on the 13th and 14th of April. So cars head into the pit lane. There will of course be a little bit of a delay now whilst they recover some of the cars that need to be recovered from the side of the road, but once that's done we'll have more action of a blue oval variety. The modified Ford series will have their second and final race of the weekend up next. That will be followed by the second race for the Clapham North MOT Mazda MX5 SuperCup Championship. Then we'll have racing from the Zio Prototype Series before the Gazshocks Mazda MX5s will be out the Mark 1 Championship at about 12:50. That will then take us into the lunch break, and then we do it all again in the afternoon with two races for the MX5 Clubman, the Club Sport Trophy race, and another race apiece for the SuperCup Mark 1 Championship and the Zio Prototype. So a busy day here at Silverstone. Right then, first podium interviews of the day to be conducted. There's only one man for the job. Let's head down to the pit lane and Richard John Neal.
Hey, you know what? We've got a story here already at Silverstone. We've got a double winner this weekend. Jamie O'Neill going. Many congratulations. Sorry, Jenson. Where did I get Jamie from? It's your dad, isn't it? I'm getting muddled up with the family stuff. Over to you.
Yeah, well, been a good weekend. Pole and 2 race overall wins in the Mark 6. Clearly the dominant car. Yeah, can't really say much. Me and Jacob had a good race. Unfortunately, Jacob didn't get me, but two overall wins, can't really say much more.
It's a nice feeling, isn't it? Or it must be, in terms of having a dry race yesterday, different conditions today. It sets you up well for the season. As we mentioned yesterday, we are going to see you in the Mark 7 for the first round proper.
I think so. Yeah, we'll be in the Mark 7 for Brands. So yeah, should be good.
Yeah. Highlights from that race? Any moves or corners that were ones you'll take away?
I didn't do any moves, didn't get overtaken. A couple sideways moments, but it's all good. Can't thank Jamsport enough, and yeah.
Okay, well, many congratulations, and we look forward to seeing you on the TCR Sports a little bit later on. So Jenson taking second win of the weekend, second Mark 7 win of the weekend for Jacob Hotchkiss. Let's get Jacob over. Well done. Yeah. So it sets you up. Next time you're on track with Jenson, it's going to be in a Mark 7, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be good to see. But it was a good race from the start. Jenson managed to pull a bit because I was trying to monitor the gap behind as well. But if we had, I don't know how much time was left, around 5 minutes or something. Yeah. If we had that extra 5 minutes, it could have been a really good race between the whole front pack. But, come away with 2 class wins, happy with it.
We got to see you working really hard in both races this weekend as a racer. And I've got to say, your performance has been very good as an attacking driver. You want to be out front, you want to probably be defending and getting away, but you must take some solace from the performances that you've given us.
Yeah, I do. I'll take that away, and we work towards Brands' first championship winning points. So not this round, but the next round, we'll see what we can do.
We've got the Silverstone trophy as well, champion of Silverstone with the 3 visits that we've got here, which you're looking a little bit happier today, I've got to say.
A little bit happier. Happy with the results from the weekend, but not much else.
Good stuff. Jacob, always a pleasure. Many congratulations. We'll see you next time out. So Jacob Hotchkiss, second overall, and third position, Alfie Garford. Here's Alfie again. A little bit of a congratulations there. Well done, Alfie. We'll get you standing just about here. And another third place. The team looking resplendent and you delivering well for them.
Yeah, absolutely. The team is going great at the minute. I would like to firstly thank my granddad for building the car. So he's built a pretty good race car, hasn't he? Ash, the mechanic, has spent, I think we were up to about 10 o'clock last night, just going over stuff, checking bits. So yeah, he's put in the effort. We've all put in the effort, and it's nice to think that all the effort they've put in, I can deliver some nice results for them.
Nice with the background, but it's you behind the wheel doing the business. And as I said to Jensen and Jacob, you've done it in the wet and the dry, so that sets you up nicely, doesn't it, for the rest of the season? Whatever the weather gods are going to throw at you, you're probably prepared for it now.
Yeah, well, that was the first time I've properly driven that car in the wet, so it's nice to think that we've got something there that we can go off of for brands, so bring on brands.
So obviously third position overall, really good. Closing thoughts for our weekend?
Did not expect it, so it's just been amazing. Yeah.
Alfie, many congratulations. Lovely to see you again. Many congratulations. That completes our overall podium. We've got the respective class.
Richard, who has a busy and wet day ahead of him. I hope Richard's got a warm, dry location to go and watch the racing from when he's not needed out in the pit lane. We'll have him roaming the pit lane during the SW Motorsport Club Sport Trophy race later, because that's a pit stop race, but for the rest of the day Richard can go and find himself a warm, dry vantage point to enjoy a good day of racing, which has started off well with the Fiesta Juniors, and we now move in to our other, one of our other Ford championships here this weekend. We had Formula Fords yesterday, they're not out today, but this is the modified Ford Championship coming up next, and that is going to be a really interesting one, I think. The race yesterday was certainly very close indeed, went right down to the wire, the battle between Dave Cockle and Tommy Field, and it's going to be another close quarters race, I'm sure, here this afternoon. So the cars will very shortly head out onto the grid. You can see the marshals getting themselves ready. A couple of drivers to watch for from the back of the grid, potentially. It depends a bit who gets out there. I think I saw a message before saying that 40 drivers were going to be taking the start, which is not a small grid, let's be honest. We were supposed to have 43, though, this weekend. A couple of them fell by the wayside. We had, I think, 39 started yesterday, but a few of them unfortunately not running at the flag. 3 of them actually Ford Fiestas, but then we also had Alan Breck in the Jägermeister Ford Capri that retired early doors. But it was a very dramatic start to the race, actually. Lots of issues even before the race started. We had a couple of them. Oliver Bullion and Alan Breck didn't actually get to the start of the race. They tangled in Club Corner on the way to the rolling start. And then we also had another issue for one of the Mark 1 Escorts. Now, I admit I've forgotten, it might have been Wayne Crabtree who had a spin, and that was halfway, in fact that was on the warm-up lap as well, up at the Link Road. So it was a bit of a dramatic start, but then when you've got this many cars out on track, I suppose that's always likely to happen. But one of the fascinating things about modified Fords is that we've got this great variety of Ford on display out there. Some of them rear-wheel drive, some of them front-wheel drive, and some of them four-wheel drive. And in these conditions, that is definitely going to be a preference. So wouldn't be at all surprised to see a few giant-killing performances. Cars like, well, there's a few cars actually further down the order that I think will benefit in these conditions. Definitely the front-wheel drive Focus Estate, for example, of Alex Howe. I think that's going to be competitive. Definitely the Escort Cosworths, of course, four-wheel drive. So Lloyd Jameson, Malcolm Wise coming from just outside the top 10 should move forward as well. And in fact, it was a Escort Cosworth on pole position in the hands of Dave Cockle, the winner yesterday in the dry. Well, in the wet, you'd argue he should have an even bigger advantage, but we'll wait and see exactly how it pans out. Saw in that Fiesta Junior race how treacherous it was at certain areas of the circuit, particularly that final sector. So drivers will have to be mindful of that as we go into this second race of the season. It's not a championship, the Modified Ford Series, and deliberately so. They've got more than enough cars on the grid that they could officially go to Motorsport UK and apply for championship status, but they don't really want to do that. That's not the ethos of Modified Fords. It is fully intended to be a series that drivers can dip in and out of. If you don't have the budget or just the time to commit to a full season, that's fine. You can come and do the races that you want to do. without worrying about losing your championship hopes. There are trophies available, of course, for winning your class, and several classes there are up and down the order. Classes A through to C are for Ford-engined cars, and then you've got the Super A and Super B classes, which is for Ford chassis with not necessarily Ford engines under the bonnet. So class wins are hotly contested. Overall position is hotly contested as well, even if you're battling people not in the same class as you. But there are no championship points on offer. And that really sort of sums up, I think, the atmosphere that there is in the modified Ford paddock. In fact, we heard some of the drivers saying yesterday about the modified Ford camaraderie. That's exactly what this is all about. It's not to say they don't try when they're out on track. They're racing hard and they all want to try and do as well as they can, but it's not quite that sort of cut and thrust, win at all costs ethos that some other championships understandably generate. This is supposed to be a bit of fun and an opportunity for us to enjoy some magnificent machinery, some very rare machinery out on the grid as well in these races. And also part of the fun is figuring out who's turning up from round to round. You get different cars at different races. There are, of course, regulars. There are certain drivers who do tend to do most of the season. And indeed, a lot of those who were at the front yesterday fall into that category. Dave Cockle, for example, James Allen, Piers Grange, they tend to do the full year. But every now and again, we get a special car out that we haven't seen before. Certainly Luke Bennett's Euro car, Ford Taurus, I've not seen before. I'm sure it has done modified Ford races in the past. If only I had Rob Lewis alongside me, he would know for certain. Rob is sadly not with me in the commentary box today, and he's got a very good reason for that. That's because he's starting 16th on the grid for this race in his Ford Focus ST. It was only a excellent choice of car, and he pedalled it pretty well yesterday, actually. Finished 16th in the end, having started, I seem to recall, out of the top 5. Let me just fact check myself on that one, though. Actually 17th, so actually only gained 1 position over the course of the 15 minutes, but we'll be looking to try and gain more. Again, that Focus should be a quick car, really, in the damp conditions. Now, the modified Ford, because it's a rolling style, they get two green flag laps anyway, so this lap from the pit lane is not their green flag lap. The cars will line up 2 by 2 on the grid behind the Jaguar safety car, and then after that, when everyone's present and correct, they'll go out on another green flag lap, at the end of which the safety car pulls into the pit lane, and the rolling start will commence, hopefully slightly more cleanly than it did yesterday, but it does give us plenty of time to run through the grid. This is how they will line up, based again upon the results of yesterday's race. So Dave Cockle, a race winner by only 0.6 of a second, but still a winner nonetheless. Will start from pole position. Tommy Field alongside. Both of those cars, by the way, run in the same class, Super A, the Escort Cosworth and the RSR Escort Mark 1. So very different generations of car, but both battling for class honours. Row 2, then James Allen in the Focus RS, and Piers Grange in his Mark 2 Escort, with Tom Ovenden's RSR Escort and Josh Payton's Ford Cortina starting on row number 3. Row 4 for Pantelis Christoforou and Paul Neville. Martin Reynolds in another Mark 2 Escort, 3 of them together there, starting 7th, 8th and 9th. He's followed by Wayne Crabtree's Mark 1, and then it's the Escort Cosworth Maxi of Lloyd Jameson with another Escort Cosworth, Malcolm Wise, alongside. Those two should move forward from there, you'd imagine, in the wet conditions. Row 7 then for Luke Bennett's Ford Taurus Euro car. That car actually did really well in the race yesterday, but I can't imagine it's going to be an easy drive in the wet. He will have alongside him Chris Baker, then Todd Garner in the first of the Fiestas, the ST180, ahead of the aforementioned Rob Lewis, who starts from 16th place on the grid. 17th then Ralph Higson, and 18th for Sam Shimwell. 10th, Malcolm Harding's Zack Speed Mark II Ford Escort, and the Focus ST of Stefan Marsh completes the top 20. Then Gary Johnson and Cliff Pellin, Escort Mark 1 ahead of Fiesta Mark 8. Very different generations of car again there. Cliff Pellin, one of the newer cars on the grid actually, ahead of Tyler England, likewise in Mark 4 Fiesta, and Jay Hinton in his Focus ST170. Mike Thurley and Piers Warwick's pair of Escort Mark 1s are next, ahead of Nigel Craig and Alex Howe in that front-wheel drive Ford Focus Estate. Gary Littlewood and Sean Fairweather are next. Fairweather, another Cosworth, that's the Sierra RS Cosworth, starting from 30th ahead of Dave Barrett and Mick Head. They share the 16th row of the grid. Fiesta ahead of Escort Cosworth. Matt Chambers is next, ahead of Darryl Taplin and Chris Burley. All of them Fiestas, in fact, lots of Fiestas at the back of the grid, because we then get into some of the non-finishers from yesterday. David Guthrie is in a Fiesta. He starts 36th on the grid. ahead of Mac McCarthy, who was in the gravel at turn 1 midway through the race. And then the two basically non-starters yesterday were Oliver Bullion and Alan Breck, but I don't see Bullion's name on that grid sheet. What I do see, though, is Alex Boehm. So Alex Boehm, who wasn't a starter yesterday, perhaps a late entry, wasn't able to get out for yesterday's race, but he does look like he's lining up at the back of the field. I'm going to guess in a Ford Fiesta. That's normally what Alex drives, the Boomerang liveried car. There is the 101 machine, meanwhile. And trying to double check I'm getting this right before I say anything, but that's Malcolm Harding, and I'm pretty sure that's the car that ended up on its roof down at Club Corner. Not necessarily in a modified Ford race, if memory serves, but either at the start of last season or the start of the season before, ended up upside down at Club Corner. Sure, he's hoping that that's not going to be a repeat here today. Some interesting interpretations of grid positioning midway through the field. It doesn't really matter because it's not a standing start and this isn't the start of the race. They've got another green flag lap, but a few of them choosing to park in the middle of the road just so that they can stand out and they can be easily seen in the middle of the pack by our TV cameras. Get a big crowd of people lined up on the wing to watch the start. And an interesting start it will be. Rolling starts are always a little bit treacherous, especially in the wet, because the spray can be a little bit of an issue. Spray, of course, becomes more of a factor the faster you're going, and on a rolling start, you're going pretty quickly, even when you get to the start line. So visibility further back might be at a bit of a premium. Back of the grid looks like it's in position. I can't actually see. Oh no, I think I can see Alex Boehm's Fiesta, maybe. I think it's just in front of Alan Breck's Capri. Just to the right there, you can see the Zaxby Capri pulling into position. I think that Fiesta ahead of it might be Alex. Yeah, I think it is Alex Boehm there, so he's out. We've got Mac McCarthy back there as well, which is good. David Guthrie, I think, is there too. So, yeah, only Oliver Bullion looking like he's going to be a non-starter. So, grid in position. One of the marshals has lost their yellow flag. It's a bit windy out there this morning at Silverstone. Big shout out to the marshals as well. I said before I feel for the camera operators, but I feel for the marshals even more because they are stood out there in all weathers and they've got to be alert and on their toes at all times. And they always are, but it's not always that easy to do. The hotel viewing area, essentially, outside the bar and restaurant is doing a fair trade today as well. A few people not venturing out of their hotel, and you don't need to, really, because you've got a brilliant view, quite literally a grandstand view, looking out over the start-finish straight. There you can see the bridge linking the two buildings together. Got the village, essentially, that's being built over on the Maggots and Beckett's area of the circuit. You can book your room there, actually. You can stay at the Silverstone Escapade, I think it's called, if you want to, on race weekends. Get a trackside view. Long before Silverstone's classed as a street circuit at this rate, it's becoming a very urbanised location. There you can see them, actually, in the background. So if you fancy waking up to the sight and sound of racing cars overlooking your balcony, then head over to their website, put yourself in for a selection of race meetings here at Silverstone throughout the year. But you've got the best seat in the house for this one, because if you're watching at home, you're warm, you're dry, you're not stood out in the rain, and you are about to witness, hopefully, an entertaining 15 minutes of racing from the modified Ford Series. Cars making their way through Stowe Corner. And towards the end of the green flag lap, who is going to get the jump from that front row of the grid then? Dave Cockle in the Cosworth, the Escort Cosworth, or Tommy Field in the Escort Mark 1. Rear-wheel drive versus four-wheel drive. Keep an eye on James Allen, actually, in the Focus. I seem to recall had a bit of a moment at the exit of Stowe in one of the races here last year, hoping for to avoid that. Now we're getting another green flag lap by the looks of it. So they officially only count that as a green flag lap, even though they've had a lap from the pit lane. Oh, actually, the race has started just starting under safety cars, so the timer started ticking down. They're giving them another lap just to make sure that they've got temp in the tyres. In the dry conditions, some of the quicker cars, particularly in the Super A and Super B class, would be running on slicks, which is why they get that extra lap from the pit lane to warm the tyres up. Of course, only a very brave or foolish driver would be on slick tyres in these conditions, but they're still going to give them the extra lap anyway. So the race has officially started. A bit frustrating for the drivers, I'm sure, this being just a 2-race weekend. Now that's Tommy Field driving with his driver's side door open. I don't think it's come open on its own. I think he's chosen to open it, and I wonder if he's concerned about steaming up inside that car. That is a racing driver's worst nightmare in the wet. If you get even a drop of moisture on yourself, shoes or your race suit or anything like that, when you get into the car, that can cause lots of problems. Speaking of problems, that is Alex Howe. Now, he was a lot further up the order than he should be. I wonder if he didn't get the memo about the extra green flag lap, because what he was doing there was giving back positions hurriedly before he got in trouble for overtaking people behind, technically behind the safety car. Not sure exactly whether he'll get away with that or not, but anyway, he's dropped back to where he ought to be. Lights are now out on the Jaguar safety car, so we're going to go racing this time. But yeah, Tommy Field making absolutely sure that he gets as much fresh air into that car as possible, because he does not want that windscreen to start misting up. We've all experienced it in our road cars. You jump in the car, you've got soaked walking across the supermarket car park or whatever, and then it takes you quite a few moments, especially if you're driving a 1970s Ford Escort, which doesn't have the best of in-car heating. It can take quite a while to clear that windscreen, and when you're going at these speeds at close quarters, you need to be able to see what's around you. So Tommy Field making sure that doesn't pose too much of a problem for him. Out of Stowe Corner we come then, so Cockle on the left in the number 95 car, Tommy Field on the right, car number 8, who is going to get the jump into Abbey Corner for the first time. We're going to have under 12.5 minutes of racing to go when we do get going. Dave Cockle creeping around through the final couple of turns in no real hurry to get the race going. And as they turn through Club Corner, when does he choose to accelerate? Technically, I don't know whether he's going to get a green flag or red lights going out, because this is a rolling restart technically. Yeah, the lights are on, so when the lights go out, they're permitted to accelerate and start racing, which happens now, and we are finally underway then. 12 minutes of racing on the clock, and Dave Cockle makes a good jump from pole position, but later on the brakes on the outside line is Tommy Field, and that might be the grippier side of the road through Abbey Corner. We'll wait and see who came out of that on top. They're still almost side by side, but Dave Cockle, I think, has used the four-wheel drive traction of the Cosworth to stay in front. Onto the brakes into Village. Good start made by Josh Payton there in the Mark II Cortina. He started 6th. He was 4th already. Wayne Crabtree gets sideways as they head through Village Corner. Malcolm Harding on the inside line as well, as they all scrabble for grip and scrabble for track position. Josh Payton's absolutely flying in the Cortina. He's very sideways, but he might be up to 3rd place as they head out onto the back straight. Look at Rob Lewis as well. Rob Lewis has charged through the order. So as I expected, some cars that weren't really a factor yesterday are really now starting to enjoy the wet conditions. Payton didn't quite have the grunt there to get past, I think that is Piers Grange that he's battling. Yes, it is the number 56 car. And actually, James Allen now gets to his inside through Stowe Corner, but the Cortina off the line was away very rapidly indeed. James Allen, though, now starting to use the extra grip of the Focus, and he's back up into a podium place, chops across the nose of Piers Grange, and manages to move into 3rd position overall. All 3 of these cars, I think I'm right in saying, are class leaders. Piers Grange is leading his class, James Allen leading his. Actually, no, Josh Payton is in the same class as Grange, and they're about to go side by side as they go past the pit lane. No, not quite. Cortina does not have the grunt in a straight line, does it? The Escort quicker down the straight, the Cortina a bit lighter, handles a bit better through the twisty stuff, and these are the kind of cat and mouse battles that we always enjoy from the modified Ford series. James Allen flying. Look, he's already caught back up to Tommy Field as Payton gets very squirrely under braking for Village. Looking looking back to see where Rob Lewis is. There's Rob Lewis, 9th place for Rob from 16th. So he was listening to me when I joked that he'd only gained 1 position yesterday. The estate of Alex Howe also doing what I thought it would do. That's charging up the order. In behind the number 29 car is into the pit lane. We lose 1 of the escorts. We lose 2 of the escorts, actually. 49 and 271 that was, I think. So 49 is, if I get the right entry list in front of me. It's out the race anyway. 49 is Piers Warwick. And possibly Sam Shinwell, actually. 241 might have been the other one. Rob Lewis, though, absolutely flying. And he is gaining more places. Oh, that is a big spin for Josh Payton, and into the gravel in avoidance goes Piers Grange. Those two, remember, were battling over 5th position. 4th position, actually, and it all ends in disaster. Grange gets away with it. Payton gets away with it, actually, as well. Look, he's got back on the road, just behind Malcolm Harding, I think that is, but a big spin, slippery on the inside line. I've been saying it all morning, and again, we get a graphic illustration of that there down at the club chicane. James Allen, meanwhile, has set the fastest lap in his charge after the leading 2. Rob Lewis under pressure, though, as they head through Abbey Corner. That's Todd Garner trying to go around the outside and succeeding in going around the outside in the Ford Fiesta. So the Fiesta driver moves up a position. Rob Lewis down into 9th, but still a brilliant drive this from Rob. As some of the front-wheel drive cars start to assert their dominance. On the inside comes another of those front-wheel drive Fiestas. That's Sam Shinwell, who I think I just said was in an Escort. That was an absolute lie. He's obviously in one of the 4 Fiesta STs. So, out onto the hangar straight they go. Lloyd Jameson here on the attack now, trying to get past Piers Grange. I wouldn't normally dob someone in for saying something like this, but since I've put the curse of the commentator on people enough times, I am going to do so. Jamie Peters-Ennis, who you'll hear on our Fun Cup coverage this season, was just telling us about Josh Payton's rallying experience and how good his car control is. And as we received that message from Jamie, we cut to Josh going backwards into the club chicane. So even the best are struggling out there in these conditions. There is Payton up behind Malcolm Harding. So he's still in 7th place. It's not a disaster, this, by any means. And you can see there that he demonstrates some of that rear-wheel drive car control skill. Struggling to get the power down. A very light car, the Cortina, and in the wet, that's not always what you want, ironically. You want that weight to really plant the car down into the ground. Tommy Field, meanwhile, had just set the fastest lap of the race, but interestingly has now lost 2nd place to James Allen. So James Allen going as quickly, at least, as Field. Yeah, he was about half a tenth slower than him on the previous lap, but they're both going quicker than the leader by a second. They were both a second quicker than Dave Cockle on the previous lap, so with still nearly half the race to go, James Allen and Tommy Field are not out of this yet. Allen through into 2nd position then in the Focus, and he will now in clean air have his sights well and truly set on the race leader. So Cockle leads, Allen 2nd, Field 3rd, Piers Grange 4th, and Lloyd Jameson 5th, Malcolm Harding 6th, the recovering Josh Payton is 7th, ahead of Todd Garner, Rob Lewis and Sam Shinwell. James Allen out onto the curbs. That turbocharged Ford Escort will spin up the front wheels in no time, and very easy to understeer even further off the racetrack. But here, Rob Lewis has got more problems, more Fiestas ganging up on him, this time Sam Shinwell. Sam slips up the inside. Now Sam's got his own dramas, look, because his bonnet is coming loose. Luckily coming loose from the back, from the windscreen edge of the bonnet rather than the front edge. But that is where the bonnet clips are, or were. They're not particularly well attached, are they? He's gained a place, but he might lose a bonnet before the race is done. Although, like I said, because it's the back edge, slightly less risk, I suppose, of that happening. They're being caught, I think, by Malcolm Wise, is that? Yeah, Malcolm Wise in the Escort Cosworth. He's going quickly, as you would expect, 4-wheel drive machine. And that is the number 61 car, and that, I think, is Alex Boehm, is it not? Who, from the back of the grid, has... sorry, no, Dave Guthrie, I beg your pardon, in one of the Boomerang liveried cars. I thought that would have been quite an effort from... well, actually, that is an effort from David Guthrie. He was the Boomerang car that I saw at the back of the grid. So David Guthrie started 36th on the grid, and he's just got past Stefan Marsh for 12th. That is an incredible effort from the black and yellow Ford Fiesta, who clearly has the speed to gain even more ground. He just did a 124.9, which was a couple of seconds quicker than the next group of cars ahead of him. Speaking of going quickly, by the way, Dave Cockle now steals the fastest lap back, 1:17.4, 3.7 seconds clear of James Allen, who is already 4 seconds up the road from Tommy Field, who might be running into some sort of dramas. Maybe the car misting up a little bit, as we suspected might be an issue for him on the green flag laps. The battle's going on further down the field, meanwhile. That's the number 13 Ford Fiesta getting stuck in, of Dave Barrett. Now, Dave was second in Class C behind Gary Littlewood yesterday. And how's he getting on at the moment? Scroll down the timing screen a little bit to find him. Barrett is second in class again, Littlewood leading, but he's several seconds up the road, so Littlewood looking good for the Class C victory for now. Here, meanwhile, comes James Allen, so the leader's now well and truly amongst traffic. Didn't take them long to get there, did it? Less than 10 minutes of actual green flag racing, and they're already putting laps on people. That is going to be a factor now from here until the checkered flag. Who can get through the back markers the cleanest and with the least delay? Rob Lewis just starting to fade a little bit now in the focus, but still only just outside of the top 10. Whilst here comes what is the battle now for fourth place, actually, because Lloyd Jameson in the Escort Cosworth Maxi has got himself ahead of Piers Grange. So Lloyd Jameson there, the white and blue Escort Cosworth. Again, four-wheel drive, I'm going to presume, that car. It always runs with a very high ride height and very soft suspension setting, which I feel maybe doesn't really yield quick lap times in the dry, but in the wet is quite clearly going to help him. He has pulled his way up now into fourth position. Race leader, though, Dave Cockle, is now starting to look comfortably quicker than anybody else. A 1:18.6 on the previous lap was nearly 4 seconds quicker than James Allen. So Cockle getting the hurry up there, maybe realising that the focus was getting a bit too close. He's just managed to find, well, even a little bit of extra time, a lot of extra time. Perhaps he was just getting held up in traffic when the gap started to come down, but now he's siding his way through with relative ease. Oh, pitched forward, isn't it? Quite a lot of rake on that car. It's definitely seems a bit lower at the front than the back. Will help the front of the car turn in, I suppose. He's clearly got the setup working well, because he is, once again, the fastest car on track. As we sort of expected to be the case, he's about to put a lap on the Luke Bennett car. That's the Ford Taurus Euro car. Just said would be a bit of a handful in these conditions. How's he getting on? Well, he looked a little bit wide through turn 1. 20th place for Bennett, and he finished yesterday 13th. So yeah, struggling a bit more than he did in race 1. Oh, Tom Ovenden's in the pit lane. Now, Tom had faded down the order a little bit compared to where he started, 5th position, but out of the race altogether now, it would seem. Towards us comes Alan Breck 29th, having started outside of the top 30. His non-start, essentially, yesterday. The ideal beginning to his weekend. Dry, that Capri can be pretty competitive. In the wet, it is struggling. In the background there, meanwhile, that was Piers Grange and Malcolm Harding going wheel to wheel for 5th position, but for class victory, class lead in Class B+. So the two Escorts at the back of shots there, going either side of the Fiesta, are battling for a class lead, and way out wide goes Piers Grange. That's going to allow Malcolm Harding, I think, to get the run coming down the Hanger Straight. They're just behind this little group of cars. You can't really see them through the spray. Here they come. Piers Grange actually has got himself back in front, so Piers Grange winking at us with one headlight not working, but that ain't slowing him down, and he's not going to give away this class lead without a real fight. They've caught back up to Lloyd Jameson now as well, just to complicate matters. So Lloyd Jameson in the Escort Cosworth, 4th overall, but not running in the same class as them. They've got a sea of back markers ahead of them. Nowhere to go, and there is inevitably contact, and that was Piers Grange trying to find a gap that was never really there. Mick Head is the one who gets elbowed out of the way, and actually that might still open the door for Malcolm Harding. It does open the door for Malcolm Harding, so Piers Grange didn't really benefit from that anyway, and he loses the class lead. But how they're going to negotiate this traffic through Abbey Corner, I do not know. Harding dives to the inside of the Fiestas, and Piers Grange, I think, sensibly decide not to go for another high risk move. Oh, the number 13 car sideways in front of him. That was Dave Barrett. They're also being caught again by Josh Payton. Now, Payton is also running in Class B+, so the red Cortina is also battling the Escorts for the class victory. There he goes. So Payton, after that big slide that he had down at the club chicane a few laps ago, is still in contention for a class victory. On the previous lap, Payton did a 122.0, 1.2 seconds quicker than the cars ahead, who are getting themselves all out of shape again, heading on to the Hanger Straight. That was Harding that time, I think, with the big tail slide, having now got past Piers Grange into the class lead. So brilliant racing this then. Might be for 4th place on back, but there is a class victory on the line, and Malcolm Harding, having got past Piers Grange, cannot escape from him. So Harding still going to have a fight on his hands there. Meanwhile goes Dave Cockle, sliding round the outside of one of the Focuses. 10 seconds up the road now, Cockle, so he's having a lovely Sunday morning drive. All of the action is happening behind him, and he's completely oblivious to that for the time being. We're on the final lap of the race, disappointingly, and Dave Cockle is going to claim a fairly straightforward victory. But who's going to come out on top in the battle for Class B+? Malcolm Harding, Piers Grange, Josh Payton, separated by 2 seconds, the three of them, as they began their final lap. But Dave Cockle not worrying about that one bit. The Escort Cosworth winds its way now through the final sector, on its way towards the conclusion of the final lap of racing then. It's been a brilliant weekend this for Dave. And a bit of a fight from Tommy Field yesterday, but Tommy understandably struggling in the wet conditions in the Mark 1 RSR Escort. It was the turn of the 4- and front-wheel drive cars to get to the front. Dave Cockle, though, has led every lap of racing this weekend to claim a double victory in the modified Ford Series here at Silverstone, and he can be very, very happy with that. There comes James Allen. He'll finish in 2nd place. Tommy Field will be 3rd there, but who is going to be 4th? That's the question that we need answering. Lloyd Jameson, Malcolm Harding, Piers Grange and Josh Payton under a blanket as they began the final lap, and the latter 3 of those fighting for class victory. So we train our eyes on the exit of Club Corner. We're looking for the white and blue Escort Cosworth first. Here they come, look, through Club and towards the line. Who is going to get there first then? It looked as though Payton might have got past Piers Grange. No, he hasn't actually, so they're actually still all in the same order. So it's Jameson 4th, it is Harding 5th with the Class B+ victory, Piers Grange 6th, Josh Payton 7th, and the rest filing through behind. Here comes the Jägermeister Capri of Alan Breck. We've got a group of Fiestas coming through as well, one of them a little bit off the pace, trying to stay out of everybody's way. They all have put on a brilliant demonstration of close quarters multi-class racing. It's always busy out there. Battles that are going on between some drivers for position will inevitably become intertwined with the cars that they're lapping in their battles. But all part of the fun and all part of what makes it such an exciting spectacle. Still, they pour out at the final corner. Really good drives there. Malcolm Harding in particular up into 5th position, having started all the way down in 19th place. But it was Dave Cockle, the victor, and also the winner in Class Super A. James Allen was the Class A winner in 2nd position overall, with Tommy Field and Lloyd Jameson 3rd and 4th respectively. Malcolm Harding was 5th and came out on top in that terrific battle for Class B+ honours. Piers Grange 6th, Josh Payton 7th, Todd Garner 8th, and Sam Shimwell in 9th, all of them B+ cars as well. Malcolm Wise was 10th, David Guthrie 11th, ahead of Rob Lewis, who had a starring performance in the first few laps before some of the more powerful cars managed to get past him. Ralph Higson was 13th, and Mike Thurley in 14th place, the Class B winner. Stefan Marsh was 15th. Alex Howe from 28th on the grid managed to finish 16th by the flag, ahead of Chris Baker, Luke Bennett, Cliff Pellant, Tyler England and Sean Fairweather. Gary Littlewood was the victor for the 2nd time this weekend in Class C. Alan Breck from the back of the grid finished 23rd, ahead of Mick Head, Nigel Craig, and then Darrell Taplin and Dave Barrett 2nd and 3rd in Class C respectively, 26th and 27th overall. Matt Chambers was next, ahead of Gary Johnson, Jay Hinton, Mac McCarthy and Chris Burley. Wayne Crabtree was 3 laps down and retired to the pit lane, so these are now all retirements at the back. Crabtree, Ovenden, Martin Reynolds and Piers Warwick, unfortunately not running at the flag. So great stuff from the modified Ford series then. Sadly, the last that we'll see of them this weekend, but they will of course be back in the near future for their next rounds of the championship, and we look forward to having them back out with us at Alton Park in the middle of April. But for now, let's head down to the pit lane and catch up once more with Richard John Neal.
Congratulations to Dave Cockle, who takes the win. You can see the camaraderie of the three drivers as they congratulate each other. A little bit of a sense of deja vu because it's the same three drivers that we managed to chat to yesterday, but not necessarily in the same order, to paraphrase a very well-known sketch. Let's get, see if we can extricate Dave from the... Let's get you over, Dave. Well done.
Thank you.
Get you over onto our virtual podium. And well done. A great start to the year.
Yeah, super start, 2 wins, well happy. I'm trying to remember last time I drove a car in wet, and it's a long time ago. So yeah, so I was a bit nervous, but yeah, she's a dream.
It's quite, I said the same with the Junior Fiestas, you know, that we had the same podium as yesterday today.
Yeah.
We've got that here with a slight change of order, but it shows how good you guys are in any condition.
Oh, well, I suppose we like to think that.
Well, no, you can't argue with the stat, you know.
No, I tried something totally obscure with setup, and it worked well as well. So, and car is really good in the wet. Oh yeah, and at one point James were catching me, so I was starting to think I'll have to press on a little bit.
Alton Park next, so you going to that one?
Yes, should be there. Yeah.
That's good. So yeah.
I'll dry mouth. I'll drab. I need a drink.
All right, yeah, you need that. And interviewing doesn't really help the matter, does it? So much to do to the car. Is it something you develop as the season goes on, or you're just going to leave it and come out and have some fun with this at Alton?
This year, I think it'll be financially just leave it as it is and come out. I'd like to do a sequential gearbox. It's the only thing really that the car would benefit from. It'd be a quick shift gearbox. I'm still on H-pattern gearbox.
That's obviously going to be a lot of work. Does that add a risk to sort of coming out and?
I think it does. That's probably where I'm at. The finance, and then the risk of starting with something new and it breaking and not lasting. Whereas that gearbox I use now is tried and tested and seems to hold up well.
Well, there's nothing wrong with it because you've had 2 wins.
No, that's true.
Again. Well done, Dave. Always a pleasure. Congratulations and thank you for having a chat with us. Very well done. That's Dave Cockle. And James Allen takes 2nd position. James, get you over. Hello. Congratulations. I'm going to change camera side here. What was interesting for that, I was saying to Dave, wet and dry, same 3 drivers on the podium, different order. Yeah. You were P2 this time, so I placed a step up. Yeah. I'll stop talking in a minute, don't worry, we'll let you get a word in. But the point I was going to say is that you 3 were trading fastest laps in that. It changed over the course of the race, yeah.
Oh, interesting. We can't see any of that. Having a look at Tommy's car afterwards, I can see why he dropped off the pace because you can't see anything. But yeah, it played into my favour quite quickly. So I was pleased with that because it was kind of on his tail through quite a lot of it. He'd disappear on the straights and I'd get back on him. But then I found it really hard to pass him. But then yeah, he became blind. So, but there was no catching Dave. Nah.
Dave said you were catching him.
I see it differently.
I think he maybe responded to that, but he definitely said he saw you coming.
I saw him briefly come into this back complex, but then, no, I didn't see him again.
And similar question to Dave. Much to do before we see you again. Are you out at Alton?
Yes. Yeah. We're going for the whole season. We're trying to go for the whole season. Yeah. So, yeah, we're here.
And any changes, or your racing drivers never really sit still with their cars, do they?
For Alton, any changes? No. We've got it working. We'll leave it like that. We'll leave it like that. No. I just think more seat time. We've changed a few things. Wing. We've gone on to a paddle shift, and they've all just made it that little bit better to drive. So, cool.
Excellent, James. Always a pleasure. Congratulations. Cracking drive. Well done. Class win. And Tommy Field takes 3rd position. Let's get Tommy over. Well done, Tommy. We get a solo chat today because we did a double with you and Dave, didn't we, yesterday?
Yes,
so we'll get you around a little bit so we can see you on the camera, which is good stuff. A little bit misty in there.
Yeah, massively. Yeah, lap 1, that was it. Couldn't see a thing. Literally couldn't see a thing. You know what it's like around here. We're trying to get your apexes and the rest of it. It is, and especially in this weather, you just can't get it. So you just got to try and drive it safe, get it home. I knew I could get top 3. There was no point in fighting this guy. We just couldn't see what we were doing. But no, good. We've come here at 2 podiums, 2nd yesterday and a 3rd today. So yeah, I'm happy.
How many RSRs are there now?
God, there's what was out there now? Is there 3 out today, maybe?
And there are a lot of other ones sort of non...
Yeah, there's another couple of guys that haven't come, so there's 2 more there. I know Malcolm Harding's having one done as we speak, so that'll be another one. Yeah, so there should be a fair few out there.
I know I keep mithering Sonny Howard about, you should have done that as a championship.
It's a championship, yeah, exactly. I think he's heard that a lot, to be honest with you. No, but it's good. We've had a great fun, really, really good weekend, and yeah, let's hope this will bring on Alton Park.
Yeah, and again, because that's a sort of proprietary chassis, you can stick what you want in it. Will there be many changes made to the car?
Well, to be fair with you, the base engine is good, but the turbocharger on it and the electronic side of it is ancient, absolutely ancient. So realistically, putting a decent electronic system, a modern turbocharger on it, will gain 80, 100 horsepower there and drivability with it, you know. So that's what we're aiming to do. Whether that'll be for Alton Park, I'm not sure, but we'll see.
Okay, we look forward to catching up. I'll be later and cheers, Tommy. Great stuff, Tommy Field there, and now we move on from the modified Fords back to the chance. What are the chances? It's going to be Mazda, isn't it? Because we've got 3 lots of Mazdas today. It's the Clapham North MOT Mazda MX5 SuperCup. Yesterday we had a race win for Aidan Hills in a stop race. Let's hope we go the distance today. To tell you more about what's going to happen, here's Andy McEwen.
Yep, thank you very much, Richard. We've got the Mazdas out on the track. They are conducting their second of 2 green flag laps for the same reason as we've said for other races, because of the change of conditions since yesterday. And they are set to put on an entertaining race, I am sure. Richard was asking earlier on what the collective term for a group of Mazdas is. A swarm, I believe, is the term that the drivers use to refer to a pack of these things going around the track, and we certainly saw them swarming around Aidan Hills yesterday as they tried to knock the reigning champion off his perch, but they couldn't in the end, try as they might, and several of them had a go at it. Aidan was able to stay in front until right towards the very end, when we did see him briefly lose the lead, got it back again, and then was ahead at the time of the red flag. This, though, is how they will line up on the grid, and it's not based upon race results, this one. It's based upon the second fastest lap times from qualifying, so it's actually Tom Griffiths who starts from pole, with Aidan Hills alongside him, Patrick Fletcher and Ollie Allwood together on row number 2. Good to see Ollie finding a bit more speed in that car now as he moves into his second full season in SuperCup, with Lee Britton and Sam Heading on row number 3. Row 4 for Joe Wiggin and Alex Stott. Row 5, Will Blackwell Chambers will not be there because he was unfortunately involved in that nasty accident yesterday, but he was hoping to be back in the paddock today, actually. I don't know whether he's made it in. Hopefully we'll see him a bit later on. James Costons, meanwhile, having a disappointing weekend so far, will start 10th, the championship runner-up last year. Jack Sycamore and Wilbur Tiley will be on row 6, though I think Wilbur was the other one involved with Will, unfortunately, yesterday. Then we have Jack Brewer and Martin Tolley. They will share row number 7 of the grid, ahead of Colin Turkington, 4-time BTCC champion Colin Turkington, struggling to get to grips with the MX5s for now, but always has been good in the wet. He'll have Nick Grindrod alongside him. Then Ali Dendy and Ollie Hall on row number 9. The top 20 completed by Steve Kite and Amy Watts, with George Grant and Ewan Thomas on row 11. Row 12, Clyde Powells and Bruce Robinson. And then a few who weren't out yesterday but are going to be racing with us this season. We've got Kamal Khalsi and Elliot Lettis, who's making the move across from the City Car Cup. We've also at the back got Jim Barrett and Aaron Herbert, who will start with a 10-second delay, that is, I'm not sure why that is actually, whether that's for penalties yesterday or because, again, like Elliot Lettis, they are late additions, although Elliot hasn't got a penalty, so I'm guessing it must be because they had issues in yesterday's race. So, Aidan Hills, the early championship leader then, with a victory in the opening race yesterday, but will he be able to do the same again in race 2? Again, he's always been a driver pretty comfortable in the wet and slippery conditions, but is he going to be able to fend off Tom Griffiths, who is hungry, isn't he, for a race victory? Tom Griffiths, 4th in the championship last year. I think I'm right in saying still searching for his first victory in the MX5 SuperCup. Will it come today here on the Silverstone International Circuit? Well, we're about to find out as the second round of the championship is about to burst into life for the Clapham North MOT Mazda MX5 SuperCup. The red lights go out now. We're away in racing. Good start made by Aidan Hills. Slightly better maybe than Tom Griffiths. Look at Joe Wiggin darting out of line further back in the black and pink car, but it's Hills who will lead uncontested into the first corner. Patrick Fletcher slips through into second position ahead of Tom Griffiths as the rest of them slither and slide their way through. Nick Grinder there, the yellow and red car making progress around the outside line. They arrive down at Village though for the first time of asking. Hills the leader, Fletcher second, Lee Britton coming up the inside of Tom Griffiths for third, and Joe Wiggin already looking very, very comfortable. Seventh on the grid he started. Sam Heading there getting into the side of James Cossons, who's made some good progress off the line as well. It's good to see. James was strangely off the pace yesterday, but looking better in the wet here this morning. A couple of them out wide onto the dirt. Alex Stott was one of them. Somebody else was bouncing over the grass too, but I think they managed to keep it pointing vaguely in the right direction. And they head down the back straight for the first time, where Patrick Fletcher is challenging for the race lead. He's got the inside line on Aidan Hills, but as we've seen in other races today, that inside line's not where you want to be. That's why Patrick is squeezing Aidan over to the outside edge of the road. Neither of them want to be on the racing line. Joe Wiggin definitely isn't on the racing line. He's not even on the racetrack. He was well out onto the runoff area, but managed to gather it together. Side by side then down into the Vale. We're hearing Aaron Herbert is off the road at Village, and Lee Britton's almost off the road down at Club. Not sure how he ended up that wide, but he gathers it back together, rejoins in about 6th place. Fletcher has got the lead, but for how much longer? Because Aidan Hills is up the inside, has no grip. Look at the slide out of Club corner. Brilliant stuff, but he will be second at the end of the opening lap. Fletcher leads, Hills second, third Griffiths, and Joe Wiggin now coming up the inside of James Cossons, who's having a much better showing on Sunday morning than he did on Saturday afternoon, although he does lose a place heading through the first turn. Patrick Fletcher's gone though, look at that, hand out of the cockpit because there's a yellow flag where Aaron Herbert's gone off up at Village, but no need for a safety car thus far. That's good news. The real battle is the one for third place, isn't it, as they slither and slide their way through. 91 on the outside there is Jack Sycamore. You've got Jack Brewer and Colin Turkington going side by side. There is the Go For It racing car, which is going nowhere right now, stuck in the gravel and awaiting assistance from the marshals. Wiggin up to third, past Tom Griffiths, so Joe Wiggin 2 places gained already on this lap. He's got past Cossons, he's got past Griffiths, and he might just have one of the fastest cars on the track in these conditions. Wing mirrors go flying, or something goes flying, anyway off James Cossons' car, who's banging doors with Tom Griffiths, and they've got Ollie Allwood closing in as well. I actually think it's the Clapham North sticker, isn't it, from across the top of the windscreen that's gone flying off of one of the cars there, James Cossons' car. But that won't impede his performance one little bit. It's certainly an all-out brawl here in the mid-pack, isn't it, as we head down into the Vale for the second time. As now Jack Sycamore comes up behind and indeed up the inside of Tom Griffiths. I don't know what's gone on for Tom. He started this lap in third. He's going to be barely hanging on to the top 10 by the end of it. He's sideways through Club. He's got no traction, no grip at all. Through goes Lee Britton. Through will maybe even go Alex Stott. A disastrous third lap of the race there for Tom. Sorry, second lap of the race for Tom Griffiths. And he will cross the line down in 9th position, with Alex Stott up alongside him as well. Hands out of cockpit because the safety car is being scrambled. And now that was a late call, wasn't it? Because look, Patrick Fletcher and Aidan Hills have gone past the pit lane exit before the Jaguar safety car made its way onto the track, so they'll probably have to slow down in order to drop in line. And breathe, everyone. Typically frenetic start to the race for the MX5 SuperCup, like it always is. But Patrick Fletcher and Joe Wiggin, for me, the 2 stars of the show, really. They seem to have their wet setups nailed on, don't they? Wiggin from 7th on the grid into podium contention. And a bit like I said about Finn Leslie in that, heading sideways, even behind the safety car. A bit like I said about Finn Leslie in the Fiesta Junior race earlier on today. This safety car, a good opportunity for Joe Wiggin now. He's fought his way into third, had a gap to try and bridge to close into the top 2, but that gap in theory will now evaporate as long as Fletcher and Hills slow down, which they have, to allow the safety car back through. So good driving from those two. If they'd have carried on and caught up to the back of the pack, we'd have just had a longer delay whilst they waved everyone through and got everyone back on track, back where they should be. So good stuff from Patrick and Aidan, making sure that this can carry on as efficiently as possible. Right, so the order after, well, what's about to be 3 laps. Patrick Fletcher, the leader. Aidan Hills second. Wiggin third. Sam Heading 4th, James Cossons 5th. So Cossons started 10th. He's gained 5 positions, so he's another one who looks better in the wet than the dry. Jack Sycamore 6th, also looking strong. Ollie Allwood 7th, Lee Britton down in 8th, and Tom Griffiths 9th. But I think those two have both really just found themselves in the wrong place at the wrong time a few times in the early going. I don't think they're slow. I think they've just been shuffled out of the pack a little bit. Alex Stott runs in 10th. 11th Nick Grindrod, 12th Jack Brewer, and Colin Turkington 13th. So Turkington 2 places up from where he started. There goes the number 30 car, Aaron Herbert. No relation to Luke Herbert, former regular frontrunner in MX5 racing across the board, really, in Mark 1s and Mark 3s. But Aaron, no relation, I am reliably informed. But unfortunately, that's the last we're going to see of him, having started off the pack with a 10-second delay. He promptly dumped himself in the gravel on the opening lap, so his race done pretty quickly. Winds the pack of cars then through Abbey Corner. This is the second of 3 races for the SuperCup drivers this weekend. If it doesn't rain again, then their third race might be in fully dry conditions again, which would be interesting. We also have a partially reversed grid for that third race, so the front runners from this one will definitely have a bit of overtaking to do in race number 3, so they might be quite grateful if it dries out. Easier to overtake, I think, in the dry than the wet around here. Because in the wet, especially these greasy sort of not fully wet, not fully dry conditions, there is one definitive fast line, which is round the outside of the corners to overtake. You have to go off that quick line, and as we've seen, there isn't a lot of grip there, so in the dry, you can sort of go where you like, use that slipstream, carry the momentum wherever you can, and should be able to make good forward progress. So, recovery process ongoing. Of course, once they've got the car out of the way, they then have to also get the recovery vehicles to a place of safety. So, well, I was going to say we might need one more lap behind the safety car, but we don't because the lights are out. So we're going to go racing again this time. And Patrick Fletcher backing them all up. He's leaving a big gap to the safety car, which means that he can go early if he wants to. It's up to him as the race leader to dictate the pace, to decide when to accelerate, when to get this race officially back underway. Fletcher, Hills, Wiggin, the top 3. But it's that third place man who looked to be making all of the bold moves in the early going, and he's now got a real opportunity to try and grab a race victory. Fletcher accelerates away then, so he gets the race back underway, but no overtaking allowed until you have crossed the timing line. So he will have to Hills will have to exercise a bit of patience here, although he's not really close enough to Fletcher to do anything with him, although Patrick takes a slightly wayward line through Club, and means the gap comes down ever so slightly, and again he's a bit wide through the second part of Club Corner, but we are racing once again, 12.25 minutes to go, and well, Patrick Fletcher, having initially seemingly nailed the restart, actually only 3/10 up as they cross the line. Oh, that was Cossons. I think he got a bit too close to Sam Heading there and had to duck out wide to avoid hitting him. And that opens the door for the car behind him, which was Jack Sycamore, to go through. Aidan Hills launching to the inside of Patrick Fletcher. That was ambitious. I don't know whether maybe he was just taking a different line, but it didn't work and almost cost him a place, actually. Joe Wiggin was faster off the corner than Aidan had been. Look at the understeer on Aidan Hill's car, just did not want to turn through the corner. Ollie Allwood's even worse, though. He's out in the grass, and that will open the door for Lee Britton to come through. So Britton about to gain a place. Jack Sycamore also about to perhaps gain another place because he's up alongside Sam Heading as Joe Wiggin goes for second position. He's up the inside of Aidan Hills, and Joe Wiggins' march to the front continues. Can he complete the manoeuvre? I don't know if he will, because Hills is going to have the grippier and more momentum-based line through Stowe Corner. Comes out still on top. What about fourth place? Is that Heading or is it Sycamore? They're still debating it as they drop down the hill. Sycamore on the outside. On the inside line, the grey car of Sam Heading, and I think the AB Motorsport driver is just about going to stay in front for now. But all of this battling going on behind Patrick Fletcher, who is desperately trying to build up a margin before the likes of Joe Wiggin break through and start chasing him down. James Cossons gives a bit of a helping hand to Jack Sycamore, and Jack, I don't think, will have appreciated that really. Down towards turn number 1 they go. Patrick Fletcher fastest lap with a 1:28.0, 2/10 quicker than Joe Wiggin went before, but Joe obviously getting held up at the moment in this battle that he's having with Aidan Hills. Where can Joe Wiggin make the move? Hills is sideways through Farm, and well, then actually he leaves the door wide open into Village, and Wiggin is only too happy to go through on the inside line. He squeezes Hills over to the edge of the road. Aidan Hill stands his ground, hops over the curb, but that will lose him traction and ultimately hands the position really to Joe Wiggin. We've got Nick Grindrod in the pit lane, by the way. That's a shame. He had a good start, then seemed to drift backwards, maybe with a problem of some sort, but no problems at all for Joe Wiggin. He has got the grip, he's got the setup down, and he has got second place. Now, can he chase after Patrick Fletcher and claim what would be, I think, Joe Wiggins' first ever victory in MX5 SuperCup? He's a former champion of the Mark 1 series. Took him a while, like it does everybody, to learn the intricacies of the Mark 3 machine. A much stiffer car, it's a bit more powerful, it's a lot twitchier, it requires a very different driving style from the Mark 1s. And even Mark 1 champions, it takes them a year or two sometimes to really perfect these cars. But Joe Wiggin is obviously getting there. If you're quick in the wet in a Mark 3, then that really is a good sign, because they're pretty treacherous, pretty lively in these conditions. Now, speaking of lively, Colin Turkington seems to have woken up, doesn't he? He's trying to go around the outside of Tom Griffiths, who's sideways on the apex of the corner. Turkington ends up out over the concrete curbing, but Colin Turkington has come to life in the wet, hasn't he? In towards Abbey Corner he goes. He's on the outside of Griffiths, but I think he's got the momentum here. Griffiths is sideways again, almost takes out the four-time British Touring Car champion. That wouldn't have gone down very well, but Turkington survives that and does now take the place. So Colin into the top 10. What further progress can he make, I wonder, at the wheel of car number 500? Jack Brewer now comes to the inside of Tom Griffiths as well. Tom just absolutely no grip at all in the number 16 car, and he will be praying that things dry out, I think, for race number 3 later on. Jack Sycamore out wide. James Cosson's trying his best to get to the inside line, but I don't think he was able to do that. Down the back straight they will head then towards Stowe Corner. And this battle pack then scrapping over 6th position, and James Cosson's the one losing out because Ollie Allwood is up the inside of him. Can Cossons hang on around the outside? He's off the road. So why does he? And that's Alex Stott finding a gap up the middle. How on earth did Alex Stott do that? If he makes that place, that is outrageous. He found a gap that I did not know existed, and I don't think the others thought existed either. But Alex Stott managed to find his way through. He's on the inside line for the entry to the club chicane. It's not really the place to be, though, is it? But the outside through the second part could give him some momentum off the corner. Again, he shoots the middle. Alex Stott supremely confident, and I think that confidence is going to net him an extra position. Sideways out of the corner. Brilliant stuff, brilliant car control, brilliant racing, but ultimately not a brilliant move because Ollie Allwood is able to fend him off. This is all bringing Lee Britton and Colin Turkington into the equation as well. Tell you what, we should have more wet MX5 SuperCup races. Normally I say that dry conditions are better for MX5s really, because then you do get that sort of slipstreaming racing that they're known for, but this has been a terrific encounter and we are only about 2/3 of the way through. 7.5 minutes still to go, and Ollie Allwood now at the head of this train of cars fighting for 6th position. Ollie's number, by the way, with that sort of pinky peachy coloured background, that means that he is the highest placed of the Masters drivers, the more mature drivers on the grid. Colin Turkington's number is red. That's because he's a guest. He's not eligible for championship points, but doesn't really care about that. He's just having some fun. And we are very, very grateful to have him on the grid. Now, Aidan Hill's not so grateful to have Sam Heading slipping up the inside of him into Stowe Corner. Sam is sideways, and in that situation, Aidan's got to open the steering lock, run out wide to avoid contact, and he is the one who ends up exceeding track limits. Didn't gain from it, quite clearly. Could argue, I suppose, that he was forced off the edge of the road there, but Sam Heading was barely in control of his car at the time. Jack Sycamore also now on their tail. Turkington making more moves, meanwhile, making friends now with James Cossons and Lee Britton. And Colin on that outside line, he's going to get the power down, get the traction, slides over the curbs. Brilliant car control again from Colin, and he's got a run now on Lee Britton. Doesn't really want to go to the inside into Abbey Corner, does Colin, because we know that's the slippery side of the road. But in the end, I think he's actually going to find a way back onto the racing line. So they're up into 9th. Lee Britton, his next target for P8. Through towards Village we go. And Sam Heading defending his newly acquired 3rd position. Here comes the next group. Turkington boxed in now, a little bit behind Lee Britton, but he's about to gain a place, courtesy of Alex Stott, who's been making some of the best overtakes in this race so far, but that wasn't his best moment. Got onto the curb, couldn't stop the car, and straight off the road he will go. He'll drop out of the top 10 as a result of that little mistake. Ollie Allwood way, way wide. They're not monitoring track limits there, by the way, so don't worry. We're not going to get a sea of track limits penalties because they're all going beyond the line at Chapel Corner. That's an acceptable line there, but anywhere else, if you go beyond the white lines, you could get yourself in trouble. Aidan Hills was beyond the white lines down here a lap ago, and he's putting himself in a position where that might happen again because he's trying to go to the outside of Sam Heading. This time, Sam keeps his car roughly pointing in a straight line, but still Aidan is eased out over the exit curve, forces his way back on, wing mirrors go flapping, and the reigning champion is not having things all his own way at the start of 2024. Slides wide, almost forces Sam off the track. They're starting to get a little bit physical now, and it could be Jack Sycamore who benefits because they both go out way, way wide. Hills once again is off the road completely, and Sycamore does indeed gain one place, but then he can't get the car turned through the second part of Club and ends up almost losing control over the painted curb again. In the background, Turkington still trying to find a way past Lee Britton. They're all getting boxed in behind Ollie Allwood, who seems to be struggling a little bit now. But this is terrific racing. Through Abbey they head. Jack Brewer was trying to get up the inside of Alex Stott, was that, I think? Or was that Stott trying to go around the outside of him? It might have been. And they're still side by side as they head for Village Corner. Britton out wide, Turkington up the inside, Allwood goes wide as well. How's that one going to pan out? Not particularly well for the Irishman, because actually he loses a spot to James Cossons, who had that better line. You don't want to be on the inside. There's just no traction through the tight corners. Steve Kite in the pits, by the way, joins Nick Grindrod as a retirement by the looks of it. So 23 of them still running. Ooh, someone out wide onto the grass. Who was that? Martin Tolley, I think, in the Go For It racing car. Lee Britton seems to have woken up now, doesn't he? He's on the inside of Allwood. But again, we've seen so many people try this move at the inside, and unless you're willing to force the other car off the road, which Lee isn't, thankfully, it's very difficult to make that move stick. And Lee, look on the inside, just no grip, almost loses it completely. And that is a great example of how icy-esque the inside line is. There's just no traction where that rubber has been laid down through the rest of the weekend. Allwood way wide, not intentionally that time though, that was a mistake through Club Corner. Cossons tries to take advantage, kept bullied off the road for his troubles, and here comes Lee Britton up the inside of both of them. Almost got two places, he does manage to get past Allwood, and Turkington's wide now, so Turkington loses out to Stott, loses out to Griffiths and to Jack Brewer. Has Colin got a problem? I think he might. Colin very slow down the pit straight. That's more than a mistake, I think. I think that's an issue for car number 500. That's a real shame. Colin, I'm sure, was enjoying himself there and looked as though he might be on for a really good result, but I suspect that number 500 Paul Sheard car is starting to run into some sort of a problem, so he may well be pit lane bound. Just under 3 minutes to go then. Alex Stott coming back into this now. He's gone round the outside of Ollie Allwood for 8th position. Ollie's nearest Masters rival, by the way, not that that's really the battle that he wants to be having, but his nearest Masters rival is Martin Tolley, who's some way behind this group, so if nothing else, Ollie should be able to retain a class victory. At the head of the field, by the way, Patrick Fletcher has now stolen the fastest lap again, a 1 minute 27.75. And with 2.5 minutes to go, he is 2.1 seconds ahead of Joe Wiggin, who is about 2.5 seconds clear of Aidan Hills, Jack Sycamore and Sam Heading, who are continuing to debate third place. And then you get this huge swarm of Mazdas, and they're led by Lee Britton in 6th position now, ahead of James Cossons. Alex Stott to the inside. Oh, Ollie Allwood again can't get the car stopped down into the Club chicane. That's way too wide. That's not a wet racing line. That's just a mistake from the former Mark 1 champion. And it's a mistake that costs him 2 positions. One to Alex Stott, the other to Tom Griffiths. Not to Alex Stott, sorry. One to Jack Brewer and one to Tom Griffiths. Here comes the number 18 car, meanwhile. That is a battle going on outside the top 10. 18 is Alistair Dendy, who I'm pretty sure is the same Alistair Dendy who used to race in Fiestas back in the day. Oh, Griffiths sideways as he drifts into view. Colin Turkington is in the pit lane, by the way, so his race done. That's a real shame. But the Sim 1 liveried car of Lee Britton tries to get past Alex Stott, who had actually just overtaken him, and now James Cossons gets by as well. So Alex Stott up into 7th place now. Imagine if he'd not had that moment up at Village. He could have been up there scrapping for a top 5 now. In fact, that's 6th place, actually, because Turkington has jumped ahead of everybody for some reason on the timing screen. Through Stowe they all head. Still Hills with 3rd, Sycamore 4th, Heading 5th. That battle's calmed down a bit. We're about to start the final lap of the race, and terrific race it has been. Still plenty to be sorted out in the closing stages. Can Lee Britton fend off James Cossons? He's in a Hills Motorsport sandwich here. Slide their way through the club chicane, then out towards the completion of their penultimate lap of racing. Patrick Fletcher 4 seconds up on Joe Wiggin. I thought that Joe Wiggin was going to be the pace setter in this race, but he was a second slower than Fletcher that time, so no one can keep up with Patch. Then it's Wiggins second, or a slow number 23 car, meanwhile. Staying well out of the way. That looks like an engine that's gone bang, doesn't it, on the 23? Sorry, 22. Sorry, 72 is that. I actually can't tell what number that is. Anyway, whoever it is, they are going very slowly and going no further. 72, Steve Kite, that will be, who'd been in the pit lane already, I seem to recall. And is back out there, but the car clearly still not running correctly. So down the Hanger Straight they head for the last time in this penultimate race of the weekend in the Mazda MX5 SuperCup. We're in for another classic season of SuperCup racing, aren't we, this year? Aidan Hills, as I made the point yesterday, he won the race, but he did not have it easy. And in the wet conditions, certainly hasn't had it easy. He'll be happy with the points for third place. He knows that consistency over the course of the season will win you a championship as well as much as winning lots of races will. But it is Patrick Fletcher this time who is going to be taking home the race victory. Patrick Fletcher, who was 3 times a winner last year and actually won the second race on the international circuit at the end of 2023, and at start of 2024 he does the same thing again. Winner of race 2 here at Silverstone is Patrick Fletcher by a fairly dominant margin in SuperCup terms. Second Wiggin, third is Hills, and it's an absolute drag race to the line for 4th, and the timing screen has Jack Sycamore ahead by 0.5 tenth of a second. Again, it's just about managed to fend off Sam Heading there at the flag. So Sycamore 4th, Heading 5th, Stott 6th, ahead of Cossons, Brewer, Britton and Griffiths. Ollie Allwood out of the top 10 by the checkered flag. That's a shame. Oh, and that is number 64 off the road. And that is Kamal Kalsi, who started off the back of the grid. I'm not sure where that was. Possibly at Stowe or Club Corner, somewhere towards the end of the lap, I think. We will see Steve Kite limp across the line by the looks of it, despite the issues that he was having. Amy Watts pretty happy as she comes across the line. There are still battles going on further back though. Look, this is for 18th place, I believe. Powell's, Dendy, Jim Barrett in this group as well. That was Bruce Robinson, long-time MX5 racer, drifting wide at the last corner and losing a position, losing 20th position to Alistair Dendy. But all continuing their battle right until the checkered flag, which is what we like to see. But Patrick Fletcher's battling was all done really in the early stages as he was able to fight his way to the front, past Aidan Hills early doors, then checked out really. I thought he was going to have a bit more opposition from Tom Griffiths, but that wasn't the case. As from Tom Griffiths, from Joe Wiggin, but that wasn't the case, and in the end Wiggin has to settle for second, but still getting his season off to a pretty solid start. Fletcher then the winner, with Joe Wiggin second and Aidan Hills in third position. Jack Sycamore came home fourth ahead of Sam Heading 5th, Alex Stott 6th, James Cosson 7th, Jack Brewer 8th, Lee Britton 9th, and Tom Griffiths completes the top 10. Ollie Allwood was a disappointing 11th, but does at least still get the Masters class victory. George Grant 12th, Martin Tolley 13th, and Ollie Hall, the leading club class driver, came home in 14th place. 15th for Ewan Thomas, Amy Watts 16th, Elliot Lettis 17th, ahead of Clive Powells, Jim Barrett, Alistair Dendy, Bruce Robinson and Kamal Kalsi. Colin Turkington, the first of the retirements, but doesn't do his race justice, does it really, that? He was really getting stuck into the top 10 battle. Steve Kite also out of the race with those mechanical issues, and Nick Grindrod retired to the pit lane as well. So Mazda MX5 SuperCup, they'll be back in action again a little bit later on today. Round about 3:45-ish, their third and final race of the weekend will get underway. We've got plenty of MX5 racing still to come though. 2 more races for the Mark 1 Championship and for the Clubman Championship as well. So 5 more doses of MX5 madness still to come. And they're always a highlight of these Brscc race weekends. They're very, very exciting to have them here at Silverstone to kickstart their season. Very often the venue for the first round of the MX5 Championships. They actually kicked off on the Grand Prix circuit a year ago with lots of exciting racing. Aidan Hills was the dominant man that day, winning all 3 races. In fact, Aidan won the first 5 races and won 7 of the first 9. And then there's actually only 1 weekend, I think, no, 2 weekends last year in which he didn't win a race. One was at Anglesey, where he did have a bit of an off weekend. I seem to recall there being some inclement weather at play again there, and the other being Donington, where he was on the podium in the first race, but then had a non-finish race too, and had to fight through from the back of the grid in the third race. But you get dropped scores for a reason. It's 3 dropped scores that the drivers get over the course of the season. So they can drop their 3 lowest finishes. They don't count. And once those drop scores were taken into account, Aidan Hills won the championship by 50 points, which sounds like a lot, but when you consider he'd scored 2,053 points by the end of the season, in context, 50 points not a huge amount. And once you've had 2 or 3 bad races, the pressure's really on not to have another then, because you very quickly find yourself running out of drop scores to fall back on. But that's hopefully not going to be an issue for him this year. James Cossons sort of fell foul of that. He had a non-start at Brands Hatch early in the season, a couple of iffy results in the back end of the year as well. Although the last 2 rounds for Cossons went really well. He won 4 of the last 6 races in another Hills Motorsport prepared car, of course, but James not having the best of weekends so far here at Silverstone this time around. Right then, Patrick Fletcher, Joe Wiggin and Aidan Hills, your podium finishers, and we can hear now from them down in the pit lane with Richard.
I don't know whether Andy McEwen's done this. Do you know what day it is? It's St Patrick's Day. Patrick Fletcher! It's Patrick's Day, isn't it? How appropriate was that? Well done. Superb. Welcome to the podium.
Thank you.
Busy?
Yeah, it was busy. Believe it or not, when you're in front and you've got a bit of a gap, it's hard because you've got to maintain focus. And to begin with, Joe was catching me up and I thought I've got to push a little bit harder here. You know, I can't not be pushing it 100%. So I started pushing it 100%. And I thought my tyres might go off at the end, but the car just stayed in the window the whole time. I felt like I could do the same line, and the grip wasn't very good, but it was there constantly every lap, so I could start to feel the car a lot. And yeah, I was really happy with it.
That's the first time on those wets, was it? Or
that's the first race-wise we had on them wets. Yeah, so yeah, it was really good. The team done a brilliant job with the setup of the car, and it just all came together for that race.
one of the things I like about the various Mazda championships, Patrick, is that, you know, a lot of other championships only have 2 races, like the Fiesta Juniors have gone, and I'd actually like to see a 3rd race for them, because you start to build that picture as we do with you guys, and we're starting to get that picture now, aren't we, after 2?
Exactly that, and before you go out racing as well, especially in the conditions, there's a lot of to and fro, and we're making the right decision. So as we went out the Parc Fermé, out the Parc Fermé, I was glad that everyone else had wets on, because you knew you weren't too far out the window. Yeah. And there's a lot of people behind the scenes, you know, that are putting a lot of effort into the cars, making sure they're mechanically reliable, making sure the tyres are set up properly, the right tyre pressures, the right damper settings, all this kind of thing. And there's a big team of us at Luke Herbert Racing.
You drove it to the win.
And we drove it to the win. We got the 1-2 as well. So
drivers always say we. You drove to the win.
No, we can't take all the credit. So much work goes into the car, corner weighting them and doing all those little bits just to really get those final tenths of a second out of the car. So this is for the team, this one.
Nice one. Well done, Patrick. Well done. We'll let you catch up with Mark, where all the circuit commentators are going to have a go. And P2 goes to Joe Wiggin. Well done, Joe. Congratulations. Another podium interview. Very well done. And looked like a tough race. By the way, you've got nice hair. You haven't got helmet hair. Your hair looks good even getting out of the car.
Yeah, thank you. That was the blow dry this morning. First of all, I want to say a big thanks to SFR Motorsport, CN Signs, Luke Herbert Racing, Tyre Shop. Without them, I wouldn't be here. And that's for my grandma. She just had a heart attack. So wish her all the best.
Is she watching?
I don't know. She's in New Zealand, so probably not. But she'll watch it back. So yeah, that was.
I hope so. Wish her all the very best from us.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
That's a tough race, though. Yeah,
really tough race. I've never really driven in the wet. Never done well in the wet. We were quickest at the start. And then it just started drying up, and we were quite a wet setup. So we got in the right place at the right time, got enough of a gap, and then it was just a waiting game for the timer to go. I didn't have the pace to catch Patch, but the team 1-2. I'm happy with that.
That's pretty good, isn't it, for starters? And I was saying to Patrick, it starts to give us a flavour of how the season could unfold. You never quite know what dramas are going to hit you, and I don't like using that phrase actually in Mazda racing, but it does give us a flavour, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does, yeah. Hopefully everything goes my way this year, so that'd be nice. So hopefully it's a taste of things to come, and we're here at the end of the year. But no, just it's a lot better than last year. Didn't have any podiums, so we're going the right way and just need to get another top step now.
It's a long haul though, isn't it? You've got to keep chipping away, and even if you're off the podium, you've got to keep banging in the 4th and 5th and then get on the podium, 3rd, 2nd, or even the 1st. You know?
You've got to take everything you can get. Anyone in the top 10 can win a race, as you saw there. I started 7th, so it's not easy, but we'll just keep chipping away. We're in the right place at the right time, and Lady Luck's gone our way so far.
Nice one, Joe. Always a pleasure. Congratulations. Great drive, and we'll see you a little bit later on. Joe Wiggin, he takes 2nd position, and 3rd place is Aidan Hills. So let's get Aidan. You look a little bit miserable.
I wouldn't say miserable.
I'm pulling you, Leo. You know I can have a joke.
To be honest, it was a difficult race. You know, the wet conditions are normally my bread and butter. So to come home third is disappointing, to be fair, especially after leading the first lap. But Patch and Wigan, and to be fair, Jack and Sam behind just had too much pace for me. I was lucky to finish third, to be honest. So halfway through the race, I was hoping to finish on a podium, and to get a podium's good. Obviously, points. So, yeah, it's just disappointing. We haven't quite grasped the wet tyre yet, but I'm sure, you know, we've got a great team behind us. So Hills Motorsport team will do a fantastic job, and we'll get there. We'll get there on the wets. Definitely, it's just going to take a bit of time.
Can't be disappointed with a first and a third, though.
No, it's a good start to the season, yeah, of course. But when you lead a race and you're at the front, and the way it was the manner really that we lost the race, in terms of I got dropped by both of them, and I started going back towards Joe towards the end of the race, but still just the car never felt right. So that's the most worrying thing from it. The result's good. Obviously, at the end of the year, it's going to show a podium, so it's not a bad thing. But yeah, it's just the way how it happened was more frustrating than anything.
Fair play. We'll let you go and get ready for race 3.
Thanks, mate.
Thanks,
see you later.
Aidan Hill, so wraps up overall podium. We're going to have a chat offline with our 3 club podiums. But in the meantime, let's hand back to Andy McEwen, who will look forward to the Zeo prototype. So over to you, Andy.
Thank you very much, Richard. Yeah, we've got the prototypes out on track ahead of their first of 2 races today. Now, these are slightly longer races as well for the Zeo prototypes, 30 minutes in duration, so plenty of time to sink our teeth into what is a very, very tasty grid indeed. We're hoping to get 23 cars out on track. We may only see 22 because Alistair Bolton's Praga never registered a lap time in qualifying earlier on today, but Joe Locke did. In fact, he registered the fastest lap time by quite some way, a 1:17.0. Nearly 1.7 seconds quicker than anybody else, and the anybody else was headed by Shane Kelly. The safety car's in the pit lane, so I actually think we're about to go starting the race here. So Mike Genvy and Matt Jones, row 2, Alistair Smart and Jack Fabi, row 3. We'll run through them all in more detail when the race gets underway, which is about to happen right now. Perfect timing, across the line they go, and 30 minutes of Zeo Prototype Series racing bursts into life with a not very good start, actually, made by Shane Kelly from the outside of row 1. That looks to me as though Jack Fabi, and around he goes, around goes Shane Kelly, contact at turn 1, almost collects another car, and he carries on. Fantastic stuff from Shane Kelly. Let's hope the car isn't damaged, but that was a pretty hefty whack that he took, and did really well, actually, not to lose control of the car completely. I know he did a full 360, but carried on as if nothing had really happened. He and another car bounced their way and splashed their way back onto the road, the other car being Max Windhauser in the Norma. And dramatic start to the race then, but they're all still there somehow, so that's good news. Onto the back straight they go. I don't know what happened to Shane. He just did not get underway well at all, did he? And then Jack Fabi came steaming through on the outside in the number 18 Praga. He, I think, is going for second place, actually, as they arrive down at Stowe for the first time, and gets it from Mike Genvy in the Genvy gun. So Genvy had gone second, but back down to third position again now. Outside line there for the number 95 car, trying to make some ground further back in the pack. That's Oscar Joyce, but there, look, Jack Fabi on a mission in the number 16 car, and the man who does a lot of European prototype racing these days, things like LMP3s and the like, is really going well here, second position, and he very, very much had his cereal of choice this morning, hasn't he? On his toes right from the start, only 6th on the grid, and he was 5 seconds off the pace of Joe Locke in qualifying, but well, in the race, up into P2 on merit. There is the race leader, Joe Locke. He's already gone, with Fabi second, Mike Genvy third, as they turn their way through Village for the first time. Mike Genvy in the Genvy gun looks to have perhaps a little bit more straight line speed, but the Praga's always so agile, aren't they, through the corners? I say that as Jack Fabi misses the apex by a country mile. Now, what's all this going on further back? That's the number 9 car of one of the cars actually being shared by 2 drivers. That's the Gilmans in car number 9. And which Gilman it is in the car for this part of the race, I don't know. Richard and John Gilman sharing that car. Number 5 up the inside line is Graham Charman. Now, the cars split into different classes, as you would expect, really, in a series such as this one. So you've got Class A cars for cars over 2 litres, Class B for cars between a 1.5 and a 2 litre engine, 1000cc to 1500cc cars fit into Class C, and then Class D for cars 1 litre or under. And then there's also an invitational class, which is Class E. We do have a couple of Class E cars, including Jack Fabi actually in the Praga running in the invitational class. But he runs in second place at the moment, and on that previous lap, 1 minute 12.3, he was over a second quicker than Mike Genvy behind him, so he's gapping Genvy. That looks like the recovering Shane Kelly, wasn't it, coming through? Yeah, Kelly running 11th position now in car number 11. And Shane Kelly, who used to do F3 Cup racing, so came from a single-seater background into prototypes, but has had a few years now at the wheel of a Praga, always a competitive driver, but something was not going to plan in the opening few seconds of the race. And when he arrived at Abbey, it really wasn't going to plan. I didn't actually spot who it was that collected him at an Abbey corner, but there was definitely contact. His car airborne for a second and into a full 360-degree spin. 66 there, trying to gain ground. On the outside line, heading through. Oh, and there's contact, and another car spinning off. Now, who was that? Was that the number 2, maybe, of Charles Graham? No, Graham wasn't in that group, I don't think. Anyway, whoever it is, they've got back going again. And was it perhaps the 25 that they tangled with of John Davis? He seems to be a bit off the pace down the Hanger Straight. So I've had a couple of near misses, cars getting tagged into spins, which is understandable in conditions like these. But the crucial thing is they're able to carry on. Mike Genvy, meanwhile, sets the fastest lap of the race, a 111.3. And on that lap, he was 8/10 quicker than the 2 cars ahead of him. There's another spin now, the number 50 car of Darcy Smith in the Wolf Thunder. Recovers from a rotation at Club, whether assisted or not in that rotation, not sure, but no obvious damage on the Wolf. But, yeah, interesting lap times for the front then. Joe Locke struggling all of a sudden. That last lap was about 6/10 slower than his best, and well, he could actually be in traffic because they're lapping in the 1 minute 11s, and the spread from front to the field to back of the field is just under a minute, so no, they're not quite in traffic yet, but when they do get into traffic, that will add a whole extra dynamic into this race. Through Village Corner goes this midfield pack, but I'm intrigued to see whether those gaps at the front keep coming down. It's another relatively slow lap for Joe Locke, a 1:12.1, matched by Jack Fabi. But again, Genvy was quicker than Fabi, so second place is the battle we need to watch, really, because that gap was only 0.3 of a second at the line, and 7/10 quicker last time around was Mike Genvy, so I think we could see a move for second place before too much longer. A move attempted here, further back, James Keevil under pressure. Shane Kelly's up into 7th place, by the way, but there is the fight for second, and Mike Genvy has got up alongside Jack Fabi, but Jack has the agility through the link, manages to fend him off, but Genvy, I think, will have the horsepower down the Hanger Straight. It took Mike a few laps to get up to speed and to get the tyres up to temperature, but now that he's done that, he is unstoppable, drags past Jack Fabi down the back straight. Jack immediately pulls into the slipstream, but there's nothing he can do, and the youngster from the northwest is going to lose a position, and actually would be better served now, I think, tagging along with Mike Genvy and trying to pursue him onto the tail of Joe Locke, the race leader, because Genvy clearly has the speed to bridge that 4-second gap that Joe has established. A moment there for the Adola Motorsport prepared Praga. There are about a dozen Pragas, I think, in the UK, Jack was telling me last night, and only a handful of them out on the grid here this weekend. We're expecting to see a few more as the season goes on, but you know, anyone who fancies a go in a Praga, this is a great opportunity for you to come and obviously take part in some very exciting racing, a brilliant eclectic mix of prototypes in the Zio Prototype Series. Very well organised championship, part of the Brscc paddock, of course, and it will be a great place to come and race your Praga. There is no one-make Praga series anymore in this country, so get yourself along to the Zio Prototype Series. Get yourself a drive. They look like brilliant cars to drive, don't they? As do all of the cars on the grid, including these two. We've got the number 15 car of the Chamberlains, so that is... one of those Chamberlains is Richard Chamberlain, the other is his son Matthew Chamberlain. Scott Woodward was reminding me the other night that Richard Chamberlain, this time last year when we were racing on the Grand Prix circuit here at Silverstone, brought out his Porsche that he races in GT Cup, amongst other things, and that car looked truly bizarre amongst a grid of full sports prototypes. Now, though, he is at the wheel of the CTR 01, And he is about to gain a place, I think, here as they head down into the link road. But the other place that's about to be gained, I think, is the race lead, because Mike Genvy, with another new fastest lap, a 1:11.1, was over 2 seconds quicker than Joe Locke last time around, and he's only 1.2 seconds back. So that lead change is imminent. It could even happen on this lap. Here they come, look, in traffic. Through the... In fact, he's got him already. He's got him already. Genvy already ahead of Joe Locke. He was 1.2 seconds back at the start-finish line. And by turn 2, he was ahead. So Joe Locke obviously had a bit of a poor run through the first few corners. And Genvy has managed to make pretty light work of that. So Mike Genvy into the lead. Locke second. Fabi has not been able to go with Genvy, though. So Joe Locke at least pretty secure in P2. Joe in the number 8 car, which was a late addition to the entry for this weekend. Blast past one of the radicals, many radicals as you'd expect, out on the grid. Most of them down in the lower order, though. Genvy tries to pick his way past another of them. That's the 46 of Chris Child, the SR4 radical. Genvy should now be able to march away at the front of the pack, really. Even with the overtake, even with the traffic, he does another fastest lap, a 1:11.0. Now, these cars in particular, with all of that aero, all of that downforce, big, wide, treaded tyres on the cars, they should be pretty effective at clearing the water away from the racing line as well. And it's a long race, relatively speaking, half an hour. We're not even 10 minutes in yet, so what I'm saying is that the track conditions might evolve over the course of this race. And it could be that some of those who are just pacing themselves at this point, looking after the wet tyres, might benefit in the long run if they've managed to keep the tread on the tyres. Of course, by going hell for leather in the early stages, yes, you've got lots of pace and you're using your wet tyres effectively, but they will only last so long. Wet racing tyres are a much softer compound than a slick racing tyre. And of course, because they have the blocks of tread on them, the tread starts moving around. That generates heat in the tyre. And as the track dries out, there's no water there to cool the tyre back down. And that's why Jack Fabi there was driving well off the racing line down the Hanger Straight, finding the wetter side of the road to try and ensure that he doesn't overheat those tyres. Battle going on here between the number 9 of the Gilmans, Richard and John Gilman, sharing that car. Someone else just in front of them. This, though, is the Chamberlain car, continuing to battle away with... Well, actually, it's picking its way... back ahead there of the number 30 car of Mark Grayson. Grayson losing a couple of places on this lap, actually, I think, because I think that Windhauser's gone through as well. Yes, he has. Windhauser in the number 99 car. Max Windhauser, the car run by Tim Gray Motorsport. Tim, of course, very successful prototype racer in other series over the years. I think we might have seen him out in Zero Prototypes at some point in the past. It's, running cars at the moment, running the Norma for Max Windhauser. Chamberlain's right in behind then, dropping down the hill through the Vale. Up the inside slips the recovering Darcy Smith in the Wolf Thunder. Was that the position? Yes, it was, going past Mark Grayson. But Mike Genvy coming up to lap them already, so we're about to complete 9 laps, and Mike Genvy is already lapping cars that are just outside the top 10. So shows the difference in speed, doesn't it, out there between cars of different classes. Genvy running in Class B, Locke in second, runs in Class A. Fabi, as I said, is a invitational car, so runs in Class E. And other class leaders, Class C led by the number 7 of Matthew Jones, the Radical RSX, in 6th position overall. 1 position ahead of his nearest class rival, Charles Graham, but about 10.5 seconds between them last time I checked. And that is it for class leaders, classes A, B, C and E. I don't think we've got any of the Class D cars with 1 litre or less engine capacity. Number 7 car, I don't know whether that's intentional, but Matthew Jones's Radical has a very Bentley-esque vibe about it, doesn't it? That car livery looks spookily similar to the livery that adorned the 2003 Le Mans 24-hour winning Bentley. I might have the year wrong. It was a terrifyingly long time ago, 2003. But anyway, certainly evoking a very similar vibe to the Bentley boys. And that car is currently sat in 6th position, leads in Class C. And the Radical RSX One of the prettier liveries out there, certainly. I'm not convinced the red rear wing fits the overall image they were going for, but helps it stand out, I suppose. And as the sun breaks through now, that rear wing might start to become a bit more useful. As the track dries out, the drivers can really utilise all of the downforce that these sports prototypes generate. He's having a bit of a tough time lapping John Davis here, though, in his SR3. This is not for position, but you'd think it was, the way that they are battling away. Car number 5, meanwhile, Graham Charman in the Juno. Second in Class B, so that's the same class as Mike Genvy. But obviously some way adrift, 23.7, nearly 23.8 seconds adrift of the race leader. Down through the right-hander at Stowe we go. Things settling down a bit now as we move into, well, nearly halfway through this race. Actually been a very energetic opening half of this first race of the season for the Zio Prototype Series. Now, here comes Shane Kelly. So Shane Kelly, after that spin at turn 1, up into the top 5 now. He was at the start of the lap, 3 seconds behind Graham Charman. And actually on the previous lap was 9/10 slower than him, but may have been stuck in traffic. So we'll see what this lap time is for the pair of them. Charman a personal best, a 1:12.1. Kelly a 12.0, so fractionally quicker. You can see they've got the number 66 car between them right now, which is a lap down. That's Richard Hardy in the Radical SR3 RS. But Shane Kelly, clearly that car is not too wounded, if at all wounded, after the contact it had. I wouldn't mind seeing the rear right corner of this number 11 car if we get a chance, just to see if there is any obvious bodywork damage or geometry issues, but it doesn't look like there is the way that he's going. Just did his personal best lap of the race, as many drivers are starting to do now that the conditions are improving a bit. But chasing down Graham Charman, they run in different classes. Of course, Kelly in the same class as Jack Fabi. The Pragas all run as an invitational class, but it would be nice to get more of them out there, have a sort of unofficial Praga Cup maybe within the Zio Prototype Series. That is the leading Praga of Jack Fabi, putting a lap on this brilliant battle that's still ongoing between the Chamberlain number 15 car and Max Windhauser in the Norma. Look at Fabi almost driving along the red paint on the inside of the road there. They're all going offline now, aren't they? You can see how much less spray there is on the racing line than offline, and that's a great indicator that that racing line is now pretty much free of any standing water. And that is good news to an extent, because the track's getting quicker, but with still half the race to go, it's bad news when you think about tyre conservation. Down through Club Corner comes another little knot of cars. Number 2 at the front of this, that's Charles Graham in the SR3. He is running 7th, second in Class C, and has been caught, I think, by the number 19. Yes, so this is for class position. James Keevil running 3rd in Class C, has caught the second place man. Here comes Chamberlain, back up the inside of Windhauser, this time into Stowe Corner. Has he made the move? Yes, I think he has. Nicely done. So whichever of the Chamberlains is in the car, it's saying M. Chamberlain, so Matthew Chamberlain presumably, although Max Windhauser's back up the inside of him now, heading through the club chicane. But no way through, no traction on that inside line. Chamberlain manages to stand his ground. They're both being caught, look, by the recovering Darcy Smith, so this is about to become a 3-way fight for 11th position. Now Chamberlain, Windhauser and Smith, they're all in different classes actually. Chamberlain Class B, Windhauser Class A, Smith Class C. Here comes Shane Kelly, by the way, still hasn't caught Graham Charman. In fact, he's dropped back now. Slower on that lap by nearly 2 seconds. So Kelly's had a moment somewhere, but now Charman, looking the number 5 car, is on the tail of this battle that we've been following to put a lap on them. So this is going to delay him and could allow Shane Kelly to take a chunk of time out of him. Look how much he's held up on the apex there at Chapel. Does he then have the power to drag past them down the straight? I think he does, or at least he's going to get past Darcy Smith. Not going to get Windhauser yet, though, so he'll have to sit behind him through Stowe Corner, maybe even into the Vale. Windhauser's car working well in a straight line, isn't it, the Norma? Down through the dip. Nips up the inside of Windhauser. Does he into Vale? Late on the brakes. Windhauser sees him coming, thankfully. Charman does manage to go through, but I reckon Shane Kelly is probably going to gain a chunk of time on this lap over the 4th place man. Kelly frustrated, I'm sure, not to be up there battling Jack Fabi for the class victory, but going to have to wait until race 2 later on this afternoon to have the opportunity to do that, possibly in very different conditions. Stowe comes Charles Graham, second in class to Matthew Jones, but James Keevil, who had got within a second of him at the start of the lap. Where is Keevil in the number 19? He's still behind, I think. Yeah, one of the white cars just behind. So Charles Graham hanging on to P2 in his SR3 Radical. Keevil in the SR3 as well, so identical machinery. There they go. They've got a lapped car between them, but not for much longer. Keevil gets a good run out of club, goes onto the curb, weaves his way through. On that lap, by the way, Kelly was 1.5 seconds, 1.4 seconds quicker than Charman, but of course he now has to do the difficult job of getting past these lapped cars, and the Prague's strength is not in a straight line, it's through the corners, so always difficult to lap cars if you're perhaps a bit slower than them down the straights, because then you get boxed in behind them through the corners, which is of course where you generate your lap time, so it can be a frustrating situation that for the Prague drivers, but Shane will, I'm sure, take his time, understands there's not much point taking any big risks at this point. Oh, well, never mind, he's in the pit lane. So no risks being taken at all by Shane Kelly. He's in now. Is this a legacy, I wonder, of the incident earlier on? He sets the fastest lap, but that's because the pit lane is a bit of a cut through, and that won't count officially as a fastest lap. It's a shorter route to the timing line via the pit lane than it is out on the racetrack. Look at the rear wing on Genvy's car really wobbling around. That didn't seem... It's coming loose, isn't it? That is... now, this is Mike Genvy then, second place... race leader, but the rear wing looks as though it is in the process of coming loose. That's a lot of lateral movements on that wing. One of the struts, I think, is either loosened or is about to break, and that could be big if that happens. There you can see down the straight it looks okay. It's through the corners that it's wobbling about. What are his lap times saying? 1:12.7, still quicker than Joe Locke behind. Runs a bit deep through Abbey. He will be probably unaware of this situation behind him. But that is slight cause for concern for the race leader. The wobbling won't affect him massively, but my worry is that something is weakening on that rear wing structure. Certainly not pushing too hard through Chapel there. In fact, he's slowing, is he? Is he slowing? He was looking down in the cockpit there. Is Genvy starting to slow down, or was that just a missed gear or something? He might have more than one problem to contend with then if there's a mechanical issue as well. So we'll keep an eye on that. He's about to catch this big marauding pack of radicals that are going 3 wide down the hill, and this is the battle for second place in class, isn't it? That is Charles Graham and James Keevil. Keevil in the white number 19 car gets the inside through the first part of club, then trades a bit of paint with Graham through the second part, but he had the grippier outside line and he manages to sweep through. So Charles Graham into second position in the class, and I wonder whether James Keevil in second place in position. Wonder whether he's now going to have the pace to pull away or not. Through comes Genvy, still going, so he didn't pit. So if there is an issue that he's aware of, he's not choosing to head for the pit lane. But yeah, that rear wing is a bit of a cause for concern, I'd have thought. Hopefully if he makes it to the flag, John Neal can ask him about that and see how much it was affecting him. That looked like an interesting moment for Darcy Smith as he slipped up the inside of one of the radicals. Was that for position? I don't think it was. No, it's the number 6 car, isn't it, of Rob Gilman, who was a lap behind him, but obviously having to go right to the edge of the road to find a way past. Genvy then back towards us, and still running solid lap times. He's not being matched by Joe Locke in second place. Shane Kelly, by the way, back out on track now in 8th position, so I'm not sure what the reason for pitting was, but Shane Kelly having had a very brief run through the pit lane. He only spent about a minute in there, so stopped and then went pretty quickly after. He has rejoined the race, still of course second in his class, but he's not particularly interested in that. 8th place overall will be a bit of a disappointment if that's where he ends up. It was 5 and 9 here, or 9 and 5. That's the Gilmans ahead of Graham Charman. Charman is running 4th place. Oh, sorry, I beg your pardon, that's 51 actually, sorry, not 5, so that's 51, which is Doug Carter. I should have known that, that's the same car Doug's been pedalling for a number of years now. Shane Kelly catching now Joe Locke, so that's the frustration for Kelly. He's got good pace, hasn't he, but The spin at the first corner and now this unscheduled pit stop has derailed his chances of a good result. Out of Chapel, virtually no spray coming from the back of the cars through that part of the track now. It's definitely drying up quite nicely. You've got Jack Fabi in the background starting to close in. Graham Charman running 4th overall. Matthew Jones 5th and leader still in Class C. Keevil, though, on the previous lap, 2nd place in that class, was nearly 2 seconds quicker than him, well, 2.5 quicker than him, but is how far back, I wonder? Still about 10 seconds or so, I think, the gap. We'll monitor that one over the closing stages. 7 minutes of the race still to go. Personal best that time for Keevil at 1:14.0. So yeah, consistently a 2.5 quicker than Jones, but I don't think he's quite going to have time to catch the class leader. Sun once again coming out. That can make visibility worse in some cases when it's a bit damp out there. Water glints off the reflective surface of the track with it being wet. Looks like it's turning into a slightly nicer spring day now here at Silverstone. Here comes Fabi, putting Doug Carter another lap down. 11 seconds the lead gap now for Mike Genby over Joe Lock. So, thought I heard a screech of tyres. We've got a radical pointing the wrong way. It's parked at the perfect angle for me to not be able to see the number on the side of the car. So we'll try and ID them when they get going again, if they get going again, which hopefully they will. Here comes Genby. Now that wing, I think, has broken properly, has it now? It looked a lot lower on driver's right that time. No, its struts are still both there, but it's got to be affecting performance, you would have thought. Surely. I don't think this is a design of that wing. I don't think it's supposed to be wobbling around like this. Number 9, we're hearing it was that had the rotation. Thank you for the info. That was the Gilmans. Radical SR3. Not sure which Gilman's in the car for this one, but they have, I think, carried on after the rotation up at Village. No yellow flags that I can see. Genby, if anything, is taking more time out of Lock now than he has been at any other point in the race. That gap's up to 12.3 seconds now. Consistently lapping now over a second quicker than the 2nd place man. So that wing, I would have thought, would be causing an issue, but obviously not. See him running right down the driver's right of the hanger straight to try and pick up any bit of moisture on the wet tyres that he can. There is Joe Lock in the background, easy for me to say. And now he is being caught by Jack Fabi again, isn't he? Jack Fabi, half a second quicker last time around. So the Praga directly behind Joe Lock, that's Shane Kelly, laps down. But behind them, the black Praga, there is Jack Fabi. And he is running 3rd place overall. And he is just starting to eat into the advantage that Joe Lock has. There are only just under 5 minutes to go, so I don't think it's going to be that easy for Fabi to steal 2nd place back again, but he's going to give it a good go, I'm sure, and he'll be cheering on Shane Kelly at the moment because Shane, although he's a lap behind Joe Lock, is quicker than him and is about to try and unlap himself, I think, so that could really benefit Jack. Out of Club towards Abbey they go. You can see there the Praga's deficit in a straight line. But once they get to the twisty bits, they are noticeably quicker. So that time around, Fabi, wow, at 1.7 seconds quicker that time. So 2.7 is the gap. And if Shane Kelly can get up and around Joe Lock, that will further assist Jack in his pursuit of 2nd place. James Keevil has stopped on track, has he, in the number 19. So James was 2nd place in class earlier on, wasn't he? Just moved ahead of Charles Graham a few laps ago, but Keevil, you can see greyed out on the timing tower, and he's got an exclamation mark next to his name on the timing screen, which means he's either stopped on track or he's pulled into the pit lane. Usually it means stopped on track. Down towards Stowe Corner, though, comes what is building into quite a nice battle now for 2nd position. I wonder whether this is Joe Lock having used his tyres up. As I said in the early stages, those who are quick at the start of these kind of races, where the track is drying, can often struggle in the last few minutes. Jack Fabi didn't look like he was pushing too hard. Oh, spin for the 66. And thankfully avoided by the car that was directly behind, and again narrowly avoided by the 2nd and 3rd place cars, which, by the way, are now absolutely nose to tail. That was the number 66 of Richard Hardy, but here comes the fight for 2nd. Jack Fabi has got past Shane Kelly, so it is now a genuine fight for position. This, you've got Joe Lock in the Spire, Jack Fabi in the black number 16 car, the Praga, not that far behind him now, and he's going to try and have a go, I think, under braking, heading in towards Village Corner, just under 3 minutes to go, and Jack Fabi goes 2nd. In the end, it's a bit of a formality penalty, really. Nothing that Joe Locke could do to defend from that, but if he can stay close enough, he should have the grunt down the hanger straight and might be able to get back alongside again. Let's see how this one works out. Out onto the hanger straight they go. And is the Spire SSSC going to have enough power to retake this position? He's pulling alongside Jack Fabi, goes to the outside line, draws fully clear, and Jack cannot break late enough into Stoke Corner to get the place back, or can he? Oh, peeks to the inside, but the door is firmly but fairly closed in his face, and Joe Locke hangs on to the position. So brilliant battling this for second place overall. They're both running in different classes. In fact, the top 3 cars all in different classes, classes B, A and E respectively. That doesn't matter when you're out on track and battling for an overall podium position. You're going to go for it, and that's exactly what Jack Fabi does. So much more grip through Club Corner, but so much less power down the main straight. Joe Locke tried to get to the inside, but Fabi closed the door, and now should be able to make second place his own. So a good little exchange that between the two of them. But Joe Locke had no choice but to give that one up. Could have probably got to the inside into Abbey, but that would have been the wrong line to be on, and would quite likely have led to a bit of a moment. Not worth throwing that away. He's got the class win in the bag if he stays on the island. Here come the Chamberlains. They are running 10th place still. I think Matthew Chamberlain at the wheel in this car, in this race, sorry. They'll swap over for race 2 later on. We are a minute and a quarter away from checkered flag, and Jack Fabi, well, he's not racing away from Joe Locke, is he, in fairness? Joe staying with him. I know that we've cut them there at the end of the hanger straight, which is where the Spire is at its strongest, but that's not a huge gap. It's close enough that if Fabi trips over a back marker or something, or loses control, which he nearly did through the club chicane, close enough is Joe Locke that he could take advantage. But Genvi, though, has gone through to start what should be his final lap, I think. He's lapping in the 1 minute 12s, and he crossed the line with 1 minute and 8 seconds left. So this should be the last lap of the race for Genvi, who has a few questions to answer at the end of this race, really. I'd be interested to know what his tactic was at the start of the race, whether he was deliberately managing the tyres, because he didn't look all that rapid at the start. And I also definitely want to know about this rear wing that has been wobbling around for at least half the race. Doesn't seem to be slowing him down, doesn't seem to be leading to any sort of major handling imbalance, but he may tell us differently when he chats to Richard John Neal in a few minutes' time. Battle going on ahead of him, but he's not going to catch them before the flag, and so it will be checkered flag this time around for Mike Genvi. That's Joe Locke. That's Joe Locke. Third place Joe Locke off the road. Not sure where that is, exiting Village, I think, but Mike Genvi will come through to take the checkered flag. Second will be Jack Fabi, but I don't think Joe Locke's going to be third anymore. He should, as long as he gets going, be able to hang on to the class victory, because he was over a lap. In fact, he was a couple of laps clear of his nearest Class A rival, which was Alistair Smart, down in 9th position overall. He has got going. There he went, look, out of Chapel. So, bizarre end to the race there in more ways than one. There is Jack Fabi, a charging second place overall and the best of the Pragas. Shane Kelly was a full lap behind him after a spin at turn 1 and a visit to the pit lane. And third goes the way of Graham Charman, second in Class B. Matthew Jones has come through to take the honours in Class C. And that's it, isn't it? You've got, yeah, all of our class winners inside the top 6 positions. But a good race that. Joe Locke does now come across the line, 4th position. But slightly stressful end to his race. The Chamberlains just get the better of Max Windhauser after a race-long duel between the two of them. Only just under 2 seconds between them at the end, and actually Windhauser putting in his personal best lap. And Mike Genvi takes the checkered flag twice. I don't think he realised that the race was over there. Obviously not concerned about that rear wing then. If he was happy to do another lap, yes, you can celebrate. You could have celebrated a minute and a half ago, Mike, but obviously missed the checkered flag. He was in traffic, in fairness, and as daft as it sounds, it's easy to miss that checkered flag, especially where it is, because it's right, the finish line is not where the start line is on the exit of Club Corner, it's right on the exit of the corner. The drivers aren't really looking over at the pit wall as they exit the final turn. So we'll forgive Mike that, but it means we've got a couple of minutes before he gets back to the pit lane in order to run through the results. Mike Genvy, the overall and Class B winner. Jack Fabi, second, the best of the Pragas in Class E, with Graham Charman coming home overall third. Joe Locke was the Class A victor in fourth position. Matthew Jones won in Class C in fifth place, ahead of Shane Kelly, Charles Graham, Alistair Smart, Matthew Chamberlain, and Max Windhauser in the Norma. Then a brace of Class C runners. Darcy Smith 11th, Oscar Joyce 12th, Mark Grayson 13th, and 14th position for Richard Hardy. Doug Carter and Chris Child, all of these cars running in Class C, by the way. They were 15th and 16th respectively. Sam Shaw, John Davis and Richard Gilman were next. Robert Gilman in the number 6 car, apparently, in that race was 20th, with Ian Charles and Jack Keevil. Now, Keevil was actually the only car not running at the flag. So of the 22 starters, we never got Alistair Bolton on the track, unfortunately. We had the 22 that did start the race, only one of them failing to finish. But a shame that for Keevil, because he was second in class and had charged his way through to that second place pretty effectively. His car is the one that will need recovering. I think I might have also spotted there Darcy Smith pulling over to the side of the road, heading out of Village. So I think his car has had an issue on the way back to the pits. Recovery truck heading out to assist with well, the recovery of that car. So, podium interviews ready to be done, and lots of questions, interesting questions to be posed to Mike Genvy, particularly about that rear wing. Let's see if we can get some answers, courtesy of Richard John Neal.
Well, a real treat for us to see these sports prototypes in action here at Silverstone. Also a treat to watch a masterclass by Mike Genvy, who is just getting his crash helmet off, was actually last into victory lane. But another win for Mike in the Genvy gun. Congratulations, Mike.
Thank you.
Cracking race, and just talk us through, I mean, difficult conditions.
Yeah, really hard, and it was really wet this morning, so it was actually quite different. It's the first time I've driven the car this year. It was in qualifying, so I'm not really into it. So it was really hard the first few laps. But I don't know what happened to I can't remember who, but obviously we got into second quite nicely, and then it looks like the tyres went off on the car ahead. So then on, it was a bit of nursing it, but like all these things, it's never easy because everything sounded like it was going wrong.
The other thing that Andy McEwen picked up in the commentary was the wing, the flexing on the wing. Did that cause any problems? Was that by design? Were you aware of that?
No, thanks to him for pointing it out. We'll deal with that accordingly. So it's a new rear wing, so yeah, it's all in one piece. But yeah, we'll sort that out for the next race, and hopefully it'll be a bit more rigid.
Fingers crossed, there might be a bit more performance for the air, but Andy was well on the case anyway on that one. But yeah, hopefully I think a little bit drier for race 2. So. Changes to effect?
I don't know, I'd take wet. Given that, that was absolutely perfect. So, yeah, it's been easier on the neck when it's wet. So, it's a nice kind of warm-up into the season, really. So, yeah, great to start off with the race. Obviously, I saw a static checkered flag,
right.
But not waving. So, we'll work out what the rules are on that.
Well, you were first anyway, so it's great to see you again on the top step of the podium, Mike.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. Well, very well done, Mike Genvy, our winner. Let's talk to Jack Fabi, who took second position. Handshake with Mike there. Jack driving the Praga. We'll get you over, so we've got a little bit of branding in the background as well, Jack, if that's okay. The Praga, lovely car. And also you gave us a little bit of a treat with a dice, wasn't it, with Joe Locke in the sort of later stages of the race.
Yeah, absolutely. I had a really good start, actually, from 6th, got kind of straight up there into the front 2 or 3. I wasn't expecting the car to be this quick out the box. We really struggled in qualifying, actually. I was basically going from complete left lock to complete right lock for the entire lap. But knowing the race, it was mega then. I managed to just get past Joe at the start. Past Mike, sorry. And unfortunately, I was coming into Vale, and I just couldn't quite get stopped and locked up the front right and sailed past the apex by about 3 barn fields. But no, it was a brilliant race, and yeah, I mean, it's very difficult to keep up with this thing with Mike's, and very much so of Joe's, but I'm very happy just to jump in. A bit of a late call up, but a great race.
That's great. We're glad you're here. The other discipline, of course, that you have to deal with is I won't say slower cars, but you do come across traffic, don't you, and have to deal with the people driving in some of the lower powered classes.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've been very lucky over the past few years where I've managed to race in quite a lot of different multi-class championships. So my experience of traffic is relatively good. So managed to carve my way through it. I think Joe had a problem towards the end there, to be honest. He wasn't at the pace he was at the start. But yeah, very happy to get it at just a few laps from the end.
Excellent. Well, thanks for chatting to us. And very many congratulations. Class win, and also second on our overall podium. We also need to catch up with Graham Charman. Graham? Sorry, Graham. He's in trying to have a quick chat with you.
Hello.
Congratulations. We've got cars on track for the next race, but we'll have a quick word anyway. And a late third position.
Yes, yeah, what a result, eh? I came from 8th, I think. Wasn't really sure where I started on the grid, to be honest. I had a rough running problem really severely. Couldn't rev past sort of 5,500, 6,000 RPM. It wouldn't pick up, it wouldn't run properly. Found the problem with that just before this race, which was a failed plug, spark plug, that is. So 4 new spark plugs. Yeah, and it ran better. So yeah, brilliant to be on the podium. I think I can thank the Spire for that. I was running 4th till the last lap. He expired, shall we say? I had a bit of an altercation on the start. I was surprised to finish, to be honest, because it was difficult to see anything. We all concertinaed up on the first corner. I hit the back of a Praga. I think somebody hit me from behind as well, but I'm not sure. Thankfully, I was able to keep running. Here we are. 3rd on the podium. Excellent.
Great stuff, Graham. Hope to see you for race 2 as well. We've got cars on track for the next race. Thank you for chatting to us.
Thank you.
Congratulations on the podium. Let's hand you back to Andy, who's going to have a look at the Gaz Shocks Mazda MX5s.
Thanks, Richard. Yeah, final race before lunch here at Silverstone, and it's the second round of the 2024 Gaz Shocks Mazda MX5 Championship. They had a very exciting race yesterday that was won by Tom Langford. Did exactly what he managed to do here at Silverstone on the Grand Prix circuit last year and won the first race of the year. Can he now go and do the double? He wasn't able to do that last season. It was Adam Sparrow, actually, who won the second race, and Adam Sparrow is going to be starting on the front row alongside him, so history could well repeat itself here today. It already has in some ways yesterday, with one of the front runners losing a wheel, as he did a year ago here at Silverstone. So a real sense of deja vu as we head into this second race of the season. So the grid then lines up with Tom Langford on pole based upon his race win yesterday. Adam Sparrow in second position. And it is Jack Noller who will line up third ahead of Jack Moody. Then Ben Short and Neil Chisnell. Ben Short was a bit disappointed with his pace yesterday, just could not keep up with the leading group, but let's see if he can do any better in the damp conditions today. Harry Storer and Levi Aisbit are next ahead of Graham Rumsey, and Chris Thelwell completing the top 10. Chris Wright and Richard Wootner on row 6. Tim Dorr will start 13th, the Australian driver who once raced against Mark Webber in Formula 4, don't you know. He has been given a 5-place grid penalty after a collision at the beginning of yesterday's race. Clive Chisnell 7th on the grid alongside him. Tim Storer and Simon Privet are together on row 8 ahead of Ugo Carini and Jonathan Fields in row 9. Row 10, Richard Bartlett and Bill Taylor. Row 11, one to watch for, 2 Rapid AB Motorsport drivers, Rob Smith, former BTCC driver, and Luke Pullen, who's the man who lost the wheel yesterday whilst battling for the lead. Started on the front row yesterday. Those two both should move through the order. Will Chadwick likewise, actually, and Adam Craig. So all 4 of those at the back who didn't finish yesterday are quick and should be able to get towards the front of the field. Whether they can get there before the lead pack escapes, we'll have to wait and see, but that will be their target, definitely. And we may see them working together a bit in the early stages to make sure that they are able to catch up. So yeah, interesting. Last year, Silverstone Grand Prix circuit played host to the season opening event, and like I said, Tom Langford won the opening race, survived a clash with his teammate Luke Pullen on the way. Promise that's the last time I'll bring that up, and went on to get the victory, and then finished third in race 2 behind Adam Sparrow and Steve Foden. Steve Foden, the reigning champion, of course. He's moving over into the Audi TT Championship this year, but I believe a little birdie tells me that we might see him back on board an MX5 at some point this year, so keep an eye out for that. But he went from the back of the grid, and a big grid it was, a 30-plus car grid that we had last year for the season opener, to finish in second place. It was a remarkable performance from him, and he went on to win the third race of the weekend and the championship as well. But it was Adam Sparrow victorious in damp greasy conditions on the Sunday morning last year. And here we are, Sunday morning, well, Sunday afternoon now actually, but damp, greasy conditions, and Sparrow lines up on the front row. So is that a sign maybe that car number 19 might be the one pulling up in front of the winner's board in 20 minutes? Well, let's find out. The red lights are on. They go out now, and the second round of the Gas Shocks Mazda MX5 Championship is underway, and it is a good start made by Langford. Langford will hold on to the lead then as they barrel towards Abbey Corner. Sparrow slots in second. Good start made by Jack Moody. Look, he's up into third position. Ben Short is on the attack as well. They all clamour for the inside line to Abbey. Someone with their hand out of the cockpit already. Not sure what that was all about. Perhaps they're running into some sort of mechanical issues already, but they head towards Village for the first time with Langford the leader and Moody up into second position. Jack Moody on a mission at the beginning of race number 2, and he is already in podium contention. He wants to go and challenge Tom Langford for the race victory if he can. Keep an eye to the likes of Pullen and Smith and Chadwick and Craig coming through from the back of the field as well. Tim Dorr there levering someone aside as they head through Chapel Corner and out onto the Hanger Straight for the first time of asking. So it looks like Pullen's gained about 6 or 7 places already. He's the camo car on the outside line. I think Will Chadwick was not far behind him. Challenge meanwhile for the race lead, and maybe history is going to repeat itself because it is that man Adam Sparrow who gets to the front as they arrive down at Stowe Corner. But Langford on the outside line tries to find the grip, which he does. Has he got the racing room? Yes, he has. Great respectful racing there between the two of them. Sparrow left him space, and Langford hangs on to the advantage. They drop down into the Vale for the first time. Then, Jack Noller snatches a break. For a moment, I thought he was going to meet the rear end of Jack Moody's car in a hurry, but avoided contact. And this leading group of 5 will accelerate out of club for the first time and make their way towards the end of the opening lap, with Langford leading, Sparrow second, Moody third, Ben Short looking better today in 4th position. A few setup tweaks, I'm sure, on the BS Motorsport car. Then you've got Jack Noller 5th, 6th place Neil Chisnell, 7th Levi Aisbit, Harry Storer 8th, Chris Wright 9th, and Rob Smith 10th. So Rob Smith, the one who really made the progress there. Smith started 21st. That is 11 places gained from not only the former touring car racer, but very successful Ford Fiesta racer. And he is going to be a contender for a top 5, I think, before much longer. Oh, Tim Dorr isn't, though. He's off at turn 1. Not sure how he got there, but he's carrying on with not too much damage by the looks of it. Move made there, by the way, by Ben Short. So Ben Short's into third now, ahead of Jack Moody. And you can actually see a bit of a drying line now, a bit of a dry line appearing up at Chapel Corner. But that little battle for third has just allowed the top 2 to make a bit of a break now. So Langford looking at his mirrors, checking out where Adam Sparrow is. Sparrow not choosing to make an attack this time, but Jack Noller is trying to get to the inside of Jack Moody, who is later on the brakes than Noller, and retains 4th place. In fact, he's got ideas of going back after the race leader, back after 3rd place man Ben Short before too much longer, I reckon. Leaders then drop down through the Vale, and Adam Sparrow content for now, I think, to sit behind the leading car and just manage this race, try and pull away from the 3rd place group whilst they're busy squabbling. Through come Chisnell and Levi Aisbit. Aisbit doing well, 7th place at the moment. That's about the best we've seen from him. And likewise, Harry Storer, who came up through the Clubman Championship a couple of years ago. And Harry Storer is in 8th place overall. Here comes Pullen up the inside. And actually, Rob Smith, his teammate, just ahead, making a move too. So Rob Smith to the inside of Chris Wright. That's for 9th position. Through he goes. Did his teammate Luke Pullen make the move stick as well? Let's look in the background. Does the camo and orange car come through ahead? Yes, it does. So Pullen's got past Graham Rumsey now. There he is, with 4 wheels attached to his number 27 car. A mismatch of alloys now. I think they've changed the wheels, at least on the left-hand side of the car, just as a precaution after that complete hub failure that he had yesterday. The wheel just sheared off the rim at this part of the circuit. So they are taking extra precautions today to make sure that doesn't happen. That was obviously suboptimal as far as his hopes of claiming 3rd career victory in the championship. Gapping now Graham Rumsey, but he's 9.5 seconds nearly off the race lead, so 3/4 and a bit of the race to go. Not sure whether he's going to do much better than a top 5, but we'll wait and see. Good in the wet is Pullen, so should continue to march forward a little bit. Here comes the Chisnell, Aisbit and Storer group through the Vale, and Storer, the white car with his sort of orangey red rims at the back of that group, looking to try and get past the Go For It racing car. Ooh, that's not the way to do it though, gets very sideways over the curb at club. And drops back a car length or so from the cars ahead. Now, man on the move, I reckon, is Ben Short. Well, Sparrow sets a fastest lap, a 28.7. Actually, no, Ben Short was slower than both of the leaders, so as usual, I know nothing. He's dropping back now, 1.2 seconds adrift of Sparrow in second. Fastest lap in the race earns you a championship point, of course, so that at the moment would be going the way of Sparrow, but he wants the 100 points that you get for winning a race. There goes Tim Dorr in the Kermit the Frog car, the green and yellow number 7. After his rotation at Abbey Corner a few laps ago, he's busy trying to fight back. Also a nice move made there by the number 88 car heading through Village. And that was Will Chadwick, who was out, actually tangled in a roundabout sort of way with Tim Dorr at the first corner of race number 1. So he's picked his way through the field. That was him getting past Richard Wootton, I think, for 13th place. Luke Pullen has almost caught Chris Wright now for 10th, so he'll be his next target. There, Graham Rumsey, the next one in the sights of the recovering Will Chadwick. Chadwick, winner of the Brscc Esports series, I believe, that took place over the winter on iRacing using Mazda MX5s. Very, very strong sim racer. And converting that now into good real-world pace. Luke Pullen also has been doing a bit of sim racing over the last few years, and perhaps that's helping his racecraft skills. Picks his way past Chris Wright. Yes, Chris Wright that was, who was 2 seconds behind at the start of the lap, so he bridged that gap pretty quickly and moves up into the top 10. Chadwick getting the better of Graham Rumsey. So Pullen's next challenge is to bridge what is a 3-second gap to the Chisnell, Aisbert, Storer and Rob Smith quartet that are scrapping over 6th position. There they are, coming towards us. They're battling pretty hard, so it shouldn't be too difficult for Luke to gain ground on them. Rob Smith, interestingly, having caught them, hasn't yet found a way past any of them, although I think he's only just arrived on their tail. Smith only half a second quicker than them on the last lap, so he's been with them for a little bit of time. Not yet able to make any forward progress. Ben Short, by the way, has now set the fastest lap and has caught Adam Sparrow and Tom Langford. So we've once again got a 3-way fight for the race lead, as we did, of course, in the closing stages of yesterday's race. A sensational final lap or so as Tom Langford went from 1st to 3rd and back to the lead again. The difference today is that Jack Noller isn't a part of that scrap. Replace him with Ben Short, though, and you've still got a really entertaining battle for the victory to be had. Here they are, look down into the Vale, and Langford and Sparrow have company now. Ben Short, I don't think, was getting on particularly well with the tyres. Lots of the drivers struggling to get to grips with these new Kumho tyres that we've got on the cars this year. Very different compound, naturally, and so it's not that they're any better or worse than the old tyres we used to have, it's just that they take a bit of learning. And Ben Short, I think, in the dry was struggling to do that, but in the wet now, damp conditions anyway, he looks a lot more comfortable. He's in behind the Brian Chandler prepared number 19 machine of Adam Sparrow, and he's looking to try and make a move, I think, down towards the braking zone at Village. And Ben Short will probably wait for the hanger straight to make his move, but if nothing else, distracting Sparrow now. Sparrow watching his mirrors a bit more than he's focusing on what's happening in front of him, and that's likely why that lead gap has just started to grow slightly. Down the back straight they go. Sparrow knows the attack may be coming, pulls to the inside of the road, partly to defend and partly to try and pick up the slipstream of Tom Langford ahead of him. Is he going to make a move into Stowe? No, interestingly. Gives a bit of a bumper to Sparrow down the straight, tries to close in. Now 3 wide behind, this looks interesting. That's Rob Smith up the inside of Levi Aisbert and Neil Chisnell. So he's found a way past Harry Storer. In fact, he's found a way past them all. And the AB Motorsport guest driver, not scoring championship points this weekend, Rob Smith, but he's certainly catching our attention. A brilliant move there to gain, well, 3 places in a lap, half a lap really. And he is now up into 6th position. Watching the background, look, Luke Pullen part of this battle as well now, so it's a 5-way fight going on just outside the top 5. But if Pullen can get through before Rob Smith escapes, those two might have the pace to chase down the leaders yet. We're not even quite halfway through this race, and the leaders are battling. Look, Adam Sparrow goes for the lead because Ben Short had just set another fastest lap. Sparrow realised he was about to come under threat for second and decided the best course of defence was attack. But now Tom Langford in very much the same boat. Tries to get to the inside heading into Village. Can't quite do it though, and so it is car number 19, as was the case 12 months ago, that leads here in race number 2. Ben Short pulls up alongside Langford as well and tries to move through into 2nd position. I think he's going to make that one stick as they drop down the hill. Yes, he does. So the new order, Sparrow, Short, Langford. Moody still fourth ahead of Jack Noller. They're sort of in no man's land there, aren't they? Fourth and fifth, respectively. Rob Smith in the background is in sixth position. But what's going to happen between the leaders this time, heading down into Stowe? Well, Ben Short's going to try and make a move, and Tom Langford's going to try and go with him. So Ben Short pulls to the inside. Sparrow hung out to dry and had to really do well, actually, there to get across in front of Langford, because Langford was trying to fill that gap. As the track dries out, that inside line at Stowe is becoming more and more useful again, isn't it? There's more grip there now than there was an hour or two ago. We saw the SuperCup drivers really struggling to make a move on the inside at Stowe Corner, but Ben Short just did it seemingly with ease, admittedly with a good slipstream and a nice push from Tom Langford down the straight, but he did the bulk of the work under braking. And he does now hit the front again, so all three of these have now had a stint out in front of the pack. Wait and see who is able to be there at the end. We are 9.5 minutes from the checkered flag, so only just into the second half of this race. And Ben Short hits the front for the first time. Oh, brilliant sideways moment there from Ben Short. That didn't look quite as dramatic from our view as it would have done from inside the car, but that was a really good save. It might ultimately cost him the lead, though, because Sparrow comes charging around the outside through Village. They're wheel-to-wheel through the link. Late on the brakes for Sparrow. Can he go around the outside? Yes, he can. But is he going to understeer off the road? No, he doesn't. Manages to keep it between the white lines. Remember, that curb on the exit of the corner denotes track limits, not the white line that's part of the Grand Prix circuit. Short struggling now, weirdly. He's under pressure from Langford after that moment that he had at Farm, probably overheated the rear tyres, but they've both got a slipstream on Adam Sparrow, and they're both going to go up the inside. Three abreast for the race lead, don't mind if we do. And Adam Sparrow does, for the time being, fend them off. Short actually gets the better of Langford as well in that exchange. Hangs on to second place. Is he close enough to attack for the lead into Club? Well, Sparrow thinks he might be, so moves to the middle of the ground to cover. But Short could try and go right round the outside here. No, doesn't quite have the grip to get the car slowed down. And so Sparrow, once again, successfully defends the position. All building up quite nice. Oh, they're three wide in the background. That sixth place battle was all igniting as they went into the club chicane. I hope they're all going to come out the other side of the club chicane, because there isn't really the room for three wide. Ben Short, meanwhile, is going for the race lead up the inside of Adam Sparrow through Abbey Corner. And is he going to make it stick? Not fully. Now, this is where he was almost out of control a lap ago. And is he going to be a bit more circumspect this time? I think he might have been. And so Sparrow slots back in front of him. Will Chadwick, by the way, has just set the fastest lap of the race, all the way down in 11th position. So there are quick cars up and down the order. Here comes the sixth place battle. Rob Smith is at the front of it now, with Harry Storer behind him. Harry Storer has picked his way from the back of this group to the front. Then it's Neil Chisnell, then Luke Pullen, who's probably would have expected to have got past that group a little bit more quickly than he has done. So we'll see if he's able to do anything about them on this lap. Leaders, though, back down the straight. Now, what's happening as they start to knock lumps out of each other is that Jack Moody and Jack Noller are lapping quicker than them. The fourth and fifth place cars just both did their personal best laps of the race and were about half a second, if not more, quicker than the race leader. So could become a five-way fight before you know it, this. Typical MX5 racing. You get a little group that pull away at the front. They work together for a bit and gap the field, but then as soon as they start battling, all bets are off, and they all seem to bunch back together again by the flag. And you can see Moody and Noller, they're almost there now. Definitely closer than they have been. Here comes the next group. Luke Pullen trying to make a move on Neil Chisnell. Late on the brakes, inside line. Nicely done. Not many people have been able to overtake on the inside there in the wet, but Luke finds a way. Now sets off after Harry Storer. Like I said, if he can get to the front of this group and work with his teammate Rob Smith, they should be able to get away, but he's not yet been able to do that for whatever reason. Overtaking at Silverstone is harder in the wet than in the dry, and I suspect that's what's stopping some of these quick drivers from getting through from the back of the field right to the very front, as perhaps they were predicting. Track conditions clearly improving, though, because Jack Moody, now in fourth place, has just set the fastest lap of the race, and actually everybody in the top 10 just registered their personal best laps. So the track conditions suddenly taking a big turn, and Ben Short's car is getting more and more oversteery with every lap that goes by. I wonder if he has overheated those rear tyres. Now, a couple of the drivers have told me that the new tyres, they've got quite a soft sidewall, apparently, and so if you do aggravate the tyres, they go off a lot more quickly than the older tyres used to. And in the wet, if you are really sliding the car around, as Ben Short has been, then that's going to happen all the more quickly. He's still going for the lead, but he's sideways through every single acceleration zone. It's spectacular to watch, but it's not the quickest way around the track. They're almost 3 wide into the braking zone as Tom Langford has a go up the inside of them. Who's going to come out on top? It should be Sparrow with the lead, but Langford slots his way beautifully into second position. And the race 1 winner yesterday is not being counted out of this one at all. Moves into second position, but can he and Short now work together again to close back in on Sparrow? What about Moody and Nolla behind? They are quicker again, surely, than the cars ahead. Yes, they are. Well, they matched the leader, but they were significantly quicker than Langford and Short, who, of course, traded positions that time around. 577 here is Chris Thelwell up the inside of the 991 of Simon Privet. Place gained into Stowe Corner, but this is where the action is. The lead group, and that's Jack Nolla launching to the inside, living up to his team name there, and well and truly going for it with a very late lunge up the inside of Jack Moody. But Nolla can see the leaders getting closer, and he wants to go after them. Gets past Jack Moody, and he will now try and lead their charge to the lead pack. But they lost so much time with that little side-by-side exchange. I would have, if I were Jack Nolla, and there's a reason I'm a commentator, not a racing driver, I should stress, but if I was Jack Nolla, I would have sat behind Moody for another lap and seen if we could catch, because of course Moody is now a bit riled up and he's going to try and come back at him down the back straight. Langford, meanwhile, tries to go to the outside of Adam Sparrow. That's not quite going to work, but I think Jack Moody might have a chance at getting around the outside of Jack Nolla here. These two are not working together and they are losing time. And that might cost them a chance at the race win, but Tom Langford's chances of a race win have rapidly increased over the last lap, because he's gone from third place to first, much as he did at the end of yesterday's race, coming on strong at the end, and he's picked his way back through into first position now. Ben Short perhaps starting to really struggle for grip. He's dropping off the back of these two, so could this become a private battle between Langford and Sparrow for victory in the second race of the weekend? Towards Abbey they go. Langford actually now with the fastest lap, 1:25.5. Compare that to yesterday though, they're still 5 and a bit seconds off a full dry lap time. Ben Short wriggling his way through farm, and he has caught back up to them actually, so I spoke far too soon by counting him out of the race lead battle. 3¼ minutes to go. Who's looked after their tyres? Who's positioned themselves correctly for the end of the race? Short grass tracking slightly there as he tries to get the power down as early as he can out of Chapel. But just can't get off the corners as well as the two ahead, can he? Look, and that means he's not close enough down the straights to attack. And interestingly, Sparrow working with Langford, not choosing to attack him, but then Langford sort of carries a bit too much speed into the corner, probably because of the assist that he was getting from Adam Sparrow. Runs way wide, but look at the momentum that he carries off the corner. It looked like he was going to lose the position there, but by corner exit, he was a car length ahead, almost oval racing style of driving that, wasn't it? By taking the high line through the corner. Looks like you're leaving the door wide open for your opponent, but it's all about momentum. These cars don't have a lot of power, they don't have a lot of grip, and so the less steering lock you can have on the car through the corner, the sooner you can open up the throttle and the more speed you'll carry off the turn. So 2¼ minutes to go, 2 laps remaining, and Ben Short waving at somebody, not sure who. The team presumably on the pit wall. I think he was almost pointing at something, but I don't know what. He's just dropped back a little bit further on that lap, despite that being a personal best lap for Short. It wasn't as quick as the 2 cars ahead of him. He's driving very well here, Ben Short, to try and keep up with them, but ultimately I just don't think he's got the grip underneath him that he needs. What's going on behind, meanwhile? Well, Rob Smith and Luke Pullen have now got to the front of this group, but they're not really breaking away, are they? Harry Storer and Neil Chisnell very much still with them. Now remember, Smith doesn't score points, so Pullen, Storer, they don't need to get past him in order to score any more points from this race. That won't stop them trying, I'm sure. Out onto the hangar straight we go, and Sparrow dropping back now from Langford and actually under threat for second place. That wasn't in the script for Adam Sparrow, and that looks very easy for Ben Short. Now, Sparrow is quite a smart driver, I have to say. I've seen him a lot of times over recent years, since the start of last year when he's become a regular contender for race victory. I've seen him, he really uses his head, and he picks his fights. If Ben Short had the run and was going to attack, I think Adam would have realised there's no point defending from it. That will hold them both up and allow Tom Langford to pull away. Better to let him go, live to fight another day, and maybe still have a shot at victory on the last lap. But I think something might be wrong with Sparrow's car. He's dropped well back now, and actually Ben Short sets the fastest lap of the race. So, as I confidently said, he's not losing pace at the end of the race. He's actually the fastest man on track now, half a tenth quicker than race leader Tom Langford. The trouble is he's 9 tenths behind Tom. There is traffic on the horizon. This is the final lap of the race though, so I don't know whether they're going to catch them before the flag. Tom Langford will be desperately hoping that he doesn't, because that will mean the potential that he could get held up and that Ben Short could get within striking range. And you know that if Ben does get within striking range, he's going to have a go. But Tom Langford, I think, might just have enough in hand now. Out onto the back straight they go. Langford weaving around to try and break the toe, stop Ben Short from getting that slipstream and getting the run down towards Stowe Corner, but he's not really close enough anyway, I don't think. Further back, by the way, Pullen has gone past Rob Smith, so Pullen is into 6th position now. No further changes within the top 10, though. As they drop through Stowe Corner, Jack Noller and Jack Moody, I think, are going to have a bit of a battle through the last few corners, but Tom Langford, a much less frenetic conclusion to the race for him. He got to the front at just the right time and from there was able to pull away, and it looks like he is going to do what he wasn't able to do 12 months ago. He's going to win both of the first 2 races of the season. Luke Pullen around the outside of his teammate Rob Smith. That was close stuff. That's the battle for 6th place heading out of Stowe Corner. Tom Langford has taken the checkered flag. He has claimed the victory and sets the fastest lap as he does so. Ben Short 2nd, Adam Sparrow 3rd, Jack Moody 4th and Jack Noller 5th. Is Luke Pullen going to get 6th? I think he is. Rob Smith tags along behind him. Pullen moves over to cover. Smith's having a go at him actually through the final turn, but Luke Pullen will hang on from the back of the grid. He finishes 6th. Rob Smith finishes 7th, likewise from the back, ahead of Neil Chisnell and Harry Storer, whilst Will Chadwick will come home not in 10th place actually. Levi Aisbert is 10th and Will Chadwick in 11th position. That is Richard Wootton getting the better of Chris Wright for 12th through the final couple of corners. And again, a good example that you don't have to be inside the top 10 to be having an entertaining scrap, and that was a scrap that went the way in the end of Richard Wootton, who was one of a few drivers to pick up penalties for exceeding track limits. 15-second penalty actually he got yesterday. Graham Rumsey's car looks like it's got a few stories to tell after what's been a bruising race for him, and there's time to get one more bit of damage to the front. He gets into the back slightly there of Simon Privet's car. I think that was number 991, but to no avail, not able to get through, and Privet hangs on to what position was that? 19th? Yeah, 19th place for Simon Privet. Graham Rumsey completes the top 20. Jonathan Fieldsend will be the next one through, I think, in 22nd. And then we're just waiting for Tim Storer to finish 23rd and last. Sorry, not 23rd and last, actually. There were 24 runners at the end, with Richard Bartlett last, but he'd gone a lap down. Tom Langford, though, wins by nearly a second in the end. Made that look relatively easy in the closing stages. I'm sure he'll tell Richard John Neal in a moment that it wasn't, but and I believe him, but that was still a slightly less dramatic end to his race than he had yesterday. Ben Short comes home in 2nd, and Adam Sparrow has to settle for 3rd this time. Jack Moody and Jack Noller had an entertaining scrap for 4th, which Jack Moody came out of on top, whilst Luke Pullen and Rob Smith came from the back of the grid to finish 6th and 7th respectively. Neil Chisnell 8th, Harry Storer 9th, and Levi Aisbert in 10th position ahead of Will Chadwick, Richard Wootton, Chris Wright and Adam Craig in 14th position. Tim Dorr was 15th, and the top Masters driver, Rob Smith, technically is a Master, but again doesn't score points, so Tim Dorr will get the 100 points for winning that class. Ugo Carini was 16th ahead of Bill Taylor, then Chris Thelwell, Simon Privet, Graham Rumsey, Clive Chisnell, Jonathan Fieldsend and Tim Storer completed the lead lap cars, with Richard Bartlett the only one to go a lap down. So 2 races in the books, 2 wins for Tom Langford. He's very serious about trying to win this championship in 2024, and he started off in the perfect fashion with a double race victory here at Silverstone. One more race still to go later on, but before that he will have a bit of time to reflect, and he can do that right now with Richard John Neal.
I think we need a zebra crossing here actually, because we've got the cars coming into Parc Fermé, and winning driver coming over to talk to me here. Tom, well done. We was going to get you by the podium, but you've done the safe crossing. Always remember the green cross code. You probably don't remember the green cross code, do you? You're far too young for that.
Well, I'd like to think so. I remember a little bit of it, Rich. But yeah, but first I just want to say thank you to my sponsors, Caesar Auto Electrical, Next Wave Safety Solutions, Mofolio from Germany, and a special thanks to AB Motorsport. The car wasn't drivable Thursday night, and they managed to work everything in, so I'm really, really happy. And of course, Midland Tyre Shaving.
Fantastic. Always good to have many of them with you this weekend?
Just a few. I'm really delighted to have them here and put on a show. First double that I've done in this championship, so I'm really, really thrilled. I thought the race yesterday was very hard, but this was so much harder when you've got Ben and Adam behind.
Yeah, I was going to say, in what way? Elucidate on that a little bit more. More of a workout.
Yeah, more of a workout. I had to think a lot more during this one. Ben's kind of Mr. MX5, and Adam's extremely good in the wet. And the changeable conditions was very hard to judge. And halfway through the race, I let him pass just to see what he was doing. Let him pass. But yeah, I really enjoyed that one. Really happy to get the second win.
It's good, tough company, isn't it? And you know, to get 2 top steps is a great way to start off the season.
It's a fantastic way, and I haven't done it before in this championship, so I'm really thrilled. Really thrilled.
And hat trick?
Well, easier said than done, Richard. But I'm going to definitely try my best, especially with the company I'm keeping at the moment on the podium. It'll be difficult, but I believe I can do it.
How much more different or difficult is a Sunday or day 2 of these meetings? Because obviously on a Saturday you have qualifying, you have two stints in the car, but one's qualifying and one's race, and then Sunday you've got the 2 races. What's the physical difference for you guys?
I think it's more of a mental difference. At least in qualifying you can build up to a fast lap. On the Sunday, when it's straight into a race, you have to be on it straight away, and mentally you have to be prepared to do that.
Okay, that's good. Well done. We'll see what happens in race 3. Hopefully it'll be a podium. Tom, thanks for coming over and braving the traffic as well. Let's have a word with our second place man, Ben Short. So, Ben, we'll grab you over. We'll get by the podium this time. I'm going to drag Laura here, just so we've got a nice backdrop. I think Snetterton last time I chatted to you, Ben, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Yeah,
I think. Wow, that's a firm handshake. That's killed me off, isn't it? Ben, congratulations. Great drive up from 5th start.
Yeah, I think fifth at the start. The conditions were obviously quite well. They changed during the race. Really, the grip disappeared in the middle of the race and then sort of came back a bit. It was weird, but anyway, yeah, it was good fun. And these guys were sort of making the odd mistake, and I think I might have led for a lap or half a lap or something. I can't remember. And then I made a mistake and they came back past. So yeah, I suppose that's Mazda racing, isn't it? Single making close competition.
What's your preference? Prepping and managing, or getting out there and having a race?
Depends how well it's going.
Yeah, good answer.
Yesterday after qualifying, I was very much wish I was prepping and not driving, but then today's started to come good. So yeah, it swings and roundabouts, isn't it?
You did a full campaign?
I have no idea at this point. It was possibly on the cards, but it depends what work commitments. I think there's a clash between Brscc and 750 one weekend, so that would be very tricky. So we'll have to see how it pans out.
Okay, and much to do for race 3?
Wash the windscreen, I think.
That's what we like to hear, isn't it? Well done, Ben Short. Thank you for joining us. Well done.
Thanks.
Congratulations on second position. And Adam Sparrow, who's already here. Adam Sparrow, always well done, mate. Congratulations. I'm going to move over just a little bit so we can get a bit of branding in, and another podium. So not a bad start to the season so far.
No, not a bad start at all, to be honest. It was a shame. I think I could have been able to fight Tom and Ben towards the end, but the exhaust manifold, I don't know if you heard the noise, but yeah, I'm pretty sure the exhaust manifold's gone, so we'll have to have a look at that. But car felt good, and it was a good little battle between the 3 of us.
Sure. Not good to know, not good to happen, but good to know that you've got something that you can put right and get out there for race 3 and maybe move up.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. I mean, as soon as I sort of noticed it starting to go during the race, and then the last 2 laps, that's when it fully went, I could tell straight away before even looking that that's what's gone.
We delve into the history books frequently. Andy McEwen does as commentator, and you look through, and the quality of drivers that have contested, moved on from, stayed with Mazda Racing with the Brscc over the years is incredible. Our top 3s are always very, very strong, and it's the same again this year, isn't it?
Oh yeah, definitely. Obviously Ben's proven Mazda race winner, and he's proven his craft for a lot of years in Mazda. And yeah, Tom was quick as well last year. Obviously he's not been in it that long, but yeah, it's always going to be quick at the front in Mazdas.
Race 3, but how do you prep for that?
Just check over the car and then ace the start and then run the race from there, see where everything plays out.
Not much different to Ben. I don't know if you heard what he said, wipe windscreen and off we go.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, just check everything over and get ready to go.
Yeah, I guess if it's a case of, I mean, you've got the problem that you mentioned that you need to sort out, but if everything else is okay set up, why are you going to stick with it?
Yeah, exactly.
You can mess around with cars too much, can't you?
No, you can't. Especially, I think we weren't too far from dry there, so yeah, just obviously quick setup changes for the full dry later, and then that's it. I'd like to say a massive thank you to BC Cars Motorsport and the MX5 shop for their continued support.
Good man, good closing words, well done. Adam, we'll see you on the podium again a little bit later on today. If not later on today, then certainly later on in the season, I'm sure that's the case. As you probably know, now we're into lunch break time, so it's that part of the day where we get a chance to have a little wander down pit lane. So we're going to have a little bit of a chat as we go, maybe pick up some drivers we didn't see yesterday. Interspersed with this, we've got some more clips that we filmed yesterday morning, which may be of interest to you. And, well, we'll see what we can find. I've got a long... My camera op, Laura, is walking backwards, and at the moment we're at Garage 4, and we're heading towards Garage 20. So, Laura, you've got a lot of backwards walking to do. And if you want to go sideways or whatever, you can do. What this shows you, actually, if we look at the garages, you know, I mentioned at the start of the day, it's a plethora of Mazda championships. We have, as regular viewers will know, 3 Mazda championships. The Clubmans have joined us today. We've got the Mark 1s with the main championship, and then the Mark III SuperCup cars as well. And that means that all of these guys and girls and teams and families are, you know, here all weekend, and it is a massive presence. Now, the presence that we're looking at here, we haven't had a chance, and I apologise to the Modified Fords, we haven't had a chance to get out into the Modified Ford paddock. They gave us 2 fantastic races over the 2 days. I think many of them are away and home for their Sunday roast now. I was talking to one of the Fiesta Junior dads earlier on. They were the first race of the day. And I said, what's the plan? Are you going to stick around and enjoy the rest of the day? No, it's I'm going home for a roast dinner. Well, who can blame them if they're home in time for that? And maybe watch the end of the live stream. Okay, so we're going from Mazdas, then we start to get into the Club Sport endurance races that we've got here, and there's a mix because some of the teams will double up, racing with the Mazdas, maybe the other cars as well. And that's actually part of the ethos of the Brscc, is that it may not necessarily be about coming in and running with one championship. You can run with several of them. And where I'm heading for, Garage 20, I'm hoping we're going to talk to a team that were in a different championship last year and making a move this year into the Mazdas. I hope they're there. I did try and tee them up earlier on, but if they're not, we'll just find someone else to chat to. So where are we now? Laura's probably getting... You don't get dizzy walking backwards, do you? I'm glad. My missus cannot travel on a train that goes backwards, so hats off to Laura, who's doing the camera, panning around, having a look. More Mazdas, look at that. So we've gone from Garage 2 right the way up to Garage 18, still in the Mazda paddock, as I say, with 3 championships to cater for. And still we go on. We've got Patrick Fletcher. I was keeping an eye out to see if Colin Turkington was around, but he's not. So sadly, we're not going to get another word with Colin. And we get to Garage 20. So excuse me for a minute, because I'm going to dip in, see if we can grab Elliot Lettis. If he's not there, we'll grab somebody else. Let me do a quick shuffle of the papers. Elliot? How you doing? Do you want to come out? I don't know whether we can get into the garage or not, but thank you for having a chat with us.
Yeah, definitely.
And thanks for being. So this is Elliot Lettis. Elliot, I mean, I could...
Oh, yeah. I'm Ollie.
Ollie?
Yeah.
So I was looking for Elliot Lettis. Well, we'll talk to Ollie anyway. We spoke on the... I teed up Elliot Lettis to have a chat. We were on the podium, weren't we? I thought,
yeah, definitely.
We were on the podium. Anyway. Ollie, so club class win, and you've had a chance to take that in now and sunk it in. One more race to go for the weekend. What prep have you done, if anything, since we spoke to you on the podium?
Well, obviously, it's all drying up now, so we'll change the car settings and make it back to the dry setup, I think. The sun's coming out, hopefully, at about 3 o'clock, so by we're out after a couple more races, we're going to definitely look to be on for hopefully another podium.
Okay, well, the car setting here, don't they look good under the lights? The garage lights here seem to be better than any other garage lighting you get under Alton Park garages or Brands Hatch garages or anywhere else. It really shows the cars off, and particularly so very well prepared cars that we've got here at the start of the season. They look mint.
Yeah, definitely. And obviously we're in the F1 paddock, so we are at the most prestigious pits in the country, to be fair.
Does that make a difference to you as a driver and maybe the teams and backers? Have you got guests along today?
Yes, we've got, obviously, I want to thank all the sponsors to help us actually get here today. We've had a few turn up to the event, which has been awesome to obviously get this podium today, and hopefully them to be involved in hopefully the next one this afternoon.
Talk us around the cab. Let's go in again. I've just dragged Laura down the pit lane and now going to drag us look at the workshop. Talk us through what's going on in there.
So in the car we've got, obviously, it's all FIA to regulation, so we've got our seatbelt harness, we've got the seats. We're running a race logic, which is, so we run through circuit tours to get all your lap timing data and that sort of stuff, so we can come back in after the race. look through where you've made your mistakes, look where you can learn, and it's just all improvement, because that's obviously it's the first round of the year. We've got to be improving throughout. But no, really looking forward to this year. And
a couple of things hit me. One is the seat's got a bit of gaffer tape. You've had your seat a while, so it's not something you have to replace regularly.
I can't lie. I got the seat insert done when I was fortunate enough to do the Top Gear experience with Paddock Motorsport and through Top Gear. So Paddock Motorsport and Martin Plowman sorted me out the seat insert from Indy Seat, and it's a really good seat and just a bit more cushion and a bit more refined to just you, so it's more personalised and more comfy. And that's the thing, when you're racing for 20 minutes, you need to be comfy, you need to be in the prime position while you're there's one less thing to worry about, let's say.
Yeah, for sure. I'm talking about worrying, to stop you worrying, we've got I've never really had a look at the Mazda cages, but the metalwork you've got here is pretty comprehensive, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. We get our cages from Paul Shade, who gets them through, I can't remember who builds them, but yeah, they are a solid cage, and we've also got good access for everything else. So the car whole round, it's a really incredible car to drive. Obviously, you've got to get used to all the different conditions and setups, but no, it's definitely been a good learning curve so far.
When did you actually start with this?
So it was actually with the Top Gear experience. They put us through a race at Cadwell Park.
Right.
This was back in 2022, I believe.
Not long then.
So not long at all. That was a one round in the Mazda, and then they chucked us straight into the GT Cup in a GT4 McLaren, which that was also an eye-opener. But no, great experience, great fun, and we've been fortunate enough to get some great sponsors that we've got all over the car to get us racing here today and hopefully compete in the full series.
One of the stories that I've sort of spoken to about other people during the course of the weekend, Ollie, is about getting started. So how old are you, or how old were you when you got started with that experience?
So when I first started racing, I raced a lower level autograss racing.
Whereabouts was that?
So I'm from up north, from York. I go to my local track, which there was one in York, but I used to go to Scunthorpe Autograss Club.
Yeah, I know where we filmed there.
Yeah, and I got all the way up the points, obviously starting from 12 years old as a junior to in my final year winning the junior nationals, and that development is what we want to bring into this. Obviously it's a new challenge, it's a new environment, but we still want to be at the front of the pack and challenging for the front.
Did you race seniors on? Sorry to go on about autographs, everybody, but it's useful to get a driver's course, you know, how they've gone through, and you'll learn a lot about racing. And did you do seniors?
Yeah, so obviously we won we did the autographs, and then we moved on to doing the senior racing, which we competed high in the British Championship.
Which class was that? Because there's about 10 classes, isn't there?
Yeah, so I raced Class A and Class 1, which, so the Class 1 was a standard Yaris, which I was competing, I was actually winning the British Championships when the Top Gear approached me. Right. So I had to sell on the car to be able to afford to take a couple months off work to then obviously do the challenge of the Top Gear filming and everything like that. Race the Class 8, which is a rear-wheel drive with a Hayabusa bike engine in the back.
Serious kit, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. For learning to drive, obviously, like you'll definitely spoke to Colin Turkington this week, and he's putting his kids through the same path that I came through. Yeah. And obviously, in the wet today, it's shown that obviously learning from the loose, learning from the mud, we have a good understanding of car control, and it's definitely a very good way. And look at the support around us. These are all people from the autograss racing, and it's a very family community sport, and that's the best thing about it.
Second autograsser we've spoken to today, because with the Fiesta Juniors, Maggie Webster, who was on the podium in the Mark 6 Fiesta Juniors, was started down at Kent.
Yeah.
And the great thing about autographs for me is that it's local racing, so you can stay local, but once you have this big get-together for the Nationals, which you did so well in.
Yeah, definitely. And like obviously the club racing is where you get all your fundamental racing from, you get all your experience, but when you're going up to your British Championships, UK Championships, and obviously the pinnacle of the sport of national autograss, that is where you get the family, the friends, and everyone all together. And like when we pit, we all part together, we all part next to each other, and it's a very family and community sport, which is very good for driver progression, because you can also talk to different teams and learn different things, and that's the biggest thing.
This is too, though, isn't it? BRSCC stuff.
And definitely, we're just a lad and dad team with obviously everyone else that helps out with the car, but it's other people from different teams have been awesome with helping for information, looking for a bit of data, and just always having an open door, which is awesome to see as well.
Fantastic. Ollie, I'm going to let you get a break now, because you can be a break actually from talking as walking up. But thank you very much for that, for the guided tour of the car and exploring your career, which is great. And we look forward to seeing you on the podium again very soon. Cheers, mate. Thank you very much. We'll shut the door there. And a round of applause as well. Give Ollie a cheer. Hey! Thanks, Ollie. Thank you very much. I won't call you Elliot again, I promise. Is Elliot back? Is he not back? He's not here. OK, we'll try and catch him another time. But the story we're going to do, basically, was about Elliot Lettuce moving up into the Super Cup from the City Car Cup, which you'll see on some of our other live streams over the course of the season. And if you haven't got the dates yet, have a look on the Brscc website, brscc.co.uk, which is updated regularly and vigorously by a man who's over there, Scott Woodwist. Look at that, he's trying to avoid the camera. Scott, I'm going to get you over and have a quick... Yeah, no, I don't want to talk to Richard. You do so much work on the internet and information going out, keeping us fed with information, keeping the drivers in the spotlight, and part of a big machine, isn't it, the Brscc?
Yeah, everyone does. It's a fantastic team of people that works, and everyone plays their bit, and they're all important cogs in the whole machine of Brscc. In terms of everyone in the HQ team does a magnificent job. I'll name them all. So Paul, Luke, Greg, Charlotte, Charlie, who's come on board recently, Chloe as well, myself. If I missed anyone, apologies. Greg, and then everyone else in terms of everyone on the board, all the volunteers and marshals that we have, so thanks very much for them for all the effort they do. Yourself and everyone at Alpha Live have put on some fantastic coverage. I think at one point we've been at some 2,000 across Alpha Live and Brscc streams, some 2,000 viewers over that, which has been incredible. So for those watching, thank you for watching. It's been incredible. And great support from the grids this weekend also. We've got some Club Sport trophies sold out. Zero Prototypes got a great grid this weekend, 24. Mazdas are looking good as ever. Fiesta Juniors have had a great couple of non-point scoring races this weekend. Great action for them. Modified Fords have had a great grid. Super Classic Formula 4 yesterday was good. Super Sport Endurance was a quite an entertaining and crazy race, but really good fun across the board. Again, if I've missed the series, apologies. But yeah, I think it's been a really positive start to the season, really positive vibe ahead of the year, and lots of exciting stuff coming forwards with Audi TTs looking at like a really exciting project. And they're speaking down to yourself and to Mark Rowell, who's doing the circuit comms, and others. Everyone's talking about Audi TTs and thinking how great that's going to be, because you look at the grid and there's so many competitive drivers there.
Is it right? I'm going to interrupt you here, and you don't have to answer this if you don't want to, but I understand there might be a possibility of splitting the grid into two races because you've got that many entries?
It's not for me to say.
Sure, no, that's fine. We'll leave it there then.
I think there is an ABC format, I believe, but again, that's not a gospel for me. But yeah, in terms of the amount of support he's had over the winter has been incredible. And then, of course, you've got more stuff that we're working on. We brought Janetta on over the winter. It's great to have them on board, of course, going forwards for the season. Other series and other championships are developing quite nicely. BMW 1 Series is coming nicely with the Super Cup. That's got a few cars in build. There's a demo day for that towards the end of the year. We did a soft launch here last year of the Driven by Racing when we were on the national pits of the Gen 2 City Car Cup car. That's going to get a drive out on the 25th of March as well. Yeah, across the board, there's a lot of positive vibes about everything that we're doing this season. It's going to be a busy year, but for all the right reasons. So, yeah, we're really looking forward to it.
Brilliant. Scott, thank you very much for that. Always a pleasure. You're a top man. Thank you for all the work that you do. Absolutely brilliant stuff. I'm not sure if you've got something teed up, because what I would like to do is tee up a couple of interviews within the Zeo Prototypes paddock. So if we've got a clip that we can go to, that would be a nice idea for a couple of minutes. I think my cans might have popped out, so... Oh, we're still here. Okay, so we're going to grab one of the recordings that we put in the can yesterday, and whilst we're doing that, I'm going to tee up a little guided tour again of one of the Zeo Sports prototype cars. So we'll be back with you in just a couple of minutes. Nick Grinder, a very warm welcome back. Tell us the story of what happened at Brands last year, first of all.
It was a pretty monumental crash. 4 cars involved. I think 4 cars totaled in the accident. So it was somebody got spun coming out down the hill at paddock. Car then bounced back out the tyre wall onto the track, and there was just nowhere for the other 3 cars to go. And yeah, we all sustained injuries and medical centres and broken bones. So yeah, I think most of us are all recovered now.
It's great to see you back, and we were looking forward to seeing you in the championship full-time last year. on the back of your Masters Championship win, your overall win, of course, at Snetterton the season before, and it scuppered the plans, didn't it, somewhat?
Yeah, finished it up. Yeah, the car was a complete write-off, so it was a new build, and we would have missed just too many meetings in the championship to make it worthwhile. So hence why we built a new car now. So it's all brand spanking new for this meeting, and then yeah, it's a little bit different to the old car, and we're still getting to grips with it.
And new rubber as well now.
Yeah, they've obviously jumped from the Avon to the Kumos. It seemed to be a better tyre, personally. Don't know how the other drivers feel, but yeah, we'll see how they go for the rest of the year.
The other key thing for me is yourself and Jack, you're back in the Mazdas rather than going off and doing something else. So what is it that draws you back? Is it the experience, previous experience you want to build on, or is it the fact that you just love it?
All of the above. It's a good championship. It's a very competitive championship. There's not many good one-make championships out there at the moment. Yeah, the paddock's quite friendly, and just want to see how good we are.
Excellent. Welcome back, Nick.
Cheers.
Thanks, mate. What a fantastic surprise to see Colin Turkington here. Colin, what brings you here?
I'm not sure. I think I'm mad, actually. It all seemed like a good idea, but no, it's a championship that I've watched before. Actually, I was here this time last year. We watched the Minis and the Mazdas, and I just thought that's something that I would enjoy driving. You know, it's rear-wheel drive. It's something that's familiar to me. I know the championship's super competitive, super close, but yeah, so it's on my doorstep. So I thought, why not? You know, I don't have much sort of pre-season testing, and you know, I'll be on the grid myself at Donington Park in no time. So I thought it'd be a good way to blow the cobwebs off. But it's probably going to do a lot more than just that.
How have you found the car in qualifying?
It's I enjoy driving the car. You know, it's like any one-make series. It's quite quirky, and it's just trying to get your head around the best way to drive it. You know, I can get to a certain speed, but then it's trying to unlock, you know, the next few tenths. So qualifying wasn't bad. I think it was, from what I heard in the Tannoy P16, P17, I got a reasonable slipstream, maybe half the lap, but there's a lot of time in a slipstream, so could have been better, could have been worse, but I think I'm happy where I am, you know, not getting in anybody's road up the sharp end. So just want to enjoy the race, and you know, it's a good bit of seat time for me.
It's great for us having a driver with, you know, the level of championships that you've won come into this, and one could say putting reputation on the line. I don't think that's the case specifically. This is a tough championship, isn't it, as you rightly said, but just fun.
Yeah, but you know, any one-make championship is really tough and really competitive, and you know, that top gaggle of cars, you know, those drivers could race anywhere. You know, they could race in touring car. So you know, for me, I just wanted to, you know, get outside my comfort zone. It's you know, it's good to challenge myself and, you know, throw myself into a race environment. You know, and all this is to, you know, hopefully help my own season. You know, this is you know, I'm seeing this as my pre-season preparation. So you know, I'm not here to win the race. I'm here to, you know, soak up the experience and you know, hopefully make some friends.
With touring cars, obviously you're racing against the same people all season, and you do that over many years, but this is a complete new set of drivers, isn't it? How much mindset is there going towards thinking about the fact that you are racing with new people?
Well, the good thing is I don't know who anybody is. You know, normally there's a livery up the side of somebody's car that gives it away, but I haven't a clue who's who on the circuit. So that's they all just look the same to me. So that's a good thing. But yeah, I just want to enjoy the race experience, you know. And you know, I'm driving with Paul Seard this weekend, and you know, they've been super welcoming, and so has the Mazda Championship. So just want to enjoy it, really.
It's great. Thank you for taking the time out to talk to us. I know, you know, you're here for a bit of fun, so you never know, we might see you on the podium. But Colin, thank you. Have a great weekend.
Super. Thanks a lot. Cheers.
Thank you, Colin. What a great time. Those of you watching the Zeo Prototypes race earlier on will have seen that Joe Locke was running very, very strongly throughout the race, but we lost him just in the closing stage. A good opportunity, first of all, to say, Joe, sorry we didn't see you on the podium, but it's given us the chance to catch up now. What happened?
Yeah, we made a tyre choice from what we had. We only had a soft wet, and it was great for the first, obviously, 4 laps, as everyone has seen watching. Pulled away, and we had a nice gap, and I thought I might have been able to manage it a bit better because I thought it was a bit wetter than it was, but we couldn't find enough wet to cool the tyres down, which obviously made the pace drop off rapidly. And then we were a sitting duck after, I'd say, about 8-9 minutes of the race, and then it was just about maintaining the pace that we had and just seeing where we could finish. And luckily enough, I spun and still managed to finish a half decent position. So it's the first time out in a development car, and it seems to be going quite well. So
you brought, is it your car you brought in to do a job on it? Or?
It's a bit of both. It's a development car from Tim Green Motorsport. It's his original Spire bike sport style design for 750 Motor Club, but we've obviously supercharged it and trying to make it a quick prototype version to see how fast we can get it to go. So I think we're in a half decent position. I think the dry race coming up will be a very interesting comparison against the Pragas and everything else that we're against in GMB.
You've been involved since the start of the development of that car?
Yes, yeah. So I originally drove the Spire GT3, which is his bike sports version. Drove that in 750 Motor Club. We had a few issues, and then we realised that we wanted to develop a car that was quicker and that we wanted to enter a prototype series and take on, obviously, faster cars. Yeah. So we ended up building the supercharged version, and it seems quick now. So. Once it's dialed in and once we've done a bit of testing, we've only done, I'd say, 25 laps. Yeah. 25 laps in a couple of days of testing because we've had a lot of mishaps and a lot of problems, and we didn't even think it was going to finish the race. So it's a very productive day for us up to now.
You were telling me just before we came back to us on air here that you're 28 years of age, and so what's your history and how did you get to being like a development driver for this bit of kit?
So I did a lot of driving in go-karts when I was younger, and then I ended up doing supercarts. So I raced supercarts for quite a while in British Championship, and then I moved from supercarts to Civic Cup. I did Civic Cup for a few years, and then I went straight into bike sports then, which is a radical, radical series racing, and I raced in that for. I'm trying to think how long I've been racing. I think it's about 7 years in radicals, something like that. So a long time. I did a bit of endurance racing in a BMW, which was quite successful in, and then come back obviously to something that's even quicker again.
We had the supercarts with us at Anglesey with Brscc live stream a few years ago, and I take my hat off to anyone who's done that. Does that help with feeling the racetrack and everything else?
Yeah, I think if you ask any of the supercart lads if they've ever driven anything. If you ask anyone that's driven a supercar, is anything comparison, to drive? I'd say no. It's one of the fastest feeling vehicles I've ever driven. This is up there, straight line speed. This is up there, but it's just the sheer lowness and the size of them that gives you a true reflection of how fast you're going in one of them.
Joe, brilliant. Thank you for your input. Good luck for race 2. Watching out for you. Might see you on the podium. Yes. Hopefully. Joe Locke, thank you very much indeed. So we've got Darcy Smith. Hey Darcy.
Nice to meet you.
I was being told we needed to go to Garage 35, but lovely to meet you too.
Yes.
And tell us about the car you're racing in the prototypes.
It's our first outing in my Wolf Thunder that we imported from Italy 3 days ago.
Okay.
So it's been a bit of a learning curve. So it's a bit of a shakedown test for us really. Right. And it's my first proper race returning to sports prototype racing for 5 years.
Now, I know your name. What have you done in the past?
Well, I've done a bit of radical stuff, a bit at Castle Coombe. So I have been around the paddock for several years, and this is a returnee for me after 5 years for some strange reason. I'm not quite sure, but I'm here. So.
Are you doing the other prototype events over the course of the season with us?
I'm just going to do Zio. We're just going to do Zio stuff because it kind of fits that car, and I quite like the guys who I've raced with these guys for many years, and it's the social scene's good for me too.
It's great knowing the people. And people is why we're all here. Yeah.
Exactly that.
Going back to the car, you say you've had it 3 days. Now, a lot of people will, frustrated for me in other areas of motorsport, people get cars and then you don't see them for 6 months. So I take my hat off to you, getting it out there, absolutely fantastic. Yeah. How did you find out about the car in the first place?
Well, I've obviously spotted them on the internet. It's the only Wolf Thunder in the UK, so it's a bit of a unique thing in this country. They've made about 220 of them worldwide, so they're in Brazil and Mexico, Italy, France. And I just fancied returning to the sport with something that's a little bit different. I've done the radical thing. I've had pretty much every radical model going. In fact, that car there is an old car of mine. So I just decided we would do something slightly different. And we came 10th, third in class. The only time I've driven the car was Friday, and we only got probably 20 minutes running for a variety of reasons. So I think we've done okay today. Quite happy.
Very good. Engine?
Aprilia V4 motorbike engine. Yeah, so car's phenomenally light, weighs 378 kilos.
Did it come with the engine, or do you?
Came with the engine, came complete. It's a used car, but it looks very, very nice. And we visited the factory in Bergamo, northern Italy, which was quite nice. Me and a friend of mine went there, bought the car, but it was 3 weeks late, unfortunately. So it has been a mad rush to get here, because some of the rules and regulations that we have here for sports prototypes, they don't have over there. So things like fire extinguisher stuff, brake lights. So we've had to add all of that, had to get a seat made. So it's been a bit of a baptism of fire, but I have to say that last race I enjoyed it thoroughly. So
Right, we enjoyed seeing it too. Darcy, I'm being told we're getting cars going to holding areas, so thank you ever so much for coming out and chatting to us during your lunch break, and the very best of luck for race 2.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Darcy. Good luck with the Wolf. Fantastic to hear from Darcy Smith. We have got time for another interview actually, because cars are heading to holding area, but we're going to head down to Garage 35. We need to have a chat. Hello again. Ferro's Billamore. Third on the grid?
Yes, third.
Mind the cars. Ferro, it's good to see you.
Good to see you.
So we wanted to chat to some of the drivers doing the club sport. Now, I saw your cars were absolutely pristine and under the lights in the garages, and I said to you, it is a credit to you. It's a beautiful car. Much done over the winter?
Yeah, we just had to get it all sorted and straight after we had a bit of an off over winter testing. But yeah, it's back and ready to go.
What happened? What was the damage? What did you do?
It was a front end off at Donington, unfortunately, but we managed to get it back together. It wasn't too bad. It was more cosmetic than anything else.
It's better doing stuff in testing than in a race, isn't it?
Absolutely. This morning was interesting, that's for sure. In the conditions, we had a misted windscreen, so couldn't really see anything. So it was a bit like driving by rail.
It's clearer this afternoon. So did you put anything in place to deal with that for this afternoon, or just in case it rains, or do you just manage it?
Bit of fairy liquid on the windscreen, and I've moved the blower, so now it should clear. So yeah, we should hopefully not have the same problem again. But we had some great help, because I came here and just revved the engine, and because I'm on my own, we had some of the other drivers came out and helped and cleared the windscreen. So thank you to them, and yeah, we had a good result. It's a shame.
I'm going to move you back a little bit, Feroz, because we're struggling with a little bit of camera signal. We're not going to go in the garages, but what we might be able to do is spin round and just grab a shot of the car as well, which is immediately behind Laura there. Yeah, absolutely. How long have you had that car?
About 2.5 years now. So it was an extra Cup car that raced in the VW series, and then I bought it from Stuart Lyons, and yeah, we've maintained it ever since, and yeah, it's been great. We've had some really good results in it, so really happy with the car.
I was trying to go back to when we first met. We worked for the same company a long time ago, didn't we? A very long time ago. Was it Days of Thunder Ascar that you did?
So yeah, that was I was racing in Ascar in British GTs back in the mid 2000s and early 2000s. So yeah, it's a very long time ago. But to be honest, this is just as much fun. It's good, close racing. You know, everyone's really, really friendly. I have to say, the Club Sport Trophy is such a good series. Driving standards are in the main pretty good. So yeah, that's why I keep coming back.
It's nice having it as a series rather than a championship, because you don't have to feel pressured to do every round and get a result every time. Does that make a difference to you as a business life and daily life?
Not particularly. I like to do the Club Sport Trophy. I tend to prioritise this. I do enter the car in a few other different races. I'd like to see it as a championship. It would be great, because you can, as you say, you can dip your toe in and out of other series. You know, I like this one, so that's just personal choice. And it's such a friendly grid as well. So yeah, no, it works really, really well.
Put you on the spot now. Where are you going to finish today?
I just want to finish. So that's the main aim after the last few weeks. Okay. We'll see how it goes. So
overall wins aren't a rarity for you, though.
No. So let's see. There's a few new cars out there. So we've got new drivers and old drivers with new cars. So I have no idea. It's an unknown quantity, but I think we're there or thereabouts. So as long as we can keep it clean, I'm happy.
Brilliant stuff. Feroz, thank you for chatting to us. Good luck with the race. We'll be keeping a keen eye. I might even get a chat to you afterwards.
Yeah,
and we're going to talk to some of your racing colleagues as well. Actually, I think what we're going to do is we're going to go grab a quick interview from the pre-records that we did yesterday, and we'll come back with some more Feroz's colleagues in just a couple of minutes. Stay with us. Cheers. Bit of a touring car theme going on. We've already spoken to Colin Turkett. Now, Josh Cook, it's great to be here. Josh, you've been coaching Daniela Sutton. How's she going?
Yeah, obviously she's the Brscc Fiesta Junior Scholarship winner for 2024. she's had limited time in the car, but the progress she's made is actually quite incredible. So yeah, looking forward to how the weekend goes. Obviously, with this being a non-championship point scoring round, it's a good one for her to find her feet and sort of get a race under her belt.
It's a nice vibe, isn't it, having that non-championship feel? There is a pressure because everybody's competitive, but it takes a little bit of the pressure away.
Yeah, of course, and as racing drivers, we've just had a good few months off, so everybody will be a little bit rusty. But it's nice to be able to come to such a big venue like Silverstone, go through all of the procedures. We can make all the mistakes now, as teams and drivers, and iron out any bugs that we have to make sure that when we go to Brands Hatch, we can hit the ground running.
Absolutely right. And what better venue for me? This is the first time for me working here, but it's the home of the Grand Prix, isn't it? These are the pits that the Formula One teams come in. So for the young people to come in and get their baptism in this environment is mega, isn't it?
Yeah, even just firstly the facilities here are just fantastic, and then even the small things like the drivers' briefing that we had this morning for the Fiesta Juniors, we did in the F1 drivers' briefing room. So it's quite a special place to come to, and I don't think there's a better place we could have come to start the season.
Absolutely right. Cook Sport are very well invested in this, haven't you? Been the guys behind it and the sort of brains of the technical side of the new championship. How's it panning out for you guys?
Yeah, so that sort of went back to the design of the car originally. But the concept of the championship is to keep all the cars as obviously cost effective as possible, but as close as well. So all the engines are sealed, they're all to the same specification, everybody's got the same parts, they all come from the same supplier. So it's a really good way of keeping the championship controlled, but also just trying to keep it affordable for people that want to start out racing.
Fantastic. I'm going to drag Daniela. Daniela, we're going to keep this live, so I'm going to get you over. Sorry to interrupt. Here's Daniela Sutton, winner of the scholarship. Josh, sorry to boot you out. I was going to leave you in short. How good's Josh been as a coach?
He's been amazing, actually. I'm learning a lot from him and a lot from the technique, and then with technique comes the speed built with it.
And how's it been since the scholarship? Talk us through what you've been up to since the last time we spoke to you on scholarship day.
So we've done a test day or 2 test days at Alton, and then we jumped into this weekend, and then we've been still searching for sponsors and keeping those relationships with sponsors for this year and next year and the years to come, hopefully, in my racing career.
I saw the helmet draw yesterday on social media with the ducks that were going in. Ducks are a big part of Sutton World, aren't they?
Yeah. So I said this in my during the scholarship, actually. I have a duck by Duck Company UK, and they made it specifically for me, handmade ducks, and it's in my racing colours, and it's designed in my helmet colours and my kart suit colours.
You did the draw you did out of I think it was your first racing helmet was for guests and name on the car. Same team or the same company won both prizes, is that right?
Yes, that is true. That is right.
So is it different ones next time, or does everybody go back in the draw again?
I think it should be different ones next time, so we'll take that company out and then do the rest of the DS50 Club members.
I was saying to Josh, it must be lovely for young people to come here to this facility, which is the one that is used for the Grand Prix. It is the centre, isn't it, of motorsport? But in your own words, how do you feel?
Surreal. It's honestly amazing to be stood in a paddock where F1 drivers have been, BTCC drivers have been, historic racing drivers that are honestly inspirational to all of us.
We wish you well. Congratulations again on getting here, which is good to see. And we'll catch up with you over the course of the season. Daniela Sutton, best of luck.
See you later.
Sticking with the SW Motorsports Club Sport Trophy, I'm going to do something I did with the Fiesta Junior competitors yesterday. So we've got them lined up. It's a simple task, lads, don't worry too much. But our 4 musketeers, all I'm going to do is just get us to race number, name and your team or sponsor. So we'll do it in order and then we'll have a little chat with you all.
I'm Dan Cogswell. I'm in the number 20 Nissan Almera. Yeah. Go on.
Yeah. Chris Fantana, number 22 in the Mazda MX5.
Matthew Adcock in the number 88 BMW Compact.
And Adcock Senior for Adcock 88, same car, sharing.
Let's start with you guys because there's a bit of banter, isn't there, with Mr. McEwen going on. Tell us about that.
Andy McEwen, yeah, the Mercurial. He's our good luck charm, actually. Yeah. Well, he likes to highlight us, we're in Class E, towards the back and point out we do try our best to actually finish well. But Andy gives us tips and hints on how to be fast. So Andy's going to drive our car, he told us, this year in 2024.
Right. In a race?
In our race, in our car. Andy McEwen promised me. It's true. Andy, if you're watching,
Promise. So that's on camera now, and you're happy with that?
Oh, no. No, this Class is great. These guys are great. We have a great time together. Yeah, we've a lot of banter, a lot of fun. We think we have a really great thing going.
That's good. The race days are actually brilliant, aren't they, to sort of come out and have a bit of camaraderie and, on track is as good as off track, isn't it?
The paddock atmosphere is great. Greg, Charlotte and Lindsay do a great job in the paddock putting it all on for us. We love the 45-minute format. We've been doing it for 4 or 5 years now. It's close at the front. We have a good time.
You guys race on your own, don't you? And so when we see you a little bit later on, just refresh our viewers, do you get out of the car? Do you sit in the car? Do you start? It's not refuelling, is it, for the 45 minutes?
No, not today. Normally I'm actually sharing with my brother Stephen, but he's woken up this morning with a bad migraine. So I've just had to take on, do the race myself. So.
Do you have to pay him his half of the entry as well?
Probably.
Seriously, migraine's not very nice, so I wish him well. I hope he's okay. But, well, so you did qualify. So have you done better than you normally do with him?
No, we've done quite well. Normally we have a good strategy. I'll send him out first to warm the car up, then I'll jump in anyway and put in a decent lap. But I just went out this morning in the wet, got straight on it and managed to put it on pole for the class. So hopefully it'll be a good race.
Yeah, good. Well done. Well done on pole. Is it, conditions? We've had the chat with a couple of the other Formula. Obviously, it was wet this morning and it's dry now. Does it sort of have to change mindset as well as car?
Not really now, because it is drying. It's going to be dry at the end of the race, so it's just finding that changeover point, come in, do your pit stop, set your tyre pressures, and then we'll just send it and see where we end up.
Same for you. Who's going out first, by the way?
I'm starting this time, yeah. So, yeah, job is to try and get through cars as quickly as possible and get on the back of Dan and cause him some problems, and we'll see where we go from there.
Hope we have a good class back. Who's the quicker out of father
and bring it back in one piece? Yeah, that was actually the other little piece as well. So.
Who's quicker out of father and son?
Well, me.
It's interesting. One of the great things I love about, as I say, it's the people that I love. The family aspect is great as well. And anyone who's got a teenager coming through or a young person coming through, to be able to spend time with your dad racing, competing is one. Being in the paddock's lovely, but to actually compete with is great, isn't it?
Yeah, it's fantastic. Obviously we give each other a lot of stick about who's fastest and everything, but at the end of the day, it's always really rewarding when you come out of a car and he's there and you're able to give each other a hug and get the trophy together. So yeah, it just makes it rewarding.
And because you grow up and you're working together, now he's actually working. We can actually share the costs, can't we, next year on camera? Can we?
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah.
Good.
Talking about cost-effective racing for entries and car. I suppose car depends on what you put together.
It is. It really is. I mean, we worked it out over the winter, didn't we? Club Sport is now one of the cheapest per minute on track out of all of the 45-minute series. And once you've got your car up and running and it's just your maintenance costs, it's very affordable now.
Yeah.
So we're all big fans.
And shared cars, I say normally obviously wish brother well, as we've said, but shared costs is a great way to get into races. And I've got a son who's looking to do his ARDS course and wants to go and race something. Oh yeah, I know. I won't be paying, but it is a great way, isn't it? Sharing costs of getting. Sure, you could get the odd problem that if the car's broken and you don't get a stint, but putting all that aside, it's a great way to get involved.
Yeah, definitely, and it's good to share the races over the season. So one race I'll start and he'll then take over in the second half, and the next race we'll swap. So you get a bit of everything throughout the whole year, really. It's good. Yeah.
That's great. Well, guys, thank you. I can hear we've got cars going out on track now, so thank you all, our four musketeers here, for chatting to us. Much appreciated. Good luck for the race. Stay safe, enjoy it, have fun, and hopefully we might see you on the podium a little bit later on. Thank you very much, guys. So there we go. We've had a little bit of a lunchtime grid walk. I hope you've enjoyed it. Apologies for my whittering on. I probably overstayed my welcome at a couple of them. But a big thank you to everyone giving up a little bit of lunchtime to have a chat. And thank you, Laura, for doing the honours on the camera and everyone who's got involved with that one. The Clubman Mazdas are coming out on track. So Andy McEwen, fresh in the knowledge that he has a car in Club Sport that he'll be able to drive sometime in the future, will now be able to put that thought to one side and concentrate on the Mazda Clubmans. Over to you, Andy.
Thank you, Richard. Well, you heard it here first. I heard it here first, that apparently I'll be out in a Club Sport BMW later on this year. Watch this space, everybody. But right now, very much focused on MX5 racing. The Mazda MX5 Clubman Championship, sponsored by Downforce Radio, about to head out onto the racetrack. In fact, they are out on the racetrack on their green flag lap. Now, I haven't had any notification as to how many green flag laps they're going to have. I suspect probably just one, because the track is largely dry now, really. A bit damp off line, but it is a dry racing line, definitely. And a very tight qualifying session that we enjoyed this morning. Just 4 thousandths of a second, 0.004 seconds, separated the front row starters, Jack Warry and Chris Dawkins. So that bodes very well for what should be a competitive race. A full second behind them, actually, was Jamie Turner in third place, with Jake Pace sharing the second row with him. Russell Halley, meanwhile, and Jordan Head are together on row number 3. Simon Waterfall and Johnny Greensmith share the fourth row. Row 5 then for guest driver Chris Watts, who won't score points, and Del Pace, who completes the top 10. Matt Crozier is 11th, Pete Smith for company on row number 6. Then on row number 7, Bo Parry. He's further back than I expected. Same true, actually, of Paul Bateman. So I think both of our 7th row starters should be able to pick their way through the field a bit more from there. Bo Parry has been a front runner in this championship and raced in the Mark 1 Championship proper for a little while as well. So they start on row number 7. And then row 8, we will have Nick Ladoyan and Thomas Greenhood with Oscar Trapesse, and Christian Dan on row 9. Row 10, Adam Lawrence and Will Bream. 11th row shared by Simon Privet and Sam Luke, with Peter Bell and Alexandros Kantoulas on the 12th row of the grid. Row 13 for Jez Banks and Rob Greensmith, and Peter Williams completes the 27-car lineup. Trying to wrap my brain and remember where I've seen Jez Banks' name before. I don't think it was in MX5s, but I've definitely come across Jez somewhere in British Club Motorsport, and that's going to bug me now for the next 15 minutes. But anyway, he's out there in the number 77 car, one of 2 guest drivers, both of whom are running in the Masters category as well. So much the same as the Mark 1 MX5 Championship that we saw earlier on. There is a overall championship, and then within it a Masters Championship for the more mature driver. And for those of you who are new around here and wondering, well, hang on, what's the difference between these Mazdas and the other Mark 1 Mazdas that we saw earlier on? Well, the answer as far as the cars are concerned, absolutely nothing. Identical cars. You could take one of these Clubman cars and race it in the MX5 Championship proper on the same day, which has been done before. The main difference is that the Clubman Championship runs over just the one day, so qualifying and 2 races on the Sunday, whereas of course the Mark 1 Championship itself has qualifying and 1 race on the Saturday, then 2 races Sunday. The races are slightly shorter as well. That means that track time is slightly less expensive. It's basically a cheaper, more affordable way of going MX5 racing for the true Clubman driver, someone who perhaps wants to just get a taste of MX5 racing before committing to what is a brutally competitive Mark 1 Championship itself, and want to do it over a one-day format. But the racing is just as close, and we're about to see that demonstrated over 15 minutes in the opening round of the Downforce Radio Mazda MX5 Clubman Championship, which bursts into life underneath the Silverstone sunshine now as we head into the afternoon. And a good start made from the inside of row 1 by Chris Dawkins, second on the grid, but it's on the inside line, so he's got the preferred run really into Abbey Corner and will hold the advantage, charging around the outside Jack Warry. Those two, remember, covered by next to nothing after qualifying this morning, and they're bumper to bumper already as they head through Farm and into the braking zone at Village. You can see there the damp line on the inside of the track. That's where you want to try and overtake, really. So it's going to be a bit of a guessing game in the early stages as to how much grip there is. Not much grip if your name is Chris Watts, because he was very sideways through Village. Managed to gather it together though and continues on his way. So all cleanly through the opening sequence of corners, 1 or 2 of them wide onto the dirt coming onto the Hangar Straight, but it's a clean run, and they head down the back straight for the first time. Slipstream starts to take effect, bit of bump drafting going on as well, and we're going to go 3 wide for the race lead. That's Jamie Turner on the inside. In the middle is the pole sitter Jack Warry, and on the outside the erstwhile race leader Chris Dawkins, down briefly to 3rd. I think he might come out of Stowe still in 2nd place, but we have a new race leader, and it's the 3rd place man on the grid, Jamie Turner, who puts his number 9 car out in the wind. But for how much longer? Because Chris Dawkins is coming back round the outside. We've got, I think that's Jake Pace up into 3rd place as well, so it's all changed around by the time we get through Club for the first time, and somehow Chris Dawkins has got himself back in front. So that was a busy few corners. They were 3 abreast again heading into the second part of Club there. Hopefully they all came out of that in one piece. Yes, they did. So it is Dawkins who leads, Turner second, third Jake Pace, fourth Jack Worry, and Russell Halley completing the top 5 challenge for the race lead, though. Jamie Turner trying to come back at Chris Dawkins. They're just going for the moves. As soon as they catch a car, they dive to the inside, don't they? There's no tactics. Oh, a big slide and out onto the grass goes the number 99 of Russell Halley, saves it, gets back onto the road. A scary moment for the driver of car 99, but he manages to get away with it and bounces back on the track, only a few places further back from where he was. But easy to slip wide if you get onto that damp side of the road, and of course the grass itself is still sodden, so zero grip out on the green stuff, as he just discovered, and as has just been discovered by Christian Dan as well, the blue number 20 car going grass tracking as they head down the Hanger Straight again. Right, who's going to make the move this time? Johnny Greensmith, by the looks of it. He started 8th on the grid, but he's going for, well, depending on how you look at it, 2nd, 3rd, 4th or 5th. I think Chris Dawkins is going to lose the lead here to Jake Pace, but yeah, you get such a run down that back straight, you can legitimately gain 2 or 3 places. Someone was around in the midfield there. Hopefully everybody managed to avoid them. Yes, they did. Out into the gravel goes Simon Privet. Oh, is he going to dig his way out? I'm not sure he is. We'll get to that in a moment, though. Chris Dawkins back into the lead of the race. Jake Pace in 2nd position. And who's that in 3rd now? Is that Jack Worry again? I think it might be, with Jamie Turner behind. Yes, it was. Jack Worry 3rd, Turner 4th, Johnny Greensmith 5th, but Dawkins with Jake Pace chasing him down to the inside of the road there. They're not trying to cool the tyres down on the wet side of the track. That was just a very defensive move being made by our race leader. Simon Privet still stuck in the gravel trap. And that was, unfortunately, I suspect, a case of getting onto the damp and greasy side of the road, losing control, and I fear that might lead to a safety car. So through Village we go once again. Chris Dawkins leads, Jake Pace 2nd, Jack Worry in 3rd place, and again a couple of them dipping wheels where they shouldn't be. Mainly because it's slippery, but also because you might end up with a track limits penalty. They're not monitoring it particularly in that corner, but if race control see something, or if marshals report something that leads to track limits penalties, then that can happen. Hands out of the cockpit into Stowe. Look at the way they all slow down. Well, most of them slow down and respect the yellow flags. Most of the time, drivers understand that yellow flags mean no overtaking, but sometimes they are not necessarily understanding that you're supposed to slow down as well. So that's nice to see the majority of the Clubman drivers getting the message there. Double waved yellows out for the time being then at Stowe Corner. Club Corner, they're still racing. There's not yet any sign. Oh, there we go. That is, that's Simon Privet. So there shouldn't have been yellow flags out at Stowe unless there is another car off at Stowe Corner. Not sure if there was. Fastest lap by Paul Bateman. He's moved up into 6th position. From, where did Bateman start? Bateman was further back than I thought he'd be, 14th. But that's what happens sometimes when you have a very wet qualifying session, but then a largely dry track for the race. You get a real jumbled order. There goes Bateman, looking at the blue number 42 car, picking the pocket of Johnny Greensmith, so he's into the top 5 now. And as they head through the link, he's got Del Pace now, who I believe is the father of Jake Pace, off the top of the head, right in behind him. Bo Parry there on the tail end of the lead group as well. So yeah, lots of drivers coming from middle or bottom half of the grid to already be contending inside the top 10. Down through Stowe Corner they go again. To the outside line looks Jake Pace. Chris Dawkins, though, every time he gets knocked out of the lead, seems to be able to find a way back to the head of the pack. It's been a few years now, but Chris Dawkins did used to race briefly in the Mazda MX5 SuperCup, was a front runner when he was racing in that category. I seem to recall only ever did about half a season, maybe 6 or 7 years ago, but a quick MX5 racer, no matter what generation of MX5 it is that he gets behind the wheel of. He's going to lead them through at the end of lap number 4. Out wide goes, who's that, number 14, that is Bo Parry, who drifted a bit beyond the track limits there through Club Corner, but Dawkins just seems to be able to control the race for now, doesn't he, at the front of the pack. With Jake Pace Jamie Turner and Paul Bateman, his nearest rivals. Here comes Bateman again. The Bateman move up the inside, but he's got it a bit wrong this time. Late on the brakes, almost into the side of Jake Pace. Overshoots the corner, and so Jamie Turner is straight back alongside and straight back in front of the number 42 car, but ambitious stuff under braking, and that is a demonstration of just how slippery it is offline into Village. We've seen a few people doing that. There's all sorts of calamity at Chapel Corner. Someone going bouncing over the grass, and that was, I think, caused by a slowing Johnny Greensmith. The number 11 car has dropped down the order, and I think he had his hand waving out of the cockpit, so I think that car is running into some sort of mechanical malady. Challenge for the lead, meanwhile, more than a challenge, a power move around the outside by Jake Pace, and he hits the front once again. He briefly led earlier on, but I don't think he's led across the line yet, so let's see if he can hang on for another couple of corners to achieve that. Dawkins actually under some threat now from a charging Paul Bateman, who's back ahead of Jamie Turner. Back into third position, so it's now a 5-car lead group. There's a bit of a gap behind them where Johnny Greensmith was before he slowed. I suspect we'll see the number 11 car in the pit lane this time to join Simon Privet potentially as a retirement. And yeah, in the background I just saw him heading down the pit entry. So that's Greensmith's race done. Now for the lead, it is just still Jake Pace, but Paul Bateman's charging, isn't he? Another new fastest lap, and he was pulling alongside for second place. Greensmith in the pit lane, but here comes Paul Bateman. Now again, that's the wet, slippery side of the road. He's always going to end up going for the lead unintentionally, but he does get past Dawkins and brings with him round the outside Jamie Turner. So Dawkins got well and truly mugged, and he's not done losing places yet. Jack Warry now gets the number 6 car up his inside. And is he going to lever aside the number 22? No, not quite, as they head onto the back straight. Keep an eye on the grey number 14 of Bo Parry as well. He's picked his way up another few places since last I mentioned him. As they head for Stowe Corner again. Now here's Bateman for the lead. Relentless charge up the order this from Paul Bateman, who started 14th on the grid, can I remind you, and well, just past halfway into the race, he's hit the front. Fantastic stuff from Bateman. Does he have the pace to pull away though? Doubtful, given how evenly matched these cars should be, and certainly are proving to be so far. I don't know whether the wind has changed direction or it's picked up or something. Maybe there's a stronger headwind down the Hanger Straight now, but the slipstream seems particularly powerful in this race. And drivers are coming from 2 or 3 cars back to launch up the inside of everybody into the next braking zone. Bateman then leads the way with the fastest lap that he'd already set earlier on. Del Pace actually now steals that away from him with a 1:23.8. More shenanigans further back. Now that is a damaged car, is it? I'm not really sure. No, maybe just a lot of steering lock for Peter Bell. That was a horrendous amount of understeer from Peter as he charged his way through the club chicane, but no, I don't think he has actually got any damage. 99 there, drifting wide. That's Russell Halley. Now, where there are winners in a wet qualifying session to dry race, there are also losers, and unfortunately Russell, one of the losers. He qualified 5th, clearly very good in the wet, but he's dropped down now to well, 8th he was at the start of the lap, and I think he just lost another place there, maybe to Jordan Head at the beginning of this, the 7th lap of racing. Top 2, interestingly, breaking away. Now that Bateman's out in front, he's sort of dragging Jake Pace away from the rest of the pack, but there is Bo Parry, the grey and orange car, just moving into 5th position. I think he's got one of the fastest cars as well. He's off the road at Stowe, and he gives a place back away to, who's that, Jack Warry, I think. No, Jamie Turner, actually. He's lost a few places on this lap, but Bo Parry looking pretty quick, isn't he? If he can just keep the car pointing in a straight line, he's got a chance of at least a podium out of this race. Maybe yet a race victory, because Paul Bateman is slow. Paul Bateman, the race leader, has had a moment somewhere down at Club Corner, and he's down into 4th position. So Pace goes back to the front with a fastest lap to boot. Dawkins back to 2nd, and it's Jack Warry into 3rd. Bateman might yet lose 4th place as well, because up the inside goes Jamie Turner into Abbey. Nothing doing, can't commit to the move. Abbey is a flat-out corner in a Mark 1 Mazda MX5, and that means that you really want the widest possible entry into that turn. The inside line not really the place to be. Warry locking up the rears, skating into Village Corner, and chasing back after Chris Dawkins. So that leaves Jake Pace now sort of out on his own, 1.1 seconds ahead. Now, I know I'm wasting my breath before I say this, but I'm going to say it anyway. If the next group of cars work together for a lap or so, they would catch back up to Jake Pace pretty quickly, but I just don't see them working together. Are they going to prove me wrong? My word, they are. They're actually pushing each other along down the straight. That's Jack Warry and Chris Dawkins bump drafting down the Hanger Straight. And look, one straight working together, and they've bridged what was over a 1 second gap to the race leader. That slipstream is worth so much time around here, and it's good to see that some drivers are using their heads and using that to their advantage. Now back to that lead group then, dropping down into club. Well, they were working together for half a lap. No longer, because Chris Dawkins is going very defensive into club, and that bottles them all up. It loses the momentum, and it means any time they gain down the hanger straight has immediately been lost. Speaking of losing, that was Bo Parry losing out to Del Pace by inventing his own very wide and not very quick line through club corner, and now he can't get back in line, can he? So Del Pace, I think, is going to try and take advantage. Bateman again peeks to the inside of Jack Warry. There is Bo Parry, I suspect about to be out over the curbs again, forces his way back in line and just gets back in front of Del Pace in the 128 car. Breathless stuff from the Clubmans. They may be drivers sometimes of less experience than the Mark 1 Championship drivers, although not always, actually. Like I said, you've got people like Chris Dawkins, Paul Bateman, Bo Parry, numerous years of MX5 experience between some of the drivers at the front of the pack, and they know a thing or two about how this racing works, which is why, again, I'm surprised we're seeing less strategic working together, although actually that was a pretty simple pass, wasn't it, for Paul Bateman there? Drove round the outside of Chris Dawkins, so Bateman's gone from 4th back to 2nd again on this lap so far, but they've got to be now the best part of 2 seconds behind Jake Pace. Bo Parry, not for the first time, wide over the curbs at Stowe. Needs to watch out for track limits. He'll get a warning, but then time penalties will be incurred thereafter. Del Pace, meanwhile, trying to slip inside the number 9 car and almost gets into the side of him, and around he goes. Del Pace with a spin. I don't know if he made contact with Jamie Turner or whether he spun in avoidance of contact with Jamie Turner, but either way, he ends up pointing the wrong way. Rejoins behind Christian Dan in the pale blue number 20 car. Lead group back through Abbey Corner. It is now nearly a 2.1 second advantage for Jake Pace, who keeps on setting fastest lap after fastest lap. A 1:23.8 his latest effort, which was only fractionally quicker than Bateman, in fairness, and Bateman was overtaking people at the time. Screeching of tyres, the natural sound of a swarm of Mazda MX-5s rounding a tight corner. Now that isn't 2 seconds anymore, is it? Paul Bateman quite clearly fastest car on the track, and he's already starting to eat into the lead held by Jake Pace. Bateman and Dawkins, by the way, the top 2 Masters drivers, that's why their numbers are in pink. The yellow numbers, they further back there, you've got the likes of Chris Watson, Jez Banks, they're the 2 guest drivers. Bo Parry now slips up the inside of Chris Dawkins. Dawkins has had an odd sort of race, hasn't he? He looked like he was one of the strongest out there in the first few minutes. Through the middle part of the race, though, he's faded, and now he's off the podium altogether. Lead gap, though, that was 2 seconds less than a lap ago. It's less than 2 car lengths now as they drop through the club chicane. We're about to start the final lap of the race, and we've got a grandstand finish in prospect here. Ooh, Jake Pace doesn't need to be running wide over the curbs. That's going to slow him down. A brilliant drive this from Bo Parry as well. He's just gained 2 places in 1 lap, but he has gained even more than that since the start of the race when he started 13th. Here comes Paul Bateman, though, fastest lap of the race, round the outside into Abbey Corner and sweeps through into the lead. Now, is that too early, though, or will Jake Pace be able to slipstream back past him down the hanger straight? He's got to stay with him first, though, and the pace that Paul Bateman's got, I don't think that's going to be an easy task for Jake. Wait to see in a few corners' time what he can do, if anything, in the final few turns of the race. Bo Parry likewise will have some defending to do, I suspect, if Chris Dawkins and Jack Warry get the run on him down the back straight. But look at that, good exit from Chapel Corner for Jake Pace. He's in the slipstream. He's close enough that he should be able to generate a bit of a challenge here down towards Stowe Corner for the final time. A largely dry track now underneath the sunshine here at Silverstone. And look at that, Jake Pace can't do anything, even with a slipstream, can't keep up with Paul Bateman, who doesn't even really have to defend into Stowe that time around. Bo Parry similarly actually pretty safe in 3rd ahead of Dawkins and Warry. So down towards club we go for the final time. Is there going to be a lunge here from Jake Pace? He's close enough to think about it. Bateman covers the inside line. Jake is going to throw it to the outside. That is the drier side of the road, but he snatches a break and runs on wide. Bateman's also outbraked himself, though, and Paul Bateman's off the track. This will be a drag race to the line. Get the photo finish camera ready. This could be very, very close indeed. I think Paul Bateman might just hang on. Jake Pace tried everything, couldn't find a way through, and Bateman manages to grab the victory. Paul Bateman victorious then. Jake Pace comes home in 2nd. Bo Parry 3rd. with Chris Dawkins fourth. Oh, drama at Club Corner, and that is a pretty big crunch for Russell Halley, the 99, and the other one is Matthew Crozier. It looked like Halley was having a spin, and Crozier couldn't avoid him, basically. He sort of spun back into the pack. Not really a lot there that Crozier could have done, and unfortunately I think that it is Crozier who's come out worse, isn't it? Matthew Crozier with a lot of damage to the front of the 88 car. That is such a shame, and the team are going to have some real work to be done to get that car out on the grid for race 2. He's lost all power, hasn't he? I think not even able to limp the car across the line to register a finish, although that will be the least of his worries right now. Oh, that 15 minutes flew by. That was a brilliant race. Arguably a more competitive race than we saw from the Mark 1 Championship itself earlier on. So a credit to the Clubman Championship drivers. And Paul Bateman in particular there, coming through, looked like he was down and out at one point, but came through to snatch the victory. Almost threw it away at the last corner, but Jake Pace couldn't quite wriggle up the inside and has to settle for second. So Bateman and Pace separated by just under 3/10 at the end of the race. They're first and second respectively, ahead of Beau Parry. Paul Bateman, also the Masters winner, by the way, ahead of Chris Dawkins, who finished 4th overall. Jack Murray 5th, Jamie Turner 6th, Pete Smith 7th, Nick Ladoyan 8th, Jordan Head 9th, and Simon Waterfall completes the top 10. Then it was Del Pace and Will Bream ahead of Christian Dan and Adam Lawrence 14th. Then Oscar Trapesse and Tom Greenwood with Alexandros Katoulas, Russell Halley and Peter Williams next in line. Halley getting to the flag then, but with a fairly damaged rear end to his number 99 car. Chris Watts completes the top 20, the first of the 2 guest drivers ahead of Jez Banks, who I was reminded, by the way, I should point this out, by Dan Blake, former MX5 Clubman driver. The reason I know Jez Banks is because I used to race against him on iRacing. He's also done some other real-world racing in BMWs, I believe, so thank you, Dan, for that information. Rob Greensmith 22nd ahead of Peter Bell, Sam Luke and Matthew Crozier, with Johnny Greensmith 26th and Simon Privet 27th. Both actually not 26th and 27th. They'll be classified non-finishers because they retired to the pit lane. So that was pretty exciting, and the good news is we get to do that all over again later on this afternoon. In fact, the Clubman Championship will have the honour of closing out our season opener here at Silverstone. About 5:30 they will hopefully get their second and final race underway, so well worth sticking around to the end of the day. And that final race is going to be a cracker, I'm sure, as was the first one, and we can get the thoughts now of our top 3 drivers alongside Richard John Neal.
Cars making their way back into Parc Ferme. I was going to say the holding area, that's the other end, isn't it? That's what we have before the race. But yeah, victory lane, and we're just waiting for our race winners to be, rather than pull them up here, they're actually going into Parc Ferme. They will have a formal podium after we've done the interviews. Obviously waiting for Paul Bateman to come through and have a chat. I'm not sure if we've got anybody on the case in terms of getting the race winners through, but what a race that was for the Clubmans. Normally we see them on day 1, today day 2. I was talking to the drivers this morning about whether they prefer being on day 1 of a meeting and day 2, because I thought it was quite nice to be. Day 2's kind of the feature day out of the 2, if that makes sense. But I gather a lot of people actually like doing the Saturday, because if they're working in the week they can get Sunday at home and then prepare for the week's work and the business of the week on the Sunday. So pays your money and takes your choice, I guess. But for me, lovely to see the Clubmans. Oh dear, not lovely to see the 848 car have a little bit of damage. But for me anyway, as I was going to say, on headline day, lovely to have the drivers here in the Clubmans and all 3 lots with us today. Have we got Paul Bateman yet? I'll tell you what, I'm going to have a quick dive in the... Paul. Oh, Beau Parry will do. We'll do Beau Parry first of all. So, Beau, 3rd position. Could we get you over by the Brscc sign?
Sorry,
just so that we... That's all right. Well, there'll be a fine, you know, for that. No, it's fine. It's all right. Beau, the great thing about Mazda racing is, and you can say it on virtually every podium interview, is how hard they are and how competitive they are, and that one was no exception.
Yeah, well, it's why we all do it, isn't it? Yeah. You know, I started about 4 or 5 years ago with the intention to, you know, learn to drive, have some fun and potentially move on, and I just can't go anywhere. I'll probably be here in 10 years, to be honest, doing the same thing. Just love it to bits.
That's great. Any one of the, you know, the early stages, if we were to look at the top 6, maybe the top 10, anyone could have taken that win.
Yeah, it was. I mean, it's the Clubman's just getting more and more competitive. I looked through the list beforehand, and there's a good 10, 12 cars within a second pace, half a second pace, which is what we're all here for, really. And I qualified slightly out of place this morning, so my aim was just to get through as quick as possible, but cleanly. That's the other part of it.
Excellent. Another race coming up a little bit later on, so obviously hoping to get a little bit higher up.
Well, I'll try and get first. I'll just try and go forwards. That's the plan.
Excellent. Bo, many congratulations. Thank you very much. Good to see you on the podium. And Jake Pace, we're doing the 3-2-1, which is Jake, how you doing? Congratulations. Lovely to see you. Nice green helmet, which will blend nicely with the darker green of our Brscc logos. Just saying to Bo, fantastic close racing, and it could go any which way, can't it?
Yeah, no, definitely. I thought I'd got away until I did fall off, I think around by Stowe, which allowed Paul to catch back up slightly. But now really happy to grab second, first podium as well. So yeah, no, I couldn't be happier.
You say you fell off, you had a fall off. What caused that? Is it driver track or?
It was a little bit slippery around the top corner up there, and yeah, I think I was a bit too hot around it, and it just caused me to fall off a little bit. So yeah, but we live and we learn. So
it amazes me how well you guys race, because it's still wet out there, isn't it? As you say, but you've got a dry line, but you're still overtaking. I guess it's just enough to squeeze on that dry line to do it.
Yeah, 100%. It was changing every lap, so getting better and better. So it was just a game of trying to judge it and see how far you can push it, which obviously I took it a bit too far at one point, but yeah.
Nice one, Jake. Well done on P2. We'll try and catch up with you and have a longer chat. Oh, yeah.
Also, just say massive thanks to my dad for getting my car ready all winter. The boys at Leewood's car body repairs, Gary, Tracy, the rest of my family, and also Tucker Motorsport, all the boys there. Thanks very much.
Man, you've got to thank those people. Well done indeed. Thank you very much indeed, Jake. Paul Bateman. Next up, let's see if we can get Paul down. Yeah, Paul. Congratulations.
Thank you very
It's going to be a quick one, I'm afraid, because we've got cars on the grid, but always lovely to talk to you. First outright since Croft last year?
Pardon?
First outright win since Croft last year?
Yes, I see. Yeah. I've had
loads of Masters wins since then.
I had a kidney removed last year after Croft, and so I missed 2 meetings. So I came back at Cadwell and gradually got back into it, and I'm fine. I'm fine.
You're okay, I was going to say health all good. That's the most important.
Yeah, I'm all clear. I mean, but yeah, so a very lucky man. I'm a very lucky man.
We're lucky to see you on track and putting in a great performance. 14th on the grid.
Yeah. The tyres were wrong. The windscreen was. I couldn't see qualifying. It happened in a. I used some telepathic way of going round. I don't know, but very greasy out there, and I threw it away twice, didn't I? At Vale, nearly, and so I'm very, very happy. Very happy.
It was a cracking race. You've got to do it all again later on.
Yeah. I might be a bit more relaxed then. I might be a bit more composed. I was very worried having to make up 14. You think, I'll never do it. But somehow, if you get the brakes and the car's going well and the boys are dicing, they slow down and you come to them. So it worked out really well. And then I threw it away.
And you threw it away, but then you come back on a drying track. And I was just saying to Jake, there's a dry line, and
it's not dry. Even the dry line's not dry. It's still greasy, but it's good. It's good.
Brilliant. As I say, it was a short chat. Many congratulations. Fantastic drive. We'll see you for race 2 a little bit later on. Thanks very much, Paul Bateman, who is our Masters winner as well. Absolutely brilliant drive. And now we've got a mini endurance race to look forward to. So let's go back to Andy McKeown, who's going to be racing one of these cars in the very near future, I understand.
Thank you, Richard. Well, my chances of racing in this series in the future will depend largely on whether or not the car I may or may not be appearing in survives it, because these can be very, very busy races, these Club Sport races, but they are always hugely popular. We've got 45 cars on the grid, so we better start running through them now before the green flag lap begins. It will be a rolling start for the first time as well in Club Sport Trophy today. Jamie Hadley's VW Golf will start from pole ahead of James Alford in the Audi TT. Both of them running in Class A, as is Feroz Bilamoria in the Scirocco that starts third, and Andrew Dyer then the first of the Class B cars in one of the TT Cup Racing spec Audis, which will start on the inside or outside for a rolling start, I think, of row 2. Row 3 then Chris Murphy in the BMW Z4 and Jim Benson's Lotus Elise, although I seem to recall Jim Benson was the Lotus we saw in the barriers at the end of qualifying, if memory serves, so I think that's why there's probably a gap there. It's actually going to be the number 55 of Chris Coomer and Tim Evans who will start from 6th. Then we have the number 241 car, that's Matt Massey in the Honda Civic Type R, as the green flag lap is about to get underway. Then we will have the 52 of Rob Walker next. David May's Nissan, always a quick car in the dry, especially ahead of Stephen Harrison's Renault Clio, will be next, ahead then David Cox, completing the top dozen in the Golf GTI. Saranga Sothisrari in his BMW 330 will be next, ahead of Stuart Kilroy's Peugeot. Rob Andrade's VW Golf GTI will have company from Will Gallagher on the next row, and then the BMW Z4, number 177 of Darren and Joseph Dukes, will have the number 11 of Barry Cully, one of the original Seat Leon Cupra Cup cars. Then back end of the top 20, we've got Mike Parsons VW Golf and Stefan Oates in one of the BMW 1 Series Super Cup cars. Hopefully we'll get a chance to talk about that a bit more when the race gets underway. Steve Wood and Jason Brough are next in a BMW and a Renault Clio respectively, followed by, in 23rd position on the grid, Andrew Stevens Mini Cooper and Graham Price's Renault Megane. Then the number 20 car is the Daniel and Steve Cogswell-driven Nissan Almera GTI. I think we spoke to them during the lunch break. They've got the number 93 of Jonathan Hayes and Mark Bruce, the BMW Compact for company. Then it will be Ben Walkingshaw's Scirocco R and Christian White, former regular in the Toyota MR2 Championship. Then he moved into MX5s, back in an MR2 Roadster for this particular race. 29th on the grid will be the number 91. That's Elliot and Richard Nobolivsky in the BMW Z4, and then number 94 will be alongside them, Jack Mitchell and Liam Cochrane. Then it's Paul Mercer and the Adcocks. Be careful, Phil and Matthew, that car needs to be in one piece for later this season, with Nick Dougal in the Mazda next in line. Then it's Damien O'Farrell ahead of the number 19 car, Cameron Bell and Graham Mailings, again former MX5 racers, both of them. Adam Radford and Richard Bancroft are next, BMW ahead of Honda. Then it's Mark Jones in the Hyundai Coupe and Chris Fantana in his Mark 1 MX5. Then a couple of Mazda 2s, not a car you see an awful lot of out on British racetracks. Number 134 is the first of them. That's the Shaw and Harvey example, followed by Colin Risbridger and Joe Jacobs Mazda. Then at the back of the grid, Stephen Watson's Renault Clio, Chris Stone's Honda Civic Type R, and Gary Hobbs in another of the Hyundai Coupes. So hopefully all 45 have made it out. I do suspect we're missing one or two after incidents or dramas in qualifying, but we are ready to go racing with Jamie Hadley and James Alford on the front row of the grid. Now Alford was out, I seem to recall, in the Supersport race yesterday, so he's had a nice little bit of practice, lots of practice actually, a 2-hour race all by himself yesterday, and he will be starting from the front row, ready to use that advantage, and potential advantage anyway, certainly that extra experience, to his advantage, if that made sense. Right then, let's move on swiftly to the start of the race, which is upon us, 2x2 through the final corner. 45 minutes on the clock, and it is go in the SW Motorsports Club Sport Trophy at Silverstone. As always, a magnificent sight they make as they fan out on the run into the first corner. Who is going to have the advantage? It will be the pole sitter Jamie Hadley, I think, who hangs on, with James Alford trying his best to hang on to second place. No, they split the leader. They go 3 wide through farm for the first time, and Alford does have the advantage. Steaming up the inside again is Jamie Hadley, trying to get that place back. A very lively run then through the first couple of corners, and I'm still not actually on the wiser as to who's got the lead. We'll find out down the Hanger Straight. That, unfortunately, is one of the McGanns. That was 384, I think, maybe. 388, thank you. That was Graham Price with a rotation at Abbey Corner, but he looked to be getting going again as the rest of the pack heads down the Hanger Straight for the first time. And who has the lead? It is Alford. So Alford's got the lead. Hadley second place. Then the Scirocco for Rose Bilamoria in third. Fourth place is Andrew Dyer. And then the compact, the BMW, who was that in fifth position? That might have been Matty Taylor, you know, who I think has had a good start in his BMW compact. Double check that at the end of the opening lap. There goes the Adcock car, as always. Distinctive livery on the yellow and green Beamer. through the Club Chicane. MR2 versus Z4 versus MX5. This is the Club Sport Trophy, a great variety of car. You often see cars that race within things like Mazda MX5s or Civic Cup or Ford Fiesta Championships, all eligible to come and race here in the Club Sport Trophy. Gives the drivers a bit of extra track time, particularly early in the season like this. Good opportunity to get some race practice before your full-time championship begins later on in the year. That's why we've got some of the Audis, for example, out on track with us this weekend. BMW there scything around the outside and gaining a place. That's the number 82 car of Saranga Sothisrari, the Rautech International Racing car, a Civic Cup machine there, one of the area motorsport cars trying to make some progress as well. And did they succeed in making that move? Well, maybe not, because they're way, way, way off the track coming onto the back straight. Matt Massey, that is, the Honda Civic Type R. But again, after a wet qualifying session earlier on today, it's a slightly mixed up, muddled up grid. And there are a few of the more powerful cars, definitely. And for Esbilamoria, I would put in, Saranga Sothisrari, I'd put into that category, that are further down than they normally would be. And he is trying to do something about that now. Coming up to challenge one of the VW Golfs, that's David Cox, this for 13th place overall. David Cox fends him off. Again, you can see the different coloured numbers on the timing tower denoting different classes. The top three cars, and indeed all of the other yellow background numbers, they are Class A machines. Class B is the red numbers. The white backgrounds are Class C cars. And then further back, the pink background on the number denotes Class E. So as the race goes on, particularly as we get into the pit stop window, that's a useful guide to see where the battles are for class position. But even if it's not for class position, you'll still see them racing pretty hard with each other, as they are here out of Club Corner. The 283 Honda Civic on the inside line there. That's Chris Stone. Another Honda Civic under attack and actually losing a position there. Stephen Harrison's Renault Clio slipping through and snatching a place away from Matt Massey. At the head of the field, Alford nearly 1.2 seconds up on Jamie Hadley. Villamoria in third, Andrew Dyer fourth, Matty Taylor fifth, David May sixth. So David May is another of those who I suspect probably struggled with a very powerful Nissan 370Z in a wet qualifying session. Qualified only 11th, but he's up to 6th in the early stages. And Jamie Hadley sets a new fastest lap of the race. That was 0.3 quicker than the race leader. So the gap back under a second now between the Audi and the VW. Got a VW in this little group as well, the 777 car with a grandstand view of what's going on ahead of it. That's Robin Andrade, and he's got Stuart Kilroy's Peugeot making a nice little move there on one of the Z4s. That was Steve Wood's BMW, which finds itself sandwiched almost in the middle, heading through Club Corner. Different cars, of course, generate their lap times differently. Some of them are more powerful, some of them are a bit lighter, some better on the brakes, some better under acceleration. And the Silverstone International Circuit, whilst it has a very high average speed, it does have a few of these tight and technical sections at the beginning and the end of the lap. So it does sort of balance out, actually, over the lap between cars with lots of power and cars with really good handling. That's why in a series like Club Sport Trophy, you get such brilliant racing around most tracks, actually, in the UK, but particularly a circuit like this. Oh, exit stage right, one of the MR2s. Who was that? Got it back on the road eventually, but they were almost doing a reverse lap around the Grand Prix circuit then, so wide did they go towards the Maggots and Beckett's complex. And as they head down towards us, we'll try and pick out the number. 52 is that? No, that's Mazda MX5. Figure that out in a second anyway. Through Stowe Corner goes this big, big group of cars. And still, Stuart Kilroy at the front. We've got a new player now, the 501 car, Ben Walkingshaw trying to join in his Scirocco. Nibbles away at the curb on the inside at the Club Chicane. And accelerating back down past the pits. The Peugeot desperately trying to keep this baying pack behind. And I don't know if they're going to be able to do that. The BMW looking up the inside line will finally slip through. So Wood moves up into 15th position. The Toyota, by the way, was Christian White, who was a front runner, as I said, in the MR2 Championship a number of years ago. Tried his hand at MX5s for a few seasons in the SuperCup Championship about 4 or 5 years ago. But back in an MR2 in Club Sport Trophy for this weekend. Now, back at the front of the field, James Alford is not escaping. Jamie Hadley as I said, has just been eating into that advantage slightly over the last few laps. The gap was 0.8, it's now under half a second though. And look, they've already caught the back of the pack, so traffic on the horizon. That is Chris Stone's Honda Civic that he's going to come up to lap first. And does so with ease, but that was the last lap in clean air that James Orford is going to have all race, I suspect. It's just going to be a constant stream of back markers now. Here's the fight for third, by the way, for Bilimoria versus Andrew Dyer. So Andrew Dyer in a full TT Cup racing spec Audi. And therefore runs in a slightly different class to the other TT, Class B for him. Alford down towards, I don't think that is a TT Cup car though, but perhaps some maybe different tyres or something it's running on, I'm not sure, but it's running in a different class to the other Audi. Right now, not worried about fighting with other Audi TTs, instead trying to hold on to the overall race lead and ducking and diving through the traffic as they do so. In fact, the next car they're going to put a lap down is the BMW 1 Series. It is there, I promise. It's hidden behind the timing tower on the left-hand side of the shot. That is another fledgling series that the BRSCC have been working hard on over the last year or two. And interest building, definitely, in that one-make BMW Championship. Of course, they already look after the BMW Compact Cup. But the 1 Series is an exciting prospect, definitely, and it'd be good to get a few more cars out there, perhaps in things like Club Sport Trophy, before they commit to running a full championship for them. So Jamie Hadley then dropping back in the traffic that time, 1.1 seconds between the top two now. Alford using all of the track, not quite as much even as Hadley though. Big gap back now to Bilimoria and Dyer. There, meanwhile, briefly, was the Adcock BMW losing out to the Nissan. I'm pretty sure they were the two families that we chatted to in the pit lane before with Richard, and they found each other on track in the early stages. So that was a story we teed up quite well, wasn't it, before the race even started. Alford, though, slides the Audi through Club. I think this time around the gap has come back down again. Jamie Hadley looking a bit closer. I think when he's left to his own devices, Hadley is a bit quicker than Alford, but just the traffic got in the way on the previous lap. Across the line. Oh, well, actually, no, gap goes out. 1.4 seconds. Quite a bit slower that time was Jamie Hadley. But over the next few laps before we get into the pit window, this I'm sure is going to continue to chop and change a little bit. Pit window, by the way, open from 15 minutes into the race until 30 minutes in. So it's a 15-minute pit window, and it's the middle 15 of the 45 minutes, essentially, in which the pit lane's open and cars can come in and make a pit stop. 3 of the Z4s here running in close quarters. Number 40 at the front of the group, Adam Radford. And they've just all managed to dispatch Jason Bruff's Cedar Motorsport car. Oh, into the gravel, 151, David Cox. That's down at the Club Chicane. Now, he might be able to get out of there if he's got a really gentle right foot. I think he's going to be okay. The gravel being wet has compacted. It's a bit less sticky. Oh, no, he was so close. So close to getting out of the gravel, and there's a little dip, I think, maybe a drain right at the edge. I don't think he's stuck though. I think if he actually gave it a bootful, he might get out, but he has, for the time being, brought out the double-waved yellows down into the Club Chicane. That could be problematic, not only if you're fighting for position, but also if you're coming up against back markers. You're not allowed to overtake anybody in a yellow flag zone, regardless of whether it's for position or not, so that could have an impact on the lead battle. Christian White again looking very leery out of Chapel. As he now goes after the Scirocco ahead of him, so Christian White battling away with Walkinshaw, and he's actually already on this lap found a way past the number 63 of Steve Wood. That's the lime green BMW in behind. Yellow flags, look there, you can see this is the problem. Cars on different laps and having to follow each other line astern through the yellow flag zone can lead to quite a big hold-up if you are the quicker car. Got Saranga Ferrari going through there in the Rautech BMW. Here are the leaders, though, and they're absolutely nose to tail heading into that yellow flag zone, though. So you can see Alford there having to hit the brakes because he's not allowed to overtake that back marker. The car, though, is out of the way. I think they've managed to move the David Cox Golf. So yellow flags should now be in. Indeed, they are in. So good work by the marshals. It only needed a little shove, I suppose, to get out of the gravel and allow the race to continue unabated, which means this is now once again a genuine fight for the race lead. James Alford versus Jamie Hadley, who has already set the fastest lap of this race, but what he really wants is the lead of the race. And as he goes through Abbey Corner, he is close to being able to achieve that. Into the brakes at Village. Both cars moving around an awful lot there as they came through that really quick left-hander. It's a bit of a nothing corner when you look at it on a map, but actually it's only just flat out in most cars. It's quite sharp and it's very quick. So we'll go over a bit of a crest in the middle of it as well. Car goes a bit light, understeers out wide. Easy, as we've seen plenty of people do already actually this weekend, to understeer straight onto the grass, and that can create a very, very heart-stopping moment. So Alford and Hadley seemingly quite evenly matched then. Hadley, I think, is the quicker of the two, but he's not got a massive advantage, and that's going to make overtaking the Audi pretty tricky. So could be that he tries to use maybe pit strategy to his advantage by coming in earlier than the car ahead of him. Maybe he might be able to get a bit of an undercut. Traffic, again, not really helping the race leader here. Cars running off the track in front of him will be a distraction, but then as they come back on the road in front of James, they start to really delay him. So out through the first couple of corners again. We are 2 minutes away from the pit window opening. Like I said, it may be that that's something that Jamie Hadley tries to use to gain that lead. If he can pit a lap or two earlier or a lap or two later than Alford, have a few laps in clean air, then you never know. Could be a winning move. So Alford 8.5 tenths up. This is the battle for third, by the way, between Perez Billamoria and Andrew Dyer. Dyer's been stuck behind Billamoria for a while, not able to find a way through, well, basically since the start of the race, and they're still nose to tail as they head down the back straight. I think I've just caught a glimpse there as well of David May in the 5th place Nissan. That's got no livery on it at the moment. It's normally got a white and green livery. White, might be blue, red, white and blue, I think, actually, is David May's usual livery. Maybe with a bit of green. Anyway, it's all sort of just plain black at the moment, so I presume they're going to get that car re-stickered before the next round. Here's the fight for third place there that I mentioned, Billamoria and Andrew Dyer. And again, two very evenly matched cars, both front-wheel drive, both German as well, of course, VW versus Audi, and exactly the same story at the front of the field, except here the Audi has the edge, and the VW is the one doing the chasing. A very robust pass made there by Jamie Hadley against the Honda Civic, and that actually delayed him as much as it did the back marker. Barry Cully goes through there in the Seat. It's the second time I think that the leaders have lapped this particular group of cars, but that group are now lapping other cars like the Hyundai Coupes that are at the back of the field. David May is in the pit lane. Now, I don't think the pit window is open. I know I was mentioning that car, but I didn't want to get this close a view of it at this point in the race. That might be an issue for the car that had been running inside the top 5. Because we haven't yet had notification that the pit window is open. It should be open now. We are 15 minutes into the race. Any moment now. Yep, there we go, right on cue. Timing screen says pit window open, and they have to, I think, pass the pit window open board once. They hold that out for about 5 minutes to make sure that everyone knows the pit window's open, because of course in the cars they don't have ship-to-shore radios like you would in F1 or other series. Hard to know when that window's actually open. Look at that move around the outside. Oh my word, that was Andrew Dyer, and that was, in the end, thankfully, I think, not a successful overtake on Perez Billamoria, because he did not do that within track limits, and I suspect a penalty would have probably gone his way, but he just came across that bunch of back markers, kept his right foot down, and did not lift. And it almost worked, but not quite in the end. All for there getting tangled up with a back marker, ironically one of the back marking VW Golf, so that might give Jamie Hadley the momentum that he needs down the back straight to challenge for the race lead here. No, not able to really get within striking range, or is he? Pulling almost alongside, but on the outside line. I think the camera angle a bit deceptive there as they came towards us. He wasn't quite alongside. do think if I were Jamie Hadley, I'd be thinking of doing the opposite of whatever Alford does pit stop wise, which means staying out because Alford is in. So the race leader is in the pit lane, and sensibly Jamie Hadley has decided not to follow him. He needs a few laps in clean air, he says. Not that you get clean air in this series, but a few laps not boxed in behind the Audi to try and forge his own path and try and get the undercut, the overcut, I suppose now, as we would call it. So Alford in. Lane speed limit is painfully slow after the pace that they've been carrying on track. In fact, that seems very slow for James Alford. Could be, like I say, it's all perspective, isn't it? They're going very quickly out on track. It will feel slow. That seemed particularly pedestrian. Anyway, Jamie Hadley inherits the race lead. Jason Brough is in as well. Got a few further back have pitted, but of the front runners, it is really only James Alford who's made his way down the pit lane for now. Interesting that he took the first opportunity to pit. Whoops, that was a slightly clumsy moment through Chapel Corner for one of the goals. But yeah, interesting that Alford came in before Hadley, having already got the track position. Not fully understanding of why Alford would feel the need to come in first, but I'm sure he's got his reasons. There are a handful of cars out there, of course, that have two drivers, and they'll want to try and share that drive time as equally as possible, but Alford going it alone, so really sure what the thinking behind that was. Maybe if he wins the race or gets on the podium, we'll be able to ask him, or Richard John Neal will be able to ask him anyway, in about 27 minutes time or so. So Hadley officially now inherits the race lead. This now becomes the battle for second place. Still, Feroz Bilamoria is ahead of Andrew Dyer by a length or so, as it has been really since the start of the race. They've got more traffic ahead, though. Is this going to present the opportunity that Dyer's been waiting for? Seem to be seeing a lot of that Stuart Kilroy Peugeot 207, don't we? Which has been in the thick of some of the midfield battles. Just outside the top 20, that car runs, the red 333 car. Alford back underway. That's David May just in front, who's out of the Nissan, so that's not a good sign. Possibly the last that we've seen of the 370Z, which has been troublesome over time. When it works, it's quick, but they've had the odd mechanical issue with it, it has to be said. Great noises they make as they accelerate off Chapel Corner, but look at this battle for second place. Left-hand side of shot, the Scirocco versus the TT. The Scirocco's got the edge down the straight, but the TT with that front splitter, the rear wing, it generates a bit more downforce maybe. Not a lot, but a little bit more than the Scirocco. Also a slightly lower centre of gravity, and it is helping Andrew Dyer through the corners. But that is not helping him to make an overtake because he's not really close enough into the braking zones to make the lunge against Feroz. Matty Taylor, by the way, has just jumped into the pit lane. So has the number 93 car, Jonathan Hayes and Marcus Bruce, about to execute a driver change. Good run out of club corner there for Dyer. Can he get the inside line? No, he can't, because the Scirocco's better in the speed traps. And frustrating, so frustrating this for Andrew Dyer. He knows he's got the performance and probably is slightly quicker over a lap, but the Scirocco is everywhere that he wants to be through the parts of the circuit where the Audi is stronger. Defensive line taken by Bilamoria, wide line in by Andrew Dyer, gets the run on the exit, and that will give him the inside line. Will it down through the link road? No, Bilamoria again gets over in front to cover. He knows as well, Feroz, that he can go defensive into the turns, even if it ruins his exit speed. He's going to have the horsepower advantage down the next straight, so that's the frustration here for Dyer, who, remember, runs in Class B, so a lower class than the car that he's trying to overtake. Class B Sport Pro for cars. It's all done on a power to weight ratio, so cars with between 176 to 205 brake horsepower per tonne. The Class A, or Elite class as they call it, which is what the Scirocco is in, 206 to 235 brake horsepower per tonne. So it's a heavier car, the Scirocco, but it's got a lot more power, so power to weight ratio puts it in the higher class, and that is the problem that Dyer is having. Again, he almost had an overlap at one point down the Sir Lewis Hamilton straight. By the time they get to the most important bit of it, the end of it, he's not able to stay alongside. He needs to try and force a mistake out of Bilamoria, or hope that Bilamoria gets boxed in behind traffic, which he did there through Abbey Corner, but then he just got over to the inside line to cover into the braking zone at Village. So a bit like I was saying with Hadley and Alford when they were battling for the race lead, I think this will come down to pit stop timing, really. And if I were Andrew Dyer, I'd be thinking about coming in now, get out of this battle. He'd clearly be quicker on his own, because then he'd really be able to use the handling capability of the Audi. He's definitely being held up through the corners, but if he pits, he wouldn't probably have that problem. Very late on the brakes at the end of the hangar straight, but Feroz positions the car nicely. Now is Billamori going to pit this time? He's holding on to the right-hand side of the road, but no, stays out, as does Dyer. Of course, from a neutral perspective, I hope neither of them pit, because it's a great battle that they're having. But from Dyer's perspective, I just don't see how he's going to find a way past the Scirocco unless Feroz Billamori makes a mistake. Saranga Sothisarari, by the way, you can see on the left-hand side of the screen, he's in the pit lane along with one of the Z4s. Still really waiting for any of the front runners to make their way in. James Alford 21st and 2 laps down after his pit stop. The minimum pit stop time will adhere to all of the cars out there. 2 minutes is the minimum pit stop time. And when the quick cars are lapping Silverstone's international circuit in about 1¼ minutes, you'll lose a lap and nearly a second lap by making that pit stop. The 2 minutes measured from pit entry line to pit exit line. So it's not stationary for 2 minutes, and that's what complicates the maths a little bit. You've got to calculate how long it takes the car to get from pit entry to the pit box, and then how long it takes it to get from the pit box to pit exit, and then factor in how long you need to leave the car stationary. It's not difficult to see how people get that wrong. There then is the race leader, Jamie Hadley. Now his lap times, he's just come across the line, did a 1:15.4. James Alford, on his last lap, did a 1:15.3. Now, why is that significant? Well, they were nose to tail before Alford pitted. James is down in 18th place, but we know that eventually Hadley will pit and he'll come out somewhere around Alford, and whether he's ahead or behind the Audi will depend entirely upon how his lap times are comparing to the erstwhile race leader. And at the moment, they're pretty comparable, so there's a good chance they're going to be basically together again, all things being equal with the pit stop, of course. As long as they both stick to the 3 minutes and don't go above or beyond that, that should put them back out together on track, much as these two are inseparable still. Andrew Dyer has been nibbling at the back of Feroz Billamori's Scirocco for quite some time. Just can't find a way past him. So James Hadley exits Stowe Corner, heads for the pit lane. Right then, this is the key moment in the race, really. Jamie Hadley is in. It will be about 2 minutes before he, it should be exactly 2 minutes from that point there, as he hits the pit entry line until he exits the pit lane, and where he will be in relation to the number 5 Audi TT, that is the key. Can James Alford get back in front of the Golf, or will Hadley's later pit stop benefit him enough to move back into the lead? I'm not sure where James Alford is on the track, whether he's recently crossed the line or not. Try and pick him out if we can. Meanwhile, this is the pit stop. Oh, in is Billamori as well, but not Dyer. So Andrew Dyer takes over the race lead. And again, much as we said with Hadley, by staying out now for a few laps, Andrew Dyer might be able to get the overcut. 20 minutes left in the race. Down through Stowe Corner comes the number 73 car. There is James Alford. Right, so he's just gone through to unlap himself, essentially. And it will be at the end of this lap, I think, for the Audi, that he will discover whether he's in the lead, or the net lead of the race or not. So there is James Alford, his second pit stop race of the weekend, having done the entirety of the 2-hour Supersport race yesterday by himself. This time around, practically a sprint race, really, 45 minutes. And we are already beyond half an hour into this race. No, we're not. We're 25 minutes into the race. Math never was my strongest subject. But approaching the end of the pit window within the next 4 minutes or so. In comes Dyer. So that's interesting. Dyer choosing basically to go just 1 lap later than Billamori. We'll let that one play out in a moment. Here, though, comes James Alford down into the Vale. Now, where is the VW Golf going to be when it comes out of the pit lane? Will Jamie Hadley have stolen the lead away from James Alford? We're about to find out, I suspect. Then down across the line he comes then, breaks the timing beam, heads towards pit exit. And James Alford Was that the Golf coming into the pit exit there? This could be quite tight if that was the case. I think Alford might be in front though, you know. Is that the Golf about to appear behind? Yes, it was. So there we go. So that was a good pit stop cycle then for James Alford, who has gained definitely on the number 2 of Jamie Hadley, who then understeers straight off the road coming through Village Corner. So Jamie Hadley will be a bit frustrated at that then, having gone later. Wasn't able to capitalise on the track position that he gained. He's not far behind though, but we saw how difficult he found it to pass the Audi of James Alford in the first part of the race. There's nothing to suggest that's going to be any easier inside the final 15 minutes, and he's got to catch the Audi first. He's done it once. He should be able to do it again, but yeah, could have done without that really. Now the next question is what's going on with third place, because we know that Feroz Bilamoria has pitted, so too now has Andrew Dyer. Which of those will come out on top? Bilamoria out of the pit lane now. Dyer will be out in about a lap's time, I think. So in the pit lane, the number 15 Audi, out on track, the VW Scirocco. And that will be for a position on the outright podium. Then in different classes, Dyer is a Class B car. But they've been in such an entertaining battle that they won't really care about that. They just want to get the better of their opponent. Right, here comes Bilamoria towards us, the Scirocco there, the green and white car. So up inside of a group of back markers. Now this is not ideal for Feroz. If he's been delayed by these slower cars on his outlap, I think it is. Well, it is his outlap. And that's not going to help his chances of keeping Andrew Dyer behind. So remember, it's the grey number 15 Audi we're watching for in the pit lane exit. And Feroz Bilamoria will be hoping against hope that he doesn't see it pop out of the pit lane in front of him. Whoops, that's Saranga Sothisrari off and making his way through the water splash at Village. The BMW should get back on the road. Oh, now that's Dyer. That's Dyer, so he's out well in front of Feroz Bilamoria. And that is surprisingly far ahead, actually. Dare I say, suspiciously far ahead. Have to wait and see. As long as he was in the pit lane for 2 minutes, then that's fine. But he seems to be a lot further ahead than I'd have anticipated him to be. I know Bilamoria had some traffic. Could be that Feroz had a slow stop, of course. Nothing to say that everything went perfectly for him. But, yeah, so far ahead is Andrew Dyer. Bilamoria, I don't think is even at the end of the hangar straight yet. So, bizarre turn of events there. But Andrew Dyer... Yeah, there is Bilamoria. Such a big gap between the two of them. Best part of half a lap, really. So one of them either had a very quick stop or the other had a very slow stop. I'm not sure. But Andrew Dyer, I suspect it was the latter of those options, actually, because Dyer is a similar distance back from Alford and Hadley that he was before the pit stops. Bilamoria is the one that's dropped back, I think. So, and in fact, is he a full lap behind? Timing screen still piecing itself together. Yeah, I think he might be a lap back from where he should be. Feroz Bilamoria, yeah, it was a 4-minute lap, so he spent about 3 minutes in the pit lane as opposed to 2. So that's what's happened there. So Feroz Bilamoria has had a very slow stop. He's actually dropped a lap and a bit over Andrew Dyer. So apologies for casting any suspicions upon Andrew and suggesting he might have cheated the system there. It was just that Feroz had a very slow stop for some reason. Almost like he thought it was a 3-minute minimum pit stop time, but I'm sure he read the regs, as all drivers do before their races. Like the 777 there, Rob Andrade being some encouragement from the pit wall. Race leader at the moment, by the way, is Christian White, because he hasn't stopped, and that is problematic because the pit window's just closed. He's not the only one. Number 63 in third place, Steve Wood's BMW Z4, that hasn't visited the pit lane yet, and nor has number 388 Graham Price in the Megane. So 3 cars yet to stop. Now, what do the regs say about that? Because it may be that you're allowed to pass the pit lane closed board once, as is the case in some other Brscc championships, such as the Fun Cup, for example. Doesn't actually say anything about... yeah, it doesn't say anything about that in the regs, though, so I'm not so sure. Might see some penalties applied if they're a bit too late in the pit lane. There is the race leader. Oh, he's going round again. Okay, well, now he is going to get in trouble then, I'm sure. Christian White, who's waving people through, hands out of cockpits. What is going on? down into Abbey. Is there a yellow flag at the end? Oh, yes, there is. One of the Z4s is off and stuck in a gravel trap. Very inconsiderate of them to get stuck right where we can't see them. We can see what car it is, but not which number it is, unfortunately. It could. I think it might be the 63, you know. I think that might be why Steve Wood hasn't pitted, because he's stuck in a gravel trap at Abbey, because he's just lost a place to Jamie Hadley. No, maybe not, because he came across the line 4 seconds behind Hadley, apparently. And there is Hadley. So I don't think it is Wood. I think it's a different of the Z4s. Price is in now in the McGann. So we're now just waiting for Christian White, really, who I think has gone a lap too far here, but we'll wait and see. The experienced MR2 driver slides off the track, puts the indicator on, dives for pit entry. No, he doesn't. Okay. Answers on a postcard, everyone. Unless he's found some exciting new strategy that no one else has thought of, and more importantly, found a way to bribe the race director at the end of the race. I think he's going to get himself in some trouble for this. Christian White has not pitted, according to the timing screen. And I'm tempted to believe that, because he's ahead of the likes of James Alford, for example. Alford, though, for what it's worth, oh, he's been caught by Hadley, look, so they are nose to tail now, the Audi and the VW, and they're not far behind Christian White, so Christian's going to lose the lead anyway in the very near future. The question is, though, can Hadley find a way past Alford? Here they come, and it's situation normal, really. This is exactly what the first stint of the race looked like. The number 5 Audi narrowly ahead of the number 2 VW Golf, that as close as it could get, just was not able to make an overtake. And headlights ablaze now for Alford as well, as he tries to warn the upcoming traffic of his presence. Steve Wood has pitted in the 63 BMW, sort of confirming. Oh, I think it might be the 177. Yeah, it is. It's the Dukes Motorsport BMW that was off at turn 1. Darren and Joseph Dukes, not sure who was in the car, but they are now confirmed as the ones who were off at turn 1. Right, down, out of Stowe. Is Christian White going to pit this time? I think he might have done, which now means that James Alford will move into the race lead if that's the case. No, he hasn't. Christian White still hasn't stopped. I think he's just out there for a good time, isn't he, really? He's enjoying leading the race, and unless there's been some sort of timing glitch, I'm pretty sure he's going to get himself a penalty at the end of the race, but the Toyota driver is quite happily continuing to circulate, and perhaps oblivious to the fact he's even in the lead of the race. Again, hands out of cockpits because there's still yellow flags at the first corner. Some drivers slowing down more than others. There isn't a set speed that you have to go through a yellow flag zone. You just have to notably slow down, and noticeably slow down, I should say, and of course not overtake. Now they're in the green flag zone, they can overtake. And James Alford just does just that against the number 404 Richard Bancroft-driven Honda Civic. And Alford is about to catch and pass pretty rapidly, I'd imagine, Christian White. So this is technically for the race lead. The Audi about to go past the MR2. BMW back on its way, that's good news. Good work from the marshals to get that car out of the gravel. It will traipse its way back to the pit lane, I'm sure, to get the gravel cleared out. Here come the leaders, though. And James Alford about to move back into officially first position. Hadley needs to try and go with him, really, and wasn't able to do it through Stowe Corner. On the exit, he does. And that time, Christian White sort of had an excuse for not pitting, because he had the Golf to his right-hand side. Look, if you've missed the pit window by 5 minutes, Christian, you might as well just carry on, I suppose, and keep getting your moment in the spotlight. Out round Club Corner they go. Oh, Alford got delayed there, again, ironically, by one of the VW Golfs, and then they head into the yellow flag zone, though, so there's nothing that Hadley can do. So frustrating, this, for Jamie Hadley. Right, failure to make a mandatory pit stop, say the regulations, will result in a 4-minute time penalty applied after the race. So that's the penalty we expect to see going the way of Christian White. So you do the maths. Pit stops are supposed to cost you 2 minutes, but failing to do one will cost you 4 minutes. Not really worth the risk, is it? And not really any benefit to staying out any longer than you should. Whoops, a spinning MR2 right in front of the leaders. And that car, thankfully, has spun out of the way to the inside of the track. I didn't catch a number on that Toyota. That's one less car for the leaders to have to negotiate. Here comes Hadley then, closing in if he can down the pit straight. Alford holding the middle ground to try and cover. He's defended well up to this point, though, has James Alford. And Jamie Hadley will be growing in frustration and running out of time now to do anything about this. We've got 9 minutes to go and another knot of back markers in front of them. There is Christian White. Not even surprised at this point to see him stay out on track. I think he's forgotten all about the pit stop window in this Club Sport Trophy race. He probably will finish third on the road, actually, because he's got 30 seconds over Andrew Dyer, who's sort of on his own now. In fact, Billamoria, of course, down to 5th now after that lengthy pit stop. Yellow flag's now in at Abbey, so that's why they're able to overtake back markers at this point. Oh, and Alford got his nose chopped off there again by a Golf. It's all the Golfs, isn't it? They're ganging up against Alford. Every VW Golf that he comes to lap seems to get in his way, and there's almost a close contact with the MX5 as well there. That was number 94, the Jack Mitchell, Liam Cochrane MX5. That Alford sort of almost rattled down the side of, but still, somehow, he's keeping Jamie Hadley at bay. I'm not suggesting for a second, by the way, that there's some VW Golf conspiracy going on out there. It just so happens there's lots of Golfs on the grid, so I suppose the probability is that a couple of them will end up getting in the way of the race leader every now and again, but at the moment, it does seem that the Golfs are all in this together, aren't they? Jamie Hadley, with all of that, though, still can't find a way past. So he's going to have to get inventive here, I think, over the final 7.5 minutes. Been a terrific race, this, in Club Sport Trophy. I've not really had much time to talk about the other classes, so I'll very quickly let you know who the class leaders are. Class A, of course, led by Alford. He and Hadley both running in Class A, so this is a battle for overall and class victory. Andrew Dyer leads in Class B, 4th overall. Class C, still led by Stuart Kilroy by just under 5 seconds now from the number 52 car of Rob Walker in his MX5, and he's only 3 seconds actually ahead of the third placed Class C car as well, that being the 241 machine of Matt Massey. The leaders navigate Barry Cully, who sort of gets in the way. Now, that wasn't a Golf, but it was a Seat, and Seat, of course, is owned by VW, so I still think that Barry Cully might be in on this conspiracy to try and help Andrew Dyer, help James Alford get the race win. Class D is led by car 150, Andrew Stevens in the Mini Cooper, and Class E is led by the Cogswell. So the Cogswell versus Adcock rivalry is hitting fever pitch now, because they are only 5 seconds apart, 25th and 26th overall, and on the previous lap the Adcocks were fractionally slower actually, so the Cogswells might have the bragging rights this time around. Right, Christian White has pitted, for all the good that will do him, with 6.25 minutes to go, but he's in. I imagine he'll probably be stopped by the officials at pit entry. He has been sent down to his garage, I think, just behind the gantry there. So he's in the pits. He's finally serving his mandatory pit stop, but about 10 minutes too late, unfortunately. It does mean that the running order now will be the genuine running order on the timing tower. And this remains the battle for the race lead, as it has been all race long, really. James Alford with the track position advantage, Jamie Hadley unable to get past him. And how crucial were those opening exchanges then? Because remember, it was Hadley who had the pole position. Alford was slower than him in qualifying, admittedly in the wet, by 5.5 tenths. But Alford was able to get through on the first lap, and that from there on, he has been able to defend this lead masterfully, using his car's advantages and playing them against the weaknesses perhaps of the Golf. And had he not been able to get past Hadley at the start, it could have been a very different story. 45-minute race, relatively long race, but still important to get your elbows out at the start, gain track position where you can. The club chicane they go. There goes the BMW 1 Series SuperCup car. Third place, remember, is still Andrew Dyer. Fourth, Matty Taylor. Feroz Billamoria stuck down in 5th position. Christian White's back out of the pit lane now. I'm not even convinced that was a 2-minute pit stop, was it? Well, it didn't seem like he was in there very long. We'll get a time on that in a moment. 2:41 comes through. Oh, slow Scirocco there, is there, down the back straight. And in the background, Feroz Billamoria and Christian White together. No, White has lost a lap, so that is, I think, a fair pit stop. It's the 501 car that's going slowly. Then walking short in the Scirocco R. He is pit lane bound, I fear. Yes, he is. Oh, and that's a big lose going through Abbey. That's the MR2 I saw sideways before. Stops just before it goes back onto the road. A huge moment for William Gallagher. He's the one who had the spin here at Chapel a few laps ago. He's had an even bigger moment now through Farm. And thank goodness that car stopped before it went into the middle of the road, because that could have been a very nasty accident. We've seen a few drivers do that, haven't we, through Farm? Just understeer out onto the grass, and from there you've got no grip at all. And hitting the brakes doesn't even really help the situation. So, scary moment there for the MR2 driver. Watching the field pour through onto the hangar straight. And the lead gap back under a second now. It did briefly go above a second, but a good lap there from Jamie Hadley, 10.5 quicker than James Alford. There is Kilroy, by the way. Kilroy still leading in Class C in the red Peugeot. 333. As far as class battles are concerned, I think it is really only Class A that is particularly close. Yeah, it is. That Class E gap is going out again between Cogswell and Adcock. So it is all about, really, the fight for the overall victory. Oh, that sky looks very moody, doesn't it? Over towards the national end of the circuit. And hopefully that's heading away from us, not towards us, because we finally have a bone-dry track. So it looks dry anyway. Of course, a couple of the Clubman drivers were saying it's actually still quite wet out there. You can see it's a bit damp offline down here at Stowe, but a largely dry racetrack. As the sun at this end of the circuit continues to beat down on Stuart Kilroy, the Class C leader. He's actually having a strangely quiet final portion of the race here, isn't he? Because he was really busy in the first part of the race and was in every battle, it seemed. Now he's got himself a nice empty bit of racetrack, which more than can be said for James Alford or Jamie Hadley, because they've both got themselves back together again now. We're into the final couple of minutes of racing, and it's back under 0.4 of a second between the top two. There is the Nissan, by the way, that leads in Class E, with the only acceptable livery, really, on a Nissan, if you're going to take it on a racetrack, the replica of the ex-Works Nissan British Touring Car Team livery. Down the back straight we go, a slow Mini there, I think, potentially, getting out of the way of the leading two, who arrive at Stowe Corner nose to tail once again. Through the right-hander then, so Hadley, 2 or 3 times now in this race, has caught James Alford. He is clearly faster, but can't find a way by. And it's not even like Alford is over-defending or weaving around or blocking. He's just driving his own line, minding his own business. That car is quick in certain areas of the circuit. The Golf is quicker in others. But right now, the advantage continues to lie with the Audi. We are beginning what will be the final lap of the race. There is some traffic ahead that they're going to catch on the final tour around the 1.8 mile Silverstone International Circuit. Is the traffic going to be the deciding factor? And if it is, who will it favour? So far, Alford, I would argue, has had a harder time in the traffic, but has always been able to position his car in a way in which Hadley couldn't take advantage of that. He just needs to do the same now for another half a lap, and victory overall and within class will be his. Alford understeers way wide, almost onto the grass, coming onto the hangar straight, but just stays on the black stuff. And now as they head towards Stowe Corner, he'll be starting to write that winner's speech now, I think, won't he? I think he knows he's weathered the worst of the storm. Onto the brakes up the inside of one of the BMW compacts, the number 93 car, which again does not jump out of the way of Jamie Hadley. I think Jamie needs to make sure he gets the first round in at the bar at the next round, because he's not had many friends on track today, whereas James Alford's had a pretty easy time of it through the traffic, at least in the latter part of the race, although he overshoots Club slightly. But he gathers it all together, and he is going to come out of Club Corner to claim the race victory then in the opening round of the SW Motorsports Club Sport Trophy. James Alford victorious in the Audi. Second place goes to Jamie Hadley, and a 1.4 second winning margin doesn't do that race justice. It was much tighter than that for 90% of the 45 minutes, but ultimately Alford able to claim the race victory. Then the long wait begins for the Class B winner, an overall third place man to make his way towards us, that being Andrew Dyer in his Audi TT, the TT Cup racing spec car. There goes the Class E winner, by the way, the Nissan across the line. So a strong performance from the Cogswells, coming out on top in the end over the Adcocks, who suddenly are showing us a lap further back from the Nissan. I don't think that's quite right. I think they're about, no, there we go. They come through now. They were about 17 seconds back. I think they did drop back at the end there, but no major dramas, and they're back on the podium. Here comes Feroz Pilamoria. Andrew Dyer, by the way, has crossed the line to claim the victory in Class B. And Pilamoria, with that slow pit stop, really the only blot on his copybook in that race. It was a really, really strong performance. Apart from that, the Mini limps across the line after its dramas late in the day. Whoops, a couple of close moments there coming across the line. So have we had all of our class winners through now? I think we might have done. Class C going the way of Stuart Kilroy, fairly convincingly. Actually, I say convincingly, only in the end about 2 seconds clear of the Matt Massey Honda Civic. Class E, as I said, went to the Cogswells. Class D, did I mention Class D? No, I don't think I did. Class D, and I think I saw him celebrating actually across the line, was the number 4 of Stephen Harris in the Renault Clio. He was very happy with that, and rightly so. But James Alford can be very happy as well, because he's a race winner here in the SW Motorsports Club Sport Trophy, and he gets the Class A victory as well. Second place went to Jamie Hadley, third, and Class B honours to Andrew Dyer, ahead of Matty Taylor and Feroz Pilamoria. Then 6th position for the Kuma and Evans VW Golf, ahead of Rob Andrade in 7th. Will Gallagher was 8th, 9th Chris Murphy, and 10th Steve Wood. They were 2nd and 3rd, respectively, in Class B. Christian White 11th, provisionally, before I suspect a 4-minute time penalty has added on to his race time. Saranga Sarthis was 12th, while Stuart Kilroy in 13th got the victory in Class C. Richard Bancroft came home in 14th place. 15th then for Massey and Pascal in their Honda Civic Type R. 2nd in Class C, 3rd in Class C, Rob Walker's Mazda MX5, and 4th in class was Jason Brough. They were 15th, 16th and 17th respectively. 18th then for Paul Mercer, 19th Adam Radford, and in 20th place, the last of the class, no, not the last of the class winners, that's the Class D winner, Stephen Harrison, in the number 4 Renault Clio. Graham Price 21st, the Novobilskis were 22nd, ahead of the Cogswells in the Nissan Almera. They claimed a class victory in Class E. David Cox in 24th, and the Adcox got the BMW Compact home safely in 25th overall and 2nd in class. Damien O'Farrell 26th, Chris Stone 27th, ahead of Andrew Stevens, and then the Bell and Mailings Toyota MR2. Chris Fantana was 30th. And the Novobilskis have achieved something quite impressive, and they've appeared twice on the running order. I think they did actually finish 31st, and they were erroneously placed a bit further up just now. Mike Parsons 32nd, Stefan Oates 33rd, Barry Cully 34th, then it was Stephen Watson, Mitchell and Cochrane in their MX5. Ben Walkingshaw was in the pit lane at the flag and will be classified 37th, 38th for Mark Jones, 29th Nick Dougal, and the Risbridger and Jacob Mazda 2 completed the top 40. We had 44 cars entered. Only 2 of them weren't running at the flag, the other one being David May, and he unfortunately brought that car into the pit lane quite early on and will be classified 44th and last. So, as always, a very exciting race in the SW Motorsports Club Sport Trophy, and they will have a busy and exciting season ahead of them. Their next race will be at Brands Hatch, 13th and 14th of April, in about a month's time. Then they head to Alton Park, Donington, Snetterton, back here at Silverstone on the national circuit. Donington Park in September, and Silverstone in October. In fact, I think those last 3 are all TCR UK events that they're running alongside, so that's going to be exciting for them to be on the sort of flagship events for the BRSCC. Worth directing you, by the way, to the BRSCC's website, www.brscc.co.uk. On that website, you'll find all of the information, not only about the championships that you're seeing today, but also other BRSCC events that are coming up in the near future. A busy season. They've got quite a lot of them being, these events being live streamed. I think something like 19 over the course of the season being live streamed, give or take, including, of course, at the end of the year, the Formula Ford Festival at Brands Hatch. We'll also have the TCR UK coverage, of course, and this year, for the first time ever, the Fun Cup Endurance Championship with a full season of live streamed racing, and that is something not to be missed. If you've never watched a Fun Cup race before, I urge you to do so, because it is truly fantastic, and yeah, looking forward to having full live coverage of those events through 2024, and of course across those various events, you'll see basically all of the BRSCC's championships making at least 1 or 2 appearances throughout the season. Right then, Richard John Neal's been busy down in the pit lane gathering drivers, and he can chat to a few of them now.
That grid is just such a phenomenal thing to watch and to look at and enjoy in a super race. And we've got our winner here already, James Alford. Many congrats, double podium this weekend. And a super over. Yeah, stupid question is, you must have enjoyed it.
I really did. What I enjoyed was I really pushed hard by my teammate. So it was lovely to get a TSR 1-2 on the front row and qualify the same way. So I really, really enjoyed it. So not as tired as yesterday, though.
Yeah, that was a long one, but a physical weekend overall, isn't it? You've done both and been rewarded for both of those.
Yeah, a bit of hard work pays off, but the car was, again, incredible. And to do yesterday 2 hours and come and do 45 minutes again today, like, unbelievable. Buzzing.
Good value. A lot of other people have said that these endurance races with the BRSCC do provide that.
It's a lot of seat time, and the way that they run it is really beneficial. Like if you want to enjoy it and if you want to be competitive, and it, all round it's a great series to be in. And obviously I'm delighted because I won, but I think everyone else that can speak the same for it.
Similar question to other formulae that I've asked today with the modified Fords. The car's running well, but do you continually look to develop it? And if so, what would you look to do?
Well, obviously what you do is you give us about 2 hours to 3 hours in between the races. So what we end up doing is firing at the laptop and looking at car parts modifications, that extra marginal gain, like what we can do, what we can wear. So yeah, it's troublesome. I think they do it on purpose,
And when are you out next? When can we see you again?
I think I'm out in April at Snetterton for the Supersport Endurance.
We look forward to seeing you there. Well done on a very, very successful weekend, and thanks for entertaining us on track.
Pleasure.
James Alford. Very well indeed. And our second position, Jamie Hadley. Oh,
it's got class winners instead.
Top 3.
No.
Oh, it's class. I beg your pardon. It's class winners. So Stuart Kilroy. Sorry, Stuart. I thought we were going to go for an overall 1, 2, 3. But many congratulations. I hope we get time to talk to you. So you're in the Peugeot.
Yes.
Good steady race.
Oh, it was great. So many battles all over the place. Yeah, a lot of fun. Yeah, a bit different to quali, which was full of rain, but it stayed dry and it was. Yeah, so many battles. It was great fun, really good.
It needs a certain mindset, doesn't it, with endurance racing, with more powerful cars and less powerful cars to have to deal with over the course of the race. There's a lot of concentration for that length of time.
Yeah, well, you get these guys in their Audi TTs flying up behind you, and you just think there's no point even battling them. Just let them go and worry about your own race. So, but it was the cars all over the place to have a good fight with, and
tell me a bit about someone else. Sorry to interrupt. I was going to say, tell me a little bit about the technical side of the Peugeot.
Well, I don't know a lot about that. It's my guy Adam Chafer who looks after it, Chafer Racing Developments. He preps a great car, and today it was spot on. It's great.
So you arrive and drive with those guys?
Yeah. No, I own the car, but he preps it for me, and no testing, straight in today with the quali, and it worked out a treat, yeah.
So when was the last time you were out on him?
It was here at the end of last season.
Of course,
International, yeah. And it was good.
And you don't look like you've been in a 45-minute endurance race, I have to say. So obviously fitness is a big part of the regime.
That's very kind of you to say. Yeah, I'll take that. Yeah, no, it's not as hot as it can be when it's very hard work, but I'm still under here like sweating like anything. Yeah.
Well, that's good, and it's not a bad time to finish it, because I know very often, I think at SNET we've had you guys at the end of the day, but you get to enjoy maybe watching a little bit of extra racing as well.
Exactly, yeah, it's going to be good fun.
Stuart, congratulations, lovely to see you, well done on the class win, and we'll see you again next time. And Andrew Dyer next up. Andrew, been a while actually since we've had a chat on a podium, isn't it? I know. And slight change of emphasis, as it were, moving up from City Car Cup, which was back in the day. Are you still involved in that?
No, knocked City Car Cup on the head. We started in the Audi TT Cup last year, done a couple of rounds, done a couple of club sports and everything last year. So, yeah, plan is TT CR Cup this year, and the odd club sport in between everything.
Same car?
Yeah, same car. The only thing we're changing is tyres. Other than that, literally TT CR Cup's back.
There's a lot of buzz, isn't there, around the TTs for this year? A lot of people coming in.
Yeah, a bit too many people for my liking.
You're not the first person to say that today.
Yeah, a lot of fast boys, which it's good to have, compare yourself to some of the people, because you've got like a few ex-champions coming in. So I'm looking forward to seeing where I am against that calibre of driver as well.
Yeah, it's I think helping the BRSCC, obviously raising their own profile by doing that. But it's great to have that route, isn't it? I think, am I right in saying you guys were rally boys before and then came into City Car Cup?
No, I was, to be fair, when I started City Car Cup, it was my first first dip of my toes into any form of motorsport. So Richard, who runs me, he's used to rallying, him and his brother Stuart. So yeah, I only started racing 3 years ago. So
it's good to have that ladder, isn't it? And products within the club that you can look at and think, yeah, you know, I fancy doing that and moving on and developing.
Yeah, like, to be fair, City Car Cup. If it weren't for that, I never would have gone to racing. Didn't know where to start. So that was a perfect entry level way into motorsport. Kind of learn how things are, and then it's good racing. Not the fastest, but it's good, tight racing.
It's great racing. It's good club racing. I've looked at it, and to me, it kind of evokes the older days of mini racing, not the minis now, but you know, when we used to look at what used to be mini Amelia and mini Sevens, when things were a little bit more basic back in the day. It very much is like that.
Yeah, so it's not out and out power is not going to save you. So you need to be smooth, consistent, clean driver. So, like I always say, if you can pedal a car well in City Car Cup, you're going to go well in our series.
But at the moment, obviously enjoying getting some wins in the TT and looking forward to this year's campaign.
Yeah, hopefully I can add a few more trophies to annoy my wife on the old mantelpiece.
Dust traps they call them, don't they?
Well, I've had to take them to the garage now. She doesn't like them.
Angie, congratulations on the class win. Lovely to see you again on the podium, and best of luck for the season in the TTs. Do we have another class winner?
Yeah, Stephen Harrison might be a quick one.
Stephen Harrison, let's get a quick word with Stephen.
How you doing?
Congratulations, Stephen, very well done. Good handshake there as well. The Class D Clio, so we've got a real mixture of cars, haven't we? And that's the beauty of this.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the class had everything in it, and I mean, the whole series, you know, BMWs, Mazdas, the guys in the Volkswagen Golfs, just an insane class, insane field of Club Motorsport, really.
Any key moments in the race for you?
Far too many to count. I mean, it was my first pole, and this is my first win with the Brscc today, so I'm over the moon on what's been a hellish week. It's an amazing way to finish it. But yeah, couldn't have done it without the Pure Track team. We've had 18 months of pretty much no racing for this car, and it's an amazing result. Commiserations in a way to the Mini 150. We were dicing for pretty much the whole race. Unfortunately, I kept getting caught out in the wrong side of traffic, so we couldn't properly battle it out. And obviously, he seems to have had a problem, which has meant I've taken the win. But yeah, it's an amazing feeling. So
congratulations, Stephen, and thank you for taking a moment to talk to us. Cheers. We'll see you again soon. So, Stephen, our fourth class winner, Daniel Cogswell, not with us. He was the guy we spoke to in the break, so we have chatted to him on camera today. And again, wish his brother Steve well from his migraines, and hope he gets over those very quickly. But as you can see, it's time now for Clapham North MOT Mazda MX5 SuperCup, third race of the weekend for them. To call all the action is the man who knows all about the Mazdas, more than anybody in the entire venue, I think. Here's Andy McEwen. Go, Andy.
Well, thank you, Richard, for the kind words. One thing I don't know, and I'm glad of it, is who's going to win this race, because we've had two very competitive MX5 Super Cup races so far. One in the dry yesterday, one in the wet this morning, and now the drivers greeted by a basically dry but still damp offline Silverstone International Circuit, and we've got the extra unknown of a partially reversed grid for this one. And so we will have some of the quick drivers from the earlier races starting further back. It was a top 7 that was drawn out of the hat, and so race 2 winner Patrick Fletcher starts 7th, and on the front row, James Cossins and Alex Stott. Cossins could do with this, really, to turn around what's been a slightly subpar weekend by his high standards. Cossins and Stott row 1, Sam Heading and Jack Sycamore row 2, with the reigning champion and yesterday's winner, Aidan Hills, starting 5th alongside Joe Wiggin, Patrick Fletcher 7th, and Jack Brewer 8th, the one who just missed out on the reversed grid pole position. Then it's Lee Britton and Tom Griffiths row 5, row 6th Ollie Allwood and George Grant, and the 7th row for Martin Tolley and Ollie Hall. Then it's Ewan Thomas and Amy Watts row 8, row 9 Elliot Lettis and Jim Barrett, and the 10th row of the grid for Alistair Dendy and Bruce Robinson. Then it's Clyde Powell, Steve Kite, Kamal Calsey, Colin Turkington after a non-finish is 24th, Nick Grindrod, Aaron Herbert and Wilbur Tiley at the back of the grid. Right then, here we go, third and final time this weekend. It's MX5 Super Cup time. The lights go out and we are racing once more at Silverstone, and a good start is made by Alex Stott, who was making all of the aggressive moves in the wet earlier on this morning. Well, this time around he's got his nose in front already as they turn into Abbey for the first time, and the rest of the pack streaming through. There goes Joe Wiggin, who really looked odds-on favourite for a win, I'd have said this morning. Ended up in second place though, a solid start to his season. What progress can he make into the first few corners? Stott leads the way. Look at Aidan Hills. Aidan Hills already into third. third. It's briefly, at least, a Hills Motorsport 1-2-3 as they round Village for the first time, ahead of the AB Motorsport car of Sam Heading. But it is Stott leading the way, Hills at the inside of Cossins for second. They're still debating that position, actually, as they head for the back straight. Out wide goes Martin Tolley in the number 23, not quite as wide as, was that Turkington, maybe? One of the cars further back, I think a Paul Sheard car, was very wide over the grass, but Aidan Hills has broken through into second with an assist from Sam Heading, and here comes Lee Britton up the inside of them all to try and get into a podium place as well. So Cossins, not for the first time this weekend, getting a little bit mugged there as they went down the Hanger Straight. And he will find himself potentially out of the top 5 by the end of lap 1. Race 2 winner Patrick Fletcher is alongside him now. Lock up there further back from Joe Wiggin. He's not really benefited out of this opening lap much, has he? If anything, he's slipping backwards. Jack Sycamore is alongside him now as they turn through Club and out onto the main straight yet again. So first lap completed. Stott leads the way. Hills, his team owner, is in second place. Lee Britton third, Heading fourth, and then side by side for fifth. Patrick Fletcher up the inside of James Cossins. That's touch and go. Cossins gets shown the edge of the road, but Patrick, in fairness, then moves back over, leaves him a car's width, and still holds on to the position regardless. Joe Wiggin comes wriggling up the inside, and that's George Grant on the grass. Oh, he's not going to get that one stop, surely. George Grant backwards towards the road. Careful, everybody. Oh, how no, they so nearly missed him. So nearly missed him, and one car just couldn't quite get out of the way. That might have been Elliot Lettis, I think, maybe the number 3, who just could not avoid the spinning George Grant. And in an eerily similar incident to the one suffered by his teammate Will Blackwell Chambers yesterday, it is Grant who ends up getting clipped, not quite as heavily as happened to Will yesterday, admittedly, but that will likely be Grant out of the race. Now, hopefully he can at least drag the car out of the way so that we don't need a safety car. Tom Griffiths is up the inside of Jack Sycamore at Stowe. It's still Alex Stott leading the way. Alex Stott has never won an MX5 SuperCup race before, and if he's going to make this his first victory, he's got the master of the MX5 SuperCup at the moment, his team owner Aidan Hills, right on his case. The reigning champion looking for a second victory of the weekend. Side by side between Sycamore and Allwood now, actually. So Jack Sycamore, as often has been the case this weekend, went from nearly gaining a place to potentially losing one now. In fact, he does lose one to Allwood as they blast past the pits. Jack Brewer on the back of this group. Look, the yellow, red and blue car, number 93. Look at the grass that's been left on the road from the George Grant spin. That's going to be interesting, actually. That's all over that overtaking line, if you like, on the inside into Village Corner. George has got the car out of the way, though. That's tremendous news. It means that it's not too badly damaged. Might be badly damaged enough that he's out of the race, but at least it's drivable, and it means we don't need a safety car, and the race can continue at full speed. Out onto the Hanger Straight we go. And is this the move being made by Aidan Hills? I suspect it will be. There is George Grant. He's got the car back to the pit lane, so that's good news. Here comes, though, our latest lead change, and it's car number 1 in position number 1. A familiar sight, Aidan Hills at the head of the field. He always has been a bit of a reversed grid master, even back to when he first started racing in the championship about 6 years ago now. He was always so good in these reverse grid races, one of the best at clawing his way through. He would often get to the front long before the other sort of front-running drivers from the earlier races were able to. And he's done the same thing again here today with his teammate Alex Stott in tow. Patrick Fletcher, though, in 4th place, sets the fastest lap. Spotted him there getting up the inside of Sam Heading through the club chicane. So he's the black and red car in 4th position. Patrick Fletcher, winner of the second race. Lee Britton, though, wants to make it 3 winners from 3 races. He was really quick in the dry yesterday. Bit unlucky, you felt, in the wet race earlier on today, but now back in dry conditions, he's going to be a factor for sure. James Cossins, though, I think would have been doing a rain dance before this race. Just doesn't have the speed for whatever reason in dry conditions, as Alex Stott gets very close to Aidan Hill's car. That would be an embarrassing moment if they were to tangle. But they keep it clean, thankfully, down the back straight. In fact, having said that Fletcher had the fastest lap, it's actually Tom Griffiths who's taken that back, as Lee Britton has a go at Alex Stott for 2nd place. This is an important move. Britton will want to go with Aidan Hills here. Stott tried to turn in, couldn't turn in, because Lee Britton's number 50 car was in the gap, and Britton, a winner, finally, towards the end of last year at Cadwell Park, in the 3rd race of the weekend, actually, I seem to recall. He's up into 2nd place in this one. Sam Heading and Tom Griffiths getting cosy as they headed into the club chicane that time. And it is Heading who fends off Griffiths. Sam has just lost out, actually, to Joe Wiggin. So Joe Wiggin in the 41 car up into 5th position. And Tom Griffiths now tries to follow him by. Here, though, comes Lee Britton for the race lead on the inside at Abbey Corner. Aidan Hills tried to turn in, but in the end had to leave a car's width on the inside. But again, the outside line is the momentum line. Britton, though, wants the inside into Village. He's made some good moves into this corner so far this weekend, but actually gets boxed in by Hills. Clever driving that from Aidan, and that opens the door for his teammate Alex Stott to come round the outside. There's a banging of wheels, and Lee Britton will have to settle back in line. Bit of tyre smoke, nothing too dramatic. It looked more dramatic than it was that, but Lee Britton will not be particularly pleased. He was going for the lead and he came out in third. Tom Griffiths at the back of this group also now starting to join in the fun. He's up ahead of Sam Heading now. So into 6th position, 2 by 2 they run though down the back straight. The Hills Motorsport cars teaming up, but then so too Lee Britton and Patrick Fletcher. There isn't room for 4 of them at Stowe Corner, and it is going to be Aidan Hills, I think, who hangs on. But Lee Britton is in a feisty mood today. This is what we like to see as he tries to make his move down through the dip into the braking zone at the club chicane. Patrick Fletcher moving up into 3rd and levers aside Alex Stott, who tried to stand his ground and nearly ends up losing another place to Joe Wiggin. Joe is going to try to get to the inside through the second part of Club Corner, gets his nose ahead, and that means the corner is his. He can carry the line that he wants, and the Mack Attack racing car is through into 4th, brings with him Tom Griffiths and potentially even Sam Heading before much longer, as Alex Stott now starts to fade back to where he finished the race earlier on today, 7th place. Now, leaders into Village. Lee Britton couldn't be a lot closer, really, to Aidan Hill's car, could he, as he rounds the quick left-hander at Farm. Interestingly, doesn't try and go up the inside into the braking zone. Elliot Lettis, by the way, showing us stopped on track, so I think it was the former City Car Cup driver who collided with George Grant. That's a shame for Elliot, who I was looking forward to seeing how he'd get on, actually. Limited seat time before the season starts. Never done rear-wheel drive before either, to my knowledge. But we'll have to wait now until the next rounds of the championship to see where he stacks up against everybody. Through Stowe we go, and as we finally have things calming down a bit at the front, we can check in on some of those behind. There goes Colin Turkington in car number 500, up into 12th place now, ahead of Ollie Hall. If you'd have told Ollie Hall a couple of years ago he'd be racing wheel to wheel with Colin Turkington in a year or so's time, he'd have probably laughed in your face. But the man who, as we heard during the pit walk during lunch break, got his racing opportunity, his big break, thanks to Top Gear at Cadwell Park a couple of years ago. Making the most of it now and enjoying his time in the MX5 SuperCup still. There's the number 11, that's Ewan Thomas. Haven't seen much of him so far this weekend. He's running down in 17th place at the moment. Leaders then round Abbey Corner. Lee Britton looking pretty wild behind Aidan Hills. Here comes Wiggin up the inside of Patrick Fletcher for 3rd position. The back of the car stepped out under braking. That's how hard he was pushing, but he wasn't able to prise the door open. Tom Griffiths is there as well. Tom's had a bit of a frustrating weekend, actually. I think he's had podium pace, but just not really been able to show it. He finished 6th in race 1, 10th in race 2, which of course did mean that he didn't benefit from the reversed grid. He started this one down in 10th, and here he is in 5th and going for 4th now, actually, as Lee Britton tries to go around the outside of Aidan Hills. That's not going to work, but Griffiths, I think, is going to get past Joe Wiggin. Lovely move. He'll park the car on the apex, prevent the switchback manoeuvre from being attempted by Wiggin, and put Tom Griffiths up into 4th place. 6th place is gained then from where he started, as Britton tries to gain one more, the one that matters the most. That would be a brilliant move if it pays off. Round the outside through the left, that's the inside for the right. Spectacular stuff from Britton, and here comes Patrick Fletcher through as well. That was textbook from Lee Britton, driving like a man with much more experience of racing at the front of this pack than he's actually got. It was only really midway through last season that Lee firmly established himself as a front runner in this category, and now he is mixing it with the veterans. Fantastic stuff, and Britton to the lead, and crucially Fletcher came through as well, and that means there's now a car between Britton and Hills. Now, that's not to say that Fletcher isn't a threat, because he absolutely is, but of course they've all got their eyes on the reigning champion, and they're trying to rough him up, I think, aren't they? Tom Griffiths now comes through to the inside line at Village. Can't quite make that one work, but this is, I said it a few times this weekend, boding well for the rest of the season. There is no one dominant driver on this grid this year. It's living up to all of the hype. Arguably last year it was a very hyped up championship, but Aidan Hills made it look relatively easy by winning the championship at a canter. This year, I don't think he's going to be able to do it quite so straightforwardly. Into Stowe Corner they go. Hills up the inside, more trying to defend, I think, from Tom Griffiths than anything else. And in the end, they took plenty of different lines into the corner, but they all come out in the same order they went in. But more and more of them now tagging along at the back of the group. They're all starting to get stacked together. It's got disaster written all over it, this, or you would say that if it was any other category, but the driving standards in SuperCup are always exemplary. Please don't prove me wrong, everybody, as I think a headlight cover goes flying there through the club chicane. Joe Wiggin up past Tom Griffiths, who now finds himself on the outside looking in. You don't want to get hung out to dry. Joe Wiggin there, interestingly, moving over to the middle of the road to give the slipstream to Alex Stott so as not to help Tom Griffiths. He doesn't want Griffiths behind him because he knows that Tom is a very, very capable overtaker. But Tom is being overtaken by everyone now, really. Ollie Allwood's up the inside of him as they head for Village. Allwood goes through. Sam Heading now tries to come by. It's such a competitive grid that if you do lose a place, you're very likely to lose 2 or 3 at the same time. You get shuffled out, you lose the slipstream, you're on the dirty side of the road. Aidan Hills is sideways through Chapel Corner. And Jack Sycamore way wide, almost into the grass as well. Very spectacular part of the circuit to watch from that. So is Village, actually, on occasion. And it was a bit too spectacular that time for Amy Watts, who finds herself bouncing down the runoff area. That slide from Hills, though, look, it's killed his momentum onto the back straight. And he's been swamped. His teammate Alex Stott goes through on the inside and brings with him Joe Wiggin. They're going to be 3 wide again on the exit of Stowe Corner. Down into the Vale we go then. This, the 9th lap of the race. We've got 8 minutes and 20 seconds to go, which is not long enough because this has been one of the best races of the weekend. Joe Wiggin and Aidan Hills almost trading a little bit of paint, and Aidan Hills I think is going to come out of that one still in 3rd place. Can he bring his teammate through with him as well? Alex Stott is going to try and force the issue here against Wiggin, puts him up over the curb, and now Joe Wiggin is on that fateful outside line going down past the Silverstone wing. He's getting slipstreamed past by Stott and maybe even by Tom Griffiths as well. You can't afford to leave that door open even an inch in this category because you will start to lose places immediately. Wiggin tries to close the door, then locks the brakes up. Is he going to stop the car? Oh, just about, but I wonder whether he's maybe flat spotted that left front tyre, Joe Wiggin, because I've noticed him snatching the brake a few times into the club chicane. And a big lock up there into Village would suggest that that might be the case. That's not going to help him moving forwards. So about 2/3 of the way through the race, and you sense this is building to quite the crescendo, isn't it? Lee Britton still leads. Patrick Fletcher doing his best to go after him in 2nd place. Then it's Hills 3rd, Stott 4th, Wiggin 5th, Griffiths 6th, and Ollie Allwood and James Cossins actually both getting past Sam Heading there as they went through Stowe Corner. Lap times have dropped off by nearly a second at the moment as they keep on battling away compared to what they were in the early stages. Lee Britton, though, in the lead, and actually keeping Patrick Fletcher at arm's length, you'd have to say. Patrick hasn't at any point since he moved into 2nd place really looked all that likely to challenge Lee. And now he's got the attentions of Aidan Hills, who's regrouped a little bit. The rear bumper is hanging slightly loose on the number 1 car. Sign of just how close this racing's been. But I personally don't have an issue with a little bit of bumping and boring as long as you're not knocking people off the racetrack. And that's the fine line that these drivers always seem able to balance. It's close, there's a bit of wing mirror bashing. It's really, really good fun to be a part of the racing in this championship, so the drivers tell me. And at no point really does anyone overstep the mark. They all know where that sort of unwritten rule, line in the sand is between entertaining racing but ultimately clean and fair racing as well. Lee Britton is going to have to make his number 50 car very wide, though, I suspect, to win this race, because certainly if Aidan Hills can get past Patrick Fletcher, we're going to have a real fight on our hands for the victory. Fletcher defending his 2nd place as if his life depends on it through Stowe. Backs Aidan Hills up into Alex Stott, but that could be the key here. Aidan Hills is the only one in this group who's got a friend. He's got a teammate behind him, and Alex Stott, of course, wants the best result possible for himself. Oh no, that's the 64 car, and that's been a big hit on the back straight. Kamal Kalsi, and that's going to be a safety car at the very least, isn't it? That is going to be at least a safety car, maybe a red flag. That is such a shame. Hope Kamal's okay, of course, but if this race gets neutralised now, that likely is going to hand the victory to Lee Britton without the others having much of a chance to beat him. At the moment, they're still racing, though. No sign of a safety car just yet. Britton then stays in front, heading through Village. Surely Kamal Kalsi's not driven that car out of the way. That would be truly remarkable. Find out in a moment, I suppose, because we're heading out of Chapel onto the Hanger Straight now, and out of the cockpit. There must still be yellow flags. Oh yeah, no, the car's still there. I think he's attempted red flags out, not a huge surprise. Kamal, you can see him moving around in the car, but just can't get the car out of the way. And so that is why we have a race stoppage. Wonder if they were waiting till we went past 3/4 race distance then, because we, by 7 seconds, have gone over the 15-minute mark, which I think is how far we need to go for that to be an official result. So I wonder if that's what was going on there, just letting us get the race official so that they don't have to go through the difficult process of either restarting it or offering half points. But that does mean that, unlike the start of last season, where we had all 3 races at Silverstone's season opener won by Aidan Hills, this time around 3 races, 3 different winners: Hills, Fletcher and Britton, and in reverse order, that's the order in which they finish on the podium. Britton the winner, Fletcher second, and Aidan Hills in third. They're bringing the cars around to the grid, but I would be surprised if we have a restart. The timing screen's showing a checkered flag. It does do this sometimes. It doesn't always mean that it's actually the end of the race, but I do suspect it will be on this occasion. And Lee Britton will come around, presumably to be guided through the gap in the wall, which is open, but they're not actually waving him into it yet. How are we doing for time? It's 3:45, which means we are ahead of time by about 10 minutes. If they wanted to, they could restart it for 5 minutes. But no, they're now there we go. They're now waving them into the pit lane. I think the marshals there were just waiting for the official confirmation from race control. The race will be over, and Lee Britton is a race winner. Not the way he'd like to win it, but he put in the hard yards, really, didn't he? Fought his way to the front, stood his ground when he got there, and actually was able to pull a few lengths over Patrick Fletcher. So then Patrick was busier battling Aidan Hills for second than he was trying to find a way past Lee for the victory. There's Tom Griffiths turning into the pit lane, and Ollie Allwood in behind him. James Cosson's going to be a bit frustrated. I think they're going to need to do a bit of work on the setup before the next round of the championship, which will be at Snetterton on the 6th and 7th of April. And they then head to Alton, Anglesey, Croft, Cadwell, Donington and Brands Hatch. Number of those events are going to be covered on the BRSCC's live streams. Once again, the brushes are out at the entry to Village Corner. The marshals cleaning the track after George Grant's spectacular exit from the race earlier on. And that's a shame for George. Big supporter of this championship. In fact, Clapham North MOT, his company. So he has quite literally put his money where his mouth is when he tells people that this is one of the best championships out there. Kamal Kalsi, unfortunately, doesn't have much to celebrate after that race either, does he? A very badly damaged number 64 car. But the good news is he's out, he seems fine. He might well be taken to the med centre just for a checkup, but he's clearly more or less okay after what must have been a sizable hit. I wonder who hit him, or whether it was the wall that he's hit, perhaps. Hard to tell, really, based on where the car ended up, but looks as though he probably had a spin and was collected, a bit like we've seen from a few people, unfortunately. That is the nature of close quarters racing like this, but it's that the drivers love, just how close MX5 racing can be, and it's what we enjoy the most about watching it. Always produces brilliant wheel-to-wheel action. So, Lee Britton, the winner, his second career victory that in the MX5 SuperCup Championship. And where else has he finished this weekend? He had a 5th yesterday, and of course he was only 9th in race 2, so a few drivers actually were very much a factor in that race, despite the fact they barely hung on to a top 10 earlier on today, which goes to show that the wet weather pace for some drivers is rather different from their dry weather pace. And as we move into the rest of the year, you would hope we'd get fewer wet races, although you never do know in the UK. But it's going to be interesting to see whether the likes of James Costons, for example, and maybe Jack Sycamore, Ollie Allwood, whether they can find a bit more dry weather pace, because in the wet they shone, but this afternoon and yesterday perhaps were a bit further back than they might have expected to be. So I suspect there's a little bit of discussion going on about the race result, because of course the other thing is, if it's been red flagged, the result will go back a lap, but I don't think that affects any of the top 3. I think they all were in those same positions for a couple of laps, weren't they? Bit of a discussion going on about state of the track there on the inside at Village. A few people have probably been cutting that corner. We've had a number of incidents down there. Recovery vehicles have had to drive along the grass, and I think the combination of those things have created a bit of a ditch now on the inside of Village. And of course we've still got 3 more races to go this afternoon, so they need to make sure that the track is safe and suitable for racing on. Got more Mazda racing coming up next, actually. The Brscc Mazda MX5 Championship for the Mark 1 cars will have their third and final race of the weekend up next. Then it's the Zio Prototype Series with their second 30-minute encounter. And the Downforce Radio Mazda MX5 Clubman Championship will provide a fitting conclusion to the weekend after their epic race earlier on today. So, when the incident's been dealt with and the car's been moved out of the way on the Hanger Straight, we should be good to go for the next race. I'm hoping we're going to get a chance to hear from our podium finishers down in pit lane, which I think we shortly will be able to do. They've congregated somewhere, hopefully in the vicinity of Richard John Neal, and we'll be able to hear their stories. And I'm sure a very, very happy Lee Britton is going to be first up to the mark to have a chat with Richard to celebrate his second career victory in the championship, and I suspect probably the first of several this year. So let's head down there to the pit lane then and hear from our podium finishers.
A shame to finish under a red for the second time this weekend, but an absolutely mega race. Lee Britton, I think, is just winding his interview up for venue, so I'll tell you what, it's quite a long one. There's lots of gesticulation going on, I think, talking through that wonderful move that he put on Aidan Hill. So here we go. Lee, can we get you over to the main podium? Lee, he thinks he's finished, you see. This is the driver's lot. They do one interview, I think they're done, but these days with live streams, it's, of course, venue and live stream. So, still work to do, Lee.
Oh, okay.
The racing driver's work is never done.
I thought that was a live stream, to be fair. But yeah, let's go again.
Well, he's better than me, but there we go. Lee, first of all, congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
And I'm just going to ask about that move to get into the lead. Aidan's wide, isn't he?
He's very wide, yeah. He's a champion for a reason. You know, it's not easy to lead any race in this championship. We're also competitive at the front, and with the tow around here, you know, you can't really break a gap. But I saw the guys catching behind me, and I just couldn't really work with him anymore, so I had to get the move done. And around the outside of Vale, it's a difficult one, but we kept it clean. You know, it was a really nice, clean move between the both of us, so it's really good. Yeah, well happy with that. And then afterwards managed to create a gap as well, so it helped that the cars behind were battling a little bit, so that gave me a bit of space going down the back straight, so when they towed back in I still had enough space to stay ahead.
5th and 9th, I think, in the first 2 races, so great way to finish. You know, you want to go away with a high, don't you, and have that sort of psychological momentum to the next round.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, I think my performance has been good. You know, my pace has been good, but I made a couple of rookie errors, you know, in those first 2 races, and without those, you know, I probably would have been top 3. So that race was just completely clean. You know, I just kept really calm. And just say a big thank you to Greg at Motorsport Mind for helping me with the sports psychology. It's helping a lot. So yes, yeah. Also a couple of thank yous to Luke Herbert Racing, Keith for building an unbelievable engine, and my family for moral support, including my fiance. She'll kill me if I don't say that. And who else? Oh yeah, Tibbs for maintaining my car between rounds.
Have you got your wallet with you?
No.
You owe Andy McEwen, the commentator, some money because he was bigging you up saying you're with the greats now.
Brilliant. Cheers, Andy.
Lee, many congratulations on the podium. Hopefully first of many for this year, on the win.
Yes.
First of many for this year. Well done, Lee Britton. Let's talk to second position, Patrick Fletcher. Patrick, get you over third one. I need to speed up because I'm talking too long, which is great because I love talking to everyone. And third podium. Is that championship lead?
I believe it is, but it's too early to be looking at the championship. Just head down for Cesar now.
Yeah, we love the stats and everything. It was a difficult race, and Lee drove a blinder as well, didn't he?
Yeah, Lee drove a blinder, and once you hit the front of Silverstone, it's hard to get away. So I wanted to get past Lee, but I knew if I attacked him too much, it would just be a massive race at the end. And actually, the tow down the back straight was helping me, and the tow down this front straight was helping me. So I actually felt comfortable holding position as opposed to attacking Lee in that situation.
Difficult to pick, but anything you'd have done differently this weekend?
No, I think it's been a good weekend. We can learn from everything. We've had wet, we had dry. That one was a dry track. There's always things to learn from. There's nothing I would change, but there's certainly things we can learn from in the future.
Well done, Patrick. Thanks for a great weekend.
Thank
Congratulations.
You. And I want to say thanks to everyone, my team. And yeah, I'll wrap up there. Thank you very much.
Yeah, top man. Aidan Hill's third. Let's get Aidan in. Quick word.
Cheers, mate.
Another podium.
Yeah.
Not bad, is it? 3 podiums.
No, it's a good way to start the year. Obviously, coming into this weekend, you would have liked 3 podiums, but it's just, again, obviously, first and foremost, hope Kamal's all right. He's one of my drivers, so it looked like a nasty crash, and it sort of ruined a little bit of not of my race, because us front three have just broken enough of a gap for me to be able to challenge the front two on that lap. So yeah, frustrating, because I felt like the last 5 minutes were coming to me. The car just switched on, and I felt rapid. But yeah, these things happen at the end of the day, and you can't wait till the end of the race, obviously, because we've had a safety car and 2 red flags, so you've got to get on with it early on. And fair play to Lee as well. He drove really well. He deserved that. His move on me was very nice, and yeah, hopefully I can get him back at Snare.
Yeah, great driving between the pair of you. Well done, Aidan. Thanks for that. Nice one. See you next time. Well done. Let's move on to club class. We've got our winner, Ollie Hall. Ollie. You all right?
We're back again.
You're back again, yeah. So, yeah, with lots of chat. I actually remember the Top Gear one, because you got a podium or one at Cadwell.
Yeah, that was the one. Yeah, it was, back then it was, yeah, obviously learning and everything like that, but now it's, no, I'm over the moon to be back up here again talking to you. It's hopefully going to be a common thing this season.
I hope so. Yeah, we like meeting new drivers and cracking on with it, which is really good. I'll call you Ollie rather than Elliot, as we did in the garage earlier on, which was a big one. But plenty to take away from this weekend.
Yeah, definitely. Every time you're out in the car, every time you're in the seat, it's always learning. So yeah, quality weekend. Let's bring on Snetterton now.
Look forward to it. Yeah, take care, mate.
Thank you very much.
Very, very quickly, that was Ollie. Clive Powell's in third position. Clive, sorry to keep you waiting. Thank you so much for waiting to chat. Lovely to see you too. Congratulations on the class podium.
Is that what I got?
Yeah, that's what. Did they not say? I just come down for a chat with Richard. Yeah, so a podium and summary for the weekend for you?
Yeah, part of it was disappointing. I think I got an infringement in the last race for what I thought was very, very minor, and the other driver thought that. But onto this race that we just finished, a great start, and sort of managed to pick my way up, and then unfortunately got punted into this first corner here. Which put me back a bit, but gave me an opportunity to fight back. So, yeah, I enjoyed it.
That kind of thing sometimes sort of spur you on. They call it red mist, don't they? But I don't like red mist, but does it spur you on?
Yeah, it's not red mist. It's just yeah, you've got all the field to go at, and it gives you an opportunity to sort of gently pick them off one by one. So I had a great time.
Great to see you on the podium, Clive. Hope we see you again soon on the podium. Thank you. Clive Powell takes third position in club class. Amy Watts got second in class, but I think needed to go and chat to someone. We did talk to Amy earlier on. So, Amy, congratulations on the podium, and we'll catch up with you again next time that we see the plethora of Mazdas with us with our Brscc race day. Cars are coming on to circuit now, and guess what it is? It's Mazdas once again. This time we're going to the Gaz Shocks Mark 1 Championship, and to call the grid and give you a full preview for the race ahead, let's go back to Andy McEwen.
Cheers, Richard. Yeah, we've got Mazdas, not even for the last time this weekend, lining up on the grid. We've got the Clubman cars still to race once more later on, but this is the third race for the Gaz Shocks Mazda MX5 Mark 1 Championship, and grid based upon the result from the second race, which was won by Tom Langford. So he's 2/3 of the way to a Silverstone sweep. He's won the first 2 races. Will he be able to get a third? He starts alongside Ben Short, row 1. Row 2, Adam Sparrow and Jack Moody, with Jack Noller and Luke Pullen, who recovered from the back of the grid to finish 6th on the third row. Row 4 for Rob Smith and Neil Chisnell. Harry Storer and Levi Aisbit are together on row 5, with Will Chadwick and Richard Wooden completing the dozen. Row 7, Chris Wright and Adam Craig. Tim Dorr and Ugo Carini are on the 8th row. Row 9 shared by Bill Taylor and Chris Thelwell. Then towards the back of the top 20, Bill Taylor and Simon Privet and Graham Rumsey on row 10. Row 11, Clive Chisnell and Jonathan Fields, and with Tim Storer and Richard Bartlett at the back. So perfect timing. The cars are lined up. The green flag about to be waved. Can Tom Langford make this 3 wins from 3? Or can someone usurp him and knock him off the top spot that he's spent so much time in so far this weekend? Red lights are on the Silverstone starting gantry. They go out after quite a long hold now, and we're away in racing. And does Tom Langford manage to get a good start? Well, it's not actually as good as Ben Short, I don't think. So Ben Short, I reckon. Langford's slowing, is he? Did he miss a gear? Langford's suddenly getting swamped by the pack, and the double race winner has found himself with an awful lot more work to do than at any point so far this weekend. I think he must have had a dodgy gear change there. Second to third can sometimes be tricky in these Mark 1s, and I wonder if that's what caught him out. Adam Sparrow comes steaming up the inside into Village, might have broken into second place as a result of that. Let's see how they've shuffled themselves out as they go down the link road and into the right-hander at Chapel Corner. It is Short, Sparrow, Pullen the order. Luke Pullen up into third position, getting his elbows out. He's going to be in a particularly feisty mood, I think, after what's been a weekend that promised much and so far has delivered relatively little. But he's in the lead group this time around and wants to try and get his first win of the season. Here comes Sparrow, though, trying to do the same, going up the inside of Ben Short. They'll all have seen Langford's poor start and be thinking, right, this is our chance now to try and get a race victory this weekend. And Langford, of course, still could be a factor in this. He's in about 6th-ish as they come down the hill and will likely be in podium contention before much longer. Sparrow hits the front, but Short tries to get back up the inside of him and does so. Watch the third place car. Luke Pullen has got by far the best line through Club Corner. He's going to try and get to the inside of them all. He will break through into second place. He almost gets an overlap against the race leader, but Pullen comes through them from 6th on the grid to be second at the end of lap number 1, and he will be going after Adam Sparrow in a very, very short order indeed. He's got to actually fend off Ben Short first, though. Short's car really quick down the straight. He did have a slipstream, but I think maybe the wide line through Club gave him more momentum onto the straight, and actually he clears Luke before they get to the first corner, and somehow it's now Tom Langford behind his AB Motorsport teammate, pulling up the inside at Village, very late on the brakes. Lovely move. And Ben Short actually didn't really defend that very much, did he? So pulling back to second place, and they need to try and get this sorted out, lest Adam Sparrow escapes out in front. I've called poor Adam every name other than his actual name for the last 2 years, and I can only apologise. Adam Sparrow leads the way, Luke pulling back into second place, and Ben Short hot on his heels as they head down the hanger straight for the second time. Tom Langford in 4th place, then Jack Noller, and who's that behind? Levi Aisbit. Levi Aisbit in 6th position. This is great stuff from Levi, definitely the best showing he's had in his time in the championship. And could he be a podium contender come the end of the race, I wonder? Downhill we go then. For now, everyone staying in line apart from Jack Moody, who invents his own line through the club chicane. I don't think that one's going to catch on, Jack. That was not the fastest way through the left-right sequence. Got 2 wheels on the grass coming in, couldn't get the car stopped, and actually did a really good job to avoid running into the back of everybody. But he drops out of contention. That's a shame. Jack's been another standout driver this weekend, having a really good weekend in the championship. Will Chadwick there, getting up the inside of Neil Chisnell. That's for 7th position through Abbey Corner. But the leaders are once again together. 5 cars in the lead pack. The noses dip aggressively as these quite softly sprung Mark 1 MX5s move and lurch around under braking. 3 wide at Village, outside line for Chadwick. There's contact and Tim Dorr goes around. Tim Dorr pointing the wrong way. Wasted no time in lighting up the rear tyres and getting it turned back around, but even so, this early in the race, everyone bunched together. He's lost a whole heap of positions, and that's a real shame for the likeable Aussie, who is a big character in the paddock, that's for sure, and I'm sure he'll have his opinions on that incident after the race. Right, leaders at Stowe, and interestingly, no one pulling out of line now. They've suddenly decided that they're going to work together, but I don't think there's any chance of pulling away, really, in this lead group. These 5 drivers, for me, have been the 5 most consistently quick drivers this weekend, and I don't think anyone's going to be able to escape. Pulling there, defending the inside line. Ben Short goes to the outside, but not able to get the place. Look at Pullen's hands there, working away on the wheel, the car wriggling around as he bounced over the curb, but hangs on to 2nd position in his new car for 2024. Ben Short, fastest lap. Not a new car for Ben. He's been pedaling that thing for a number of years, winning lots of races in lots of different MX5 championships. But we always like having him back on this Brscc grid because he is a bit of a benchmark for everybody, a real master of his craft. And you know that if you're beating Ben Short, you're doing a pretty good job. So always nice to have the BS Motorsport man in the paddock. He sits in 3rd position, didn't get a great run through the Village complex there. His car was really running out of grip towards the end of race 2, wasn't it? But that was in the wet conditions. In the dry, well, actually, in theory, tyre wear could be even worse because they don't run a dry or a wet tyre necessarily. They sort of do, but not officially speaking. They will have some tyres that are better suited to dry conditions. based on how much they've been used in the past. Luke Pullen, meanwhile, goes to the front. And is he going to get past Adam Sparrow? Yes, he does. Now, I can't actually remember whether Luke led a lap yesterday in race number 1. I think he might have had his nose in front briefly, but I don't actually recall him leading across the line. So this might be his first lap led of the season. Sparrow and Langford have both had a stint in front at some point. Of course, Langford's won both of the first 2 races. The way Tom's races have gone, though, have been that he's very good at the start, then he sort of gets shuffled back a bit in the middle, and then bursts back through to the front again just in time for the checkered flag. This one's not quite gone to that script, has it? He fell right back in the pack at the start, and Luke Pullen gesticulating at Adam Sparrow there, saying, yep, good, push me as hard as you can. Let's try and get away from the rest of the pack. These two do work quite well together, though, actually. Luke's told me this in the past. He and Adam Sparrow, they've got a good understanding of what works, good racers' brains, both of those drivers. I mentioned it about Adam in the race earlier on. He knows when to pick his battles, knows when to work with people. Luke's the same. And Tom as well, to be fair, in 3rd place. So those 3 might be able to form a bit of a temporary truce and try and pull away from the next couple of cars behind them. That group is dropping Levi Aisbid, who I fear is in for a bit of a lonely race in 6th place now. Will Chadwick 7th, Chisnell 8th, Storer 9th, Rob Smith 10th. Rob Smith, yeah, he's not going quite as well actually as I might have thought. I don't know whether he had a bad start, but he charged through as well from the back to finish 7th in race number 2 earlier on today. Here he comes actually looking to the inside of Harry Storer as I say that. The 2 white cars side by side, and the AB Motorsport man will go through. So Harry Storer drops down to 10th place. And Rob Smith picks his way through. No more for his front-wheel drive exploits, Rob, so still sort of learning the rear-wheel drive MX5s. Don't know if he's doing a full season. I don't think that's the plan at the moment, just the odd round. But I don't think this is the last time we'll see Rob out in the championship, especially because I'm pretty sure he's enjoyed himself. He's been in the thick of the action in all 3 races. Right, Jack Noller in 4th place sets a new fastest lap, which means that the top 3 are not breaking away. The top 4, though, are gapping Ben Short, and this happened to Ben Short yesterday in the dry conditions. Just got dropped by the leading group, couldn't stick with them. Same sort of thing happening today as Tom Langford makes a peach of a move up the inside of Adam Sparrow, who in fairness wasn't exactly defending that heavily into Village. Because when you start defending, you start slowing everybody down and you start falling back into the clutches of the cars behind. Bit of a mistake maybe there from Pullen that time. And so now Langford might have an opportunity to go from third to first pretty quickly. Luke has never felt lonelier, I don't think. He's out on the outside line. He's got no friends, no one to work with, and he could find himself down in 4th place by the time they get through the first corner. Jack Noller up his inside. Is he going to be able to complete that move? I don't think he is. So Pullen should be able to hold on to 3rd, maybe. Down the hill they come. Noller's got his nose ahead, but that's the outside line for the club chicane. And actually, no, he's late enough on the brakes that he might have a chance. Pullen just couldn't quite turn into the corner. He goes round the outside, gets edged off the road, though. And here comes Ben Short. I hope Luke knows he's there. There's a squeeze on the apex. Beautiful racing from all 3 of them. Not a hint of contact. And they are still 3 wide as they go past the pits. All of them sort of looking at each other, right, saying, well, come on, someone back out. And in the end, it is Jack Noller who does so. And this is not really working together now, though, is it? Because these 2 are loving seeing that in their mirrors. Look at the gap they've pulled. That was only 2 or 3 corners of side-by-side and 3 wide racing. And already they've got away. Ben Short with a lock-up, nearly tags Pullen, then gets tagged by Jack Noller as they all desperately tried to get out of each other's way into the braking zone at Village. Langford and Sparrow, though, like I said, they're rubbing their hands with glee. They're escaping out in front. And it's now down to Pullen, Short and Noller to try and close that gap, and that's got to be getting on for a couple of seconds now, 2nd to 3rd. So regroup, boys, you've still got time to get there and challenge for a race win. There goes Aisbid, and here comes the next battle pack. That is the recovering Jack Moody. Remember, he went sailing on down at Club Corner a few laps ago. Oh, that was very close. He wasn't really clear of Rob Smith, and Rob had to dab the brakes mid-corner to avoid more sizable contact. And Jack Moody is not in the mood for being gentle with his rivals, is he? He wants to try and get to the front of this group and maybe try and bridge the gap to Levi Aisbid ahead. It's Chisnell out wide, Neil Chisnell onto the exit curb. Harry Storer and the 88 machine of Will Chadwick get up the inside of him. And Chadwick pulling a bit of a block there on Storer as they head for Abbey corner again. Chisnell on the outside line. Yeah, that gap at the front then between second and third, 2.1 seconds. We'll try and remember that, see if they're able to do anything about it. Still, these three won't leave each other alone. That's actually a nice move being made by Chadwick on Chisnell. And there, oh, that's a shame. That is Tim Dorr with Nicky Bray. Oh, and that is Adam Craig, I think, isn't it? Adam Craig with damage to the left front corner. Whether that's a failure or a result of an altercation, I don't know. But either way, Adam Craig out of the race. So, is that far enough off the track that we don't need a safety car? I hope so. Mind you, oh, well, hang on. Hands out of cockpits. Does that mean they've seen a safety car board, or is it just a yellow flag at club? Safety car, there we go. So that is good news, I was about to say, for Pullen, Short and Noller, because they don't now have to bridge that 2-second gap. It's going to get bridged for them. I just hope, for everyone's sake really, that it doesn't take too long to move this car out of the way. There are lots of marshals there, but it can't be pushed. It's going to need a lift, I think, that, because of the damage to the left front corner. So Tom Langford and Adam Sparrow dejectedly now will pull up behind the Jaguar safety car, knowing full well that their advantage over the rest of the field is no more. Pullen third, Short fourth, Noller fifth, then Levi Aisbett will also buy back into this now in sixth. Jack Moody, Rob Smith, Will Chadwick and Neil Chisnell complete the top 10. In the Masters category, by the way, Tim Dorr, who I think I'm right in saying is a double winner so far. Yes, well, sort of. Rob Smith won the Masters class earlier on this morning, but doesn't score points. So yeah, Tim Dorr, as far as the championship table will show, has won both races in the Masters category so far this weekend, but he had that spin and is now seemingly out of the race in the pit lane. So that means that whilst Rob Smith again technically leads the class, it is actually Graham Rumsey versus Chris Thelwell and Clive Chisnell for the Masters class victory. They're the top three and they're all in a line. 15th, 16th and 17th. Actually throw in Tim Storer as well, and Simon Privet. Lots of Masters drivers all in a line at the back of the pack, so that's going to be a pretty entertaining battle as well. But I suspect we won't really be able to take our eyes off the leaders when we go racing. It's going to be a bit of a short sprint to the flag, I think. Got 7.5 minutes to go now. They haven't yet got a recovery vehicle to the car on the exit of the corner. So I think we're going to have a couple of laps behind the safety car. So unfortunately going to be a bit of a short dash for the cash, but Tom Langford has once again put himself in position at the right time, hasn't he? Because now he's in the lead. Time is ticking away. No one's able to overtake him, of course, behind the safety car. All he has to do is fend them off for a couple of laps when we do go racing, and he's got the hat-trick. But that is going to be a lot easier said than done. Last year, I think the only man who managed to do the hat-trick was Steve Foden. It's funny because for all this talk of, you know, Foden being dominant, no one could beat Steve Foden last year. He won the championship at a canter. Well, he only did the hat-trick once, and that was at Brands Hatch, the second event of the year. He had tell a lie, twice. He did the same at Anglesey, actually. Had 2 wins at Croft and 2 wins at Cadwell. But it was Brands Hatch and Anglesey where he was able to do the triple. And not to diminish that, I mean, that is a very, very impressive tally, obviously, and he did win a lot more races than anybody else. But the point I'm trying to make is that if Langford can do that this weekend, then that is ominous for the rest of the field, because Tom Langford is a very quick driver, pretty experienced at one-make racing as well, came through the BMW Compact Cup before moving into the Mark 1 MX5s. And you do get the feeling that this year he's just in a really good place. He knows he's quick, he knows he has got what it takes to win this championship, and he's demonstrated that beautifully this weekend, really. Everything they've thrown at him, he's had an answer. And if he could start his season off with 3 wins from 3, that is Steve Foden-esque, isn't it? And anyone who can do that in such a competitive championship as this is fully deserving of the title of championship favourite. Marshall's looking on. Sun starting to get lower in the sky. It is 4:15 local time here at Silverstone. 2 more races to come after this one, though. Don't go anywhere. It's going to be an action-packed afternoon of racing that we are not yet at the end of. Now, they think have got that car pretty quickly of Adam Craig's loaded onto the flatbed truck. So they get that out of the way quickly. I think we'll go racing next time. One more lap probably behind the safety car. But that will put us with probably less than 3 minutes of the race remaining. A safety car lap is about 2.5 minutes. So actually it might be about 1.5 minutes. I think at a push we'll get 2 laps of racing. So yeah, let's see. It depends. The safety car might pick up its pace now that it knows that the recovery job is nearing completion. Probably, if they wanted to, just pull the truck out onto the Maggotts and Beckett's complex, which is what they're doing, but reversing it out of the way rather than bringing the car around to the pit lane, just reversing onto that bit of racetrack that isn't being used. And that means they'll be well out of the way by the time the field come round another lap. So the safety car could probably afford now to put its foot down a bit and leave us with, hopefully, at least a couple of racing laps to settle this. Tom Langford, Adam Sparrow, pulling at the front of the field. Ben Short back into 4th place now, but still not convinced he's got the ultimate pace, but his racecraft, his years of racecraft really coming in handy here this weekend. Not necessarily got the fastest car, but he's managing to take advantage of the situations around him. When they all start battling in front, 9 times out of 10, he gains a position or 2 out of it. And he only needs to gain 3 more positions, and he could come away a race winner here from the Silverstone weekend. Despite the fact that we're not sure if he's doing the full season, he is not down as a guest driver, so he is scoring points for the championship. So he will be, the others will be determined to try and beat him, not just because he's such a good driver and they want to prove they're better than him, but also because he's going to be taking points away from some of those who are doing the full championship campaign. Down the back straight we go, the recovery vehicle's out of the way. I would hope we'll see lights out on the safety car next shot. Yes, we do. And we are ready to go again then. It is going to be probably a 2-lap shootout then to decide the outcome of the final Brscc MX5 championship race of the weekend. Tom Langford leads, Adam Sparrow second, Luke Pullen in third. But 2 or 3 other drivers behind who will still feel that they could be a factor in this. Don't count out the likes of Rob Smith, of Jack Moody. They sit 8th and 7th respectively. We know they're quick. They just sort of got shuffled out a bit at the start. Can they still challenge? Well, Langford looks like he's gone. Decent restart from the race leader. Sparrow and Pullen doing their best to go with him. But Sparrow just dropping a length or so. He's late on the brakes through Club to try and regain some of that ground, but then he hits the curb, gets a bit sideways. That's not ideal because, of course, no one can overtake him if he is slow off the last corner until the line, although Pullen then makes a bit of a mistake of his own, runs wide over the curb. So they come out of the corner pretty much equidistantly spread. Tom Langford weaves to the right. They follow him, weaves to the left, and they follow him again as they try and break the toe down in towards Abbey Corner. So 1 minute and 40 to go, touch and go as to whether it's going to be 2 or 3 more laps. They were lapping in the 1 minute 20s earlier on in the race, and they had 2 minute 40 to go. Depends a bit on how much they start impeding each other, I suppose, in the bit of racing that we do have. There goes Richard Wootton up the inside in the number 3 car, picking a place up there, courtesy of Chris Wright. Slotting in line behind Harry Storer, but look at Langford, a really, really good restart that's been from the double race winner so far this weekend. Got those few lengths over the others, and again continues to weave around, breaking the toe. Will Pullen work with Sparrow again, or will he try and make the move? Well, there's your answer. Pulls to the inside line. Luke Pullen wants second place because he thinks he's got the pace to go after Tom Langford. This has to be a decisive move from Pullen. If they run side by side for too long, they'll lose too much ground, and he didn't get the move made. Oh, and that was Moody, was it? That was Jack Moody exiting stage left. So his race hopes are gone. Yes, it was Jack Moody. Gets out of the gravel, thankfully, but that didn't really work for Luke Pullen, and I think if I were him, I'd have been tempted to give the bumper there to Sparrow, push him up onto the tail of Tom Langford, but as it is, he's been shuffled down into 4th place. That could yet become 5th place with Ben Short up the inside. Over the curb he goes. Pullen gets his elbows out, so this will be the final lap of the race, and it is going to be Tom Langford 9/10 up the road from Adam Sparrow. Is Sparrow going to be able to get there? He We'll have a fired up Jack Noller for company behind, of course, and Jack is not usually backwards in trying to make a move. Oh, Levi Haysbit getting his elbows out as well against Rob Smith, who locks them up, gets it sideways through Village. And Will Chadwick tries to take advantage of that, gets a bit of a run off the corner, but I'm not sure he's going to be alongside. Langford's got this one, hasn't he? Langford has gone. It's all about the battle behind and who is going to join him on the podium and in which order. Adam Sparrow has second place. Jack Noller wants it, and Luke Pullen will be trying to make up, I think, for that little moment at the end of the previous lap. They run line astern down the hanger straight. Sparrow stubbornly hooking the inside line. To the outside goes Jack Noller. And Luke Pullen looking to try and capitalise if they get together. Round the right-hander, one more big braking zone to go. Down into the club chicane. Tom Langford, it looks like, is going to achieve the triple here at Silverstone. But who will be joining him on the podium? Jack Noller steams around the outside of Adam Sparrow. Sparrow tries to stand his ground on the inside. Noller desperately trying to find a gap back in line, which he does. And I think that's probably going to be the way that it will finish then. Out of the final turn they go. Tom Langford is going to claim 3 race victories from 3 here at Silverstone. A very, very strong start to his 2024 campaign. Sparrow second, Noller third, and Luke Pullen off the podium, unfortunately, in fourth. Ben Short fifth, ahead of Rob Smith and Will Chadwick. 8th position for Chisnell, 9th Levi Haysbit, and 10th position for Harry Storer. But a brilliant race there. Shame about the safety car, but in the end, it didn't change things too much, did it? With Tom Langford hanging on to claim the victory. And if he was happy after the first 2 races, he's going to be even happier after the third one. Pretty perfect weekend for him, really. Through further back comes the 67 car. I think that was the last car to the line. Jack Moody retired to the pit lane after that gravelly moment off the restart. So we have had everyone across the timing line. That will be the end of a brilliant weekend's racing for the Gaz Shocks Mazda MX5 Championship. It is Tom Langford who claimed the victory. 3 wins from 3, 1.4 seconds between he and Adam Sparrow in the end at race's end. Jack Noller third, Pullen fourth, Short fifth, and Rob Smith in 6th position. Chadwick 7th, ahead of Chisnell, Haysbit, and Harry Storer. Cars still finding their way back to pit lane. 11th position then was the number 62 car, that was Chris Wright. 12th position, Graham Rumsey. 13th for the 144 of Bill Taylor. It was Richard Wotton, Chris Thelwell, Ugo Carini, Jonathan Fieldsend, and Simon Pruitt in 18th position. 19th place for Tim Storer. 20th for Richard Bartlett. 21st for Clive Chisnell. And then Jack Moody, Tim Dorr, and Adam Craig, unfortunately, all retirements. Moody after that late run through the gravel. Tim Dorr after a spin, at least one moment. Anyway, that's the one we caught going through Village early doors. And Adam Craig, whatever happened to him up at Chapel Corner, I don't really know, but whatever it was, damaged the car pretty substantially and ended his race prematurely. So, turned into quite a nice afternoon here at Silverstone now, hasn't it? The bulk of the cloud lifting, and 2 more races to go. Should be an entertaining conclusion to our season opener here at Silverstone. The Zero Prototype Series will be out next for their second 30-minute race of the day. And the first race in the wet conditions earlier on today produced some good battling. I suspect in the dry it's going to be even more competitive. And then we will have the Downforce Radio Mazda MX5 Clubman Championship to conclude our day's action here at the home of British Motor Racing. So the track looking good. Not a huge amount of clean-up to be done after that one, actually, because we had that safety car. Incidents dealt with pretty quickly. Marshall staying on their post and readying themselves for the final 2 races of the day. Whilst the MX5 drivers head to pit lane. So obviously Langford will come out of this with the championship lead. Adam Sparrow, I suspect, will be second after 2 second places and a third. And Ben Short or Jack Noller will be third, possibly Noller, because he got the fastest lap there, didn't he? I think they had the same results up until this point, so it's going to be tight between those two for third in the points. But there's no doubt about the championship leader. After 3 wins from 3 races, it's Tom Langford, and he's in the pit lane now with Richard.
So let's have a word with Tom Langford. We've got to get the guys off for scrutiny here, if else it's going to be a quick one. We've had plenty of Tom time, haven't we, over the course? Well, many congratulations, 3 out of 3.
Thank you very much. First time I've ever done 3 out of 3. First time I've won 2 in a weekend, let alone 3. So I'm hugely thankful to everyone part of the team. But I just want to say a special thank you to my sponsors again. Next Wave Safety Solutions, CISA, Auto Electrical, Mofolio from Germany, Midland Tyre Shaving, and of course AB Motorsport for preparing the car. But yeah, I really thought the race had gone when the safety car came out. I just thought the train would come past, but I managed to get a good restart, which I didn't think was going to happen. But yeah, I'm absolutely thrilled.
Is that your first safety car restart from the lead ever? Or?
I think so. Yeah. I think so. And it was quite daunting. You never really know where to go. But made it work somehow.
You've done it. Mega. Well done. 3 out of 3. Tom Langford, congratulations. We'll see you soon.
Hope so.
And yeah, what a weekend. It's actually a replica, isn't it, of the podium we had in race number 1, because second position goes to Adam Sparrow. And Adam's had 3 out of 3 on the podium as well. Not a bad weekend, not too shabby.
Yeah, no, not shabby at all. It's been a great weekend. Massive thank you to Brian and MX5 Parts for the support for that. But yeah, it's been a good weekend, some solid, a good starting ground for the rest of the year.
The inference was from our winner that Tom that he was going to lose it on the restart.
Yeah, I was a little bit asleep, to be honest, on the restart. It was an awful restart from me, and then I was closing on Tom, and then Luke had a little go, which was what gave him the gap, which allowed him to take the win.
Very good. Good weekend for you. Nice to catch up with you on 3 podiums, and we'll see you next time.
Thank you very much.
Many congratulations, and our final step on the podium goes to Jack Noller. Jack's being interviewed at the moment by Mark Worrell, so we'll get him over here. Let's get over, Jack. I love it now. In the old days, it was one interview, wasn't it? And you got to go from one place to another, which is great, and great for circuit, great for our viewers as well. But another podium, which is not too bad. A summary of the weekend for you?
Lots of progress made, especially from the start. Really well done in the end. Like, I've got big props to the team because we got the car sorted for that last race. Even with a slightly tricky start and very chaotic first lap, like Langford went from 1st to 10th to back to 1st again, so who knows what's going on there. Could manage to keep the car together in for the last lap, and after the safety car restart, I had to make sure, got to do something. I had in my mind, the safety car, my fiance said she would promised me 1st place, so I was like, I've got to try to do something to not be 5th. I've got to say it on TV. So yeah, got on the podium back at the end, and really happy with that result, and good points for the championship throughout. Obviously, massively congrats to Tom for being able to get 3 from 3, and we've got to try and spoil his party going forwards.
Nice one, Jack. Brilliant sentiment. I'm going to leave it with there. Congratulations. Lovely to see him on the podium. Jack Noller, who takes 2nd position. What a great bunch of drivers. Sorry, 3rd position. What a great bunch of drivers we've had, and some lovely interviews with the guys in the Gas Shocks Championship over the course of the 2 days. We look forward to seeing them again soon. In the meantime, though, something else we've been looking forward to. It was wet this morning. The sun is out now. We've got blue sky, a little bit of cloud coverage, but conditions, I would say, probably as good as we're going to get today for the Zeo prototypes. To call you through the grid and talk you through some of the amazing machinery we've got, let's go back to Andy McEwen.
Thanks, Richard. Yeah, really looking forward to this one. We had an entertaining race earlier on in the wet conditions, but the driver's not really able to properly stretch the legs of these sports prototypes, but on a basically completely dry circuit now, they should be able to get up to full speed, and we should have some good competition. The grid is an interesting one as well, because it's actually based upon the 2nd fastest lap times from qualifying this morning, so it's quite different to how they lined up for race 1, and certainly different to how they finished race number 1. But it is Shane Kelly and Joe Locke on the front row of the grid, Mike Genvy and Matthew Jones row 2, and Jack Fabi, the 2nd of the Pragas, starts 5th ahead of Alistair Smart on row number 3. Row 4 for Darcy Smith and Oscar Joyce. The Chamberlains should be Richard now in the CTR, we believe, on row 5 alongside Graham Charman. James Keevil and Max Windhauser on row number 6. Row 7 for Charles Graham and Robert Gilman, with Chris Child and John Davis row 8. Row 9 for the Gilmans in their Radical SR3 and Mark Grayson, whilst the top 20 is completed by Sam Shaw and Ian Charles. Doug Carter 21st, Richard Hardy 22nd, and Alistair Bolton potentially in the back, although actually that's grid's not quite as I expected it to be. So we'll have to wait and see on that one. Could be a little bit different. So anyway, cars are making their way down the Hanger Straight, and I noticed the time has started ticking down on the monitor. I think they actually did this first time round, didn't they? But they had an extra green flag lap then. I'm not quite sure why they've done it this time, but anyway, the race has officially started, but as you can see, the safety car's still out. Lights go out on the safety car now. We'll shortly have the 2x2 rolling start. So Shane Kelly starting from pole. Remember, he was backwards at turn 1 in the first race after a little bit of a collision. Fought back nicely, looked like he was going to get a decent overall finishing position, then made a pit stop later on in the race. So hoping for a cleaner time of it this time. Joe Locke starting alongside him. He had, he said, a very soft compound of wet tyre on, overheated them, and that led to a spin on the final lap of the race, I seem to remember. And of course, Mike Genvy starting third, the race 1 winner, with Jack Fabi behind him. He was second place, so those two both with a little bit of work to do. But they come round the club chicane then with just under 30 minutes on the clock, and we prepare for a race start then in round number 2 of the Zio Prototype Series. A few of them a little confused, I think, as to what side of the road they're supposed to be on, but they get it all sorted out now. The red lights will go out, and we will be away and racing with prototypes once again, and Mike Genvy wastes no time launching to the inside of Shane Kelly and takes not the race lead, actually, because Joe Locke sweeps across around the outside and manages to hold on to the advantage. Not a good start by Matthew Jones there. He started 4th. He's out of the top 10, I think, as they round Abbey for the first time. So the number 7 car with that potential Bentley-inspired livery on it has dropped an awful lot of places. Be interesting to see whether he can pick those back up again as the race goes on. Genvy has now got the lead away from Joe Locke, and that was the Chamberlain car bouncing up the inside of everybody through Chapel and picking up a few positions as it did so. Different engine notes sounding as they accelerate down the back straight, and Joe Locke again has a look round the outside of Mike Genvy. Now this is interesting. Joe Locke was quick in the early stages in race 1 on those soft wet tyres, but now on slicks, is he going to have the long-term pace that he was lacking in race 1? Certainly on the opening lap of the race, he looks like he's got a bit of an answer for Mike Genvy. Genvy, conversely, took a few laps to get going in race 1, and when he did, he was unstoppable, just blasted back through to the front of the field and disappeared on up the road. Across the line they go then, down towards Abbey Corner. Genvy leading, Locke second, Fabi third, Richard Chamberlain in 4th position, Shane Kelly 5th under threat from Graham Charman. Then it's Max Windhauser and Alistair Smart, with Oscar Joyce and Darcy Smith behind. And there, Matthew Jones from the second row of the grid. Where did it all go wrong for him? Big move up the inside, attempted by Graham Charman, but Shane Kelly having none of it. Chops across in front of him, but then he's quite slow off the corner and loses the place anyway. That's not the first time that we've seen Shane struggling under acceleration. Of course, his rolling start for race 1 was pretty terrible, and actually the car doesn't pick up speed again, look, coming out of Chapel. So is that the beginnings of another mechanical issue for Shane? He's a little bit slower down the straights than some of these cars anyway. He has lost out to Max Windhauser, the Norma that started 12th and is up into, well now, 6th position with that move. That was a change for 11th. Matthew Jones back ahead of Charles Graham. All of these radicals running in the same class, of course, so you can see all of those pink numbers down the left-hand side of your screen are all battling for class positions, and they're actually 3 wide into the club chicane. Anything the MX5s can do, they say, we can do just as well. And they sorted out nicely by the time they come off the corner, accelerating past the pits. And the Class C battle is perhaps going to be the one really worth watching. Oscar Joyce at the moment at the front of that group. Matt Genvy still leading the way by only half a second, though, over Joe Locke, so that's still pretty tight at the front of the pack. Doug Carter has a look up the inside of Matthew Jones. Not quite close enough, though. Number 51 car stays in 13th place. As further up the order, it looked like Shane Kelly had maybe got back ahead of Max Windhauser, but Windhauser now drags back past him. In fact, no, sorry, that's the 95 of Oscar Joyce that he's battling with, not Windhauser. So Oscar Joyce trying to find a way past the second of the Pragas. Just hasn't quite had the pace of Jack Fabi in the number 16 car. 3 abreast again, almost into Stowe Corner. There goes Kelly, fending off Oscar Joyce for the time being. They disappear through shot at the club chicane. Here we go. This is the radical scrap. And the number 2 car of Charles Graham picks his way up ahead of the number 7 machine of Matthew Jones. They've got Darcy Smith just ahead. He is not in a Radical, but is still in Class C, so same class as that group. Then Alistair Smart ahead, who is in a Radical, is not in Class C because Alistair Smart is actually a Class A Radical SR10. So Oscar Joyce, the next car ahead of him, who is leading that class. Oscar in the SR3 XXR, running in 8th position overall, which is where he started actually, in 8th place. Back out onto the Hanger Straight they head again, this for the 4th time for these drivers. The leaders, meanwhile, have already crossed the timing line at the end of the lap, and they're separated by only 0.3 of a second, so that gap is certainly not growing, is it? Here comes this Radical battle continuing to rage on. That's Matthew Jones back through, but look, this is for the lead. Mike Genvy having to defend now from Joe Locke, who takes a nice wide line around Village, trying to carry good speed down onto the Hanger Straight. Like Genvy, look how low the Genvy gun runs to the ground, virtually scraping the ground actually as it heads down towards the fastest part of the circuit. But Joe Locke closes in the slipstream, then looks pretty good on the brakes, doesn't he? So we've got a really interesting battle on our hands between these two. We're we're 7 minutes in to this race, and Genvy's not yet able to pull away. By this point, he had a healthy little gap in the first race. But in the dry conditions now, Joe Locke able to take the fight to him. They do run in different classes, Class B for Genvy, Class A for Locke, Class E then for Jack Fabi in 3rd position. But as far as fighting for an overall race win, they are definitely in the same fight. Different lines there. Genvy's car doesn't seem to want to hold the inside line, does it? A bit more grip maybe for Joe. He drops down through the link, over the exit curb, down the back straight, 0.6 of a second between them at the start of the 6th lap of the race. Darcy Smith, meanwhile, scrapping here with Matthew Jones. This is for 10th place overall, but 2nd in Class C. And Matthew wants to try and find a way through, of course, to see if he can do anything about Oscar Joyce, the class leader, but he's 10 seconds up the road now, in 8th position overall. Graham Charman and Max Windhauser here. Sorry, Graham Charman and Richard Chamberlain, excuse me, battling, and in fact they've just swapped positions. So Graham Charman ahead of Chamberlain, who seems to just be struggling a bit all of a sudden. He was significantly further ahead of Windhauser, of Charman a couple of laps ago, and now Charman ahead of him. So Chamberlain looking down to 5th. Here come the Radicals, and it's still not sorting itself out, this battle, is it? Darcy Smith now about to come up and challenge Alistair Smart, whilst behind this ongoing scrap between Jones and Graham continues. They've got Doug Carter, the orange and blue car, in behind too. Through Club. Ooh, Darcy Smith under a bit of pressure. Do we have a change there? No, Doug Carter couldn't go around the outside of Graham through Club. Oh, that is Charman. That's Graham Charman with a fairly spectacular engine failure. And he just got up into that 4th place ahead of Richard Chamberlain, but unfortunately the day is done for the Juno. Now, I hope that didn't leave any fluid on the track. If it had, we'd have heard something about it now. Oh, into the pit lane goes Mark Grayson as well. Grayson retiring the SR3 Radical, and a big lunge up the inside at Village for Ian Charles. That suggests that the grip levels are just fine up there. Robert Gilman was the man that he was overtaking. Now, 2nd place in Class C up for grabs here. And it is the battle between the number 7 car of Matthew Jones and Darcy Smith, number 50. So Jones has found a way past Smith now since last we saw him. Because if you remember, a lap ago, he was actually struggling to keep Charles Graham behind. Now has managed to move up 1 extra position into 2nd place in class, into 11th place overall. Club they go, and now Richard Chamberlain with a moment was that. Gets back up to speed though, so I think he's okay. Just a bit of a moment we're hearing, so possibly there is a bit of fluid down maybe at that part of the track. The leader, meanwhile, coming through. Now, Mike Genvy is starting to gap Joe Locke at this point. Locke still has the fastest lap of a 1 minute 0.695. But Genvy, as you can see there, using all of the road to get around the back markers. He is 2.2 seconds now ahead of Joe, so it's taken him a bit longer to get going this time, but Genvy is now starting to look like the faster of the two. Perhaps the Genvy more manoeuvrable in traffic maybe. They do seem to have tightened up that rear wing, don't they, which was giving me cause for concern in race one. Alistair Smart, meanwhile, has been overtaken by Matthew Jones there. So Matthew Jones in the number 7 car qualified 4th. In the wet this morning, dropped right back outside of the top 10 at the start of the race. But he's up now into 8th position, I think, with that move. As through comes Genvy. There goes the two of Graham, sorry. Charles Graham with Doug Carter underneath his rear wing. Carter gets a much better exit out of the last corner and drives straight past him. Joe Locke comes through on the inside as well, so Charles Graham didn't know which way to look there. A car going by him on either side, but it was the one to his left that was passing him for position. Ooh, that's a very good move up the inside by the Gilman car, number 9. Getting ahead of Gilman, actually. So that's John Gilman getting past Robert Gilman. 3 Gilmans in this race. Whether they're all related, I don't know, but the number 9 car is the one being shared. Not within the same race, of course. One driver does one race, the other does the next. But Carter, now having got past Charles Graham, makes very short work of Darcy Smith. So that will put him into the top 10 overall. And into the Club Chicane comes the PR6 of Doug Carter. Mike Genvy, another new fastest lap. That was a 1 minute 0.5. I say another. He steals the fastest lap, actually, from Joe Locke. 6 seconds now, the difference between the two of them. So Genvy, having worked his way past this gaggle of back markers, finds a bit of clean air again, because this is basically half the field in shot there as they went down the pit straight. And through the hairpin at Village Corner, where does the next battle emerge in? Charles maybe under a bit of threat from John Gilman, who's moving forward now, isn't he, John Gilman? Picking up a few positions in recent memory. Oh, that was Charles Graham using a lot of road coming out onto the back straight under the paddock access bridge down onto the brakes at Stowe Corner. So Genvy then leads the way. There's Jack Fabi, 3rd place, having a lonely race really, isn't he now? Interested to see whether Shane Kelly can do anything about Max Windhauser. Shane Kelly, no, he's not lapping as quickly as Windhauser at the moment. So Max having a good run actually in 5th position in the number 99 car. There goes Fabi. So Jack, who I first bumped into probably about 10 or 11 years ago now in paddock, back when he was doing junior saloon car racing. And these days, very, very handy peddler in sports prototype racing all around Europe. And he is here representing Praga, representing the Adola Motorsport team. Trying to drum up a bit more interest in Praga racing. They're great cars, the Pragas. Really, really good fun to drive. A nice cross between a GT car and a prototype, I think. Lovely to see a few more of them out on track at some point later this season. Got a glimpse there of Doug Carter trying to go around the outside of Alistair Smart. Not for the first time those two have found themselves together today. But Doug, I don't think, was able to complete the pass. Nearly halfway then, and a big lock-up for Shane Kelly. He's sat in 6th position, been caught actually by Oscar Joyce. So Oscar Joyce, the Class C leader, is the car, well, actually not the car right behind him, because that's Mike Genvy, the race leader, but the red Radical is Oscar Joyce. And this is a battle for 6th place overall then between the Praga and the Radical. SR3 of Oscar, dominant really in Class C at the moment. Shane Kelly not in a battle with him for class position, but will want to try and finish top half dozen if he can after a disappointing first race. Speaking of disappointments, that is the 46 of Chris Child in the pit lane. So Chris with a retirement by the looks of it. If he does retire, he'll join Charman and Mark Grayson on the retirements list. That leaves 18 of them still running. Just under half the race still to go. Gen V drops down through Village Corner. Doesn't look like it handles the best, that car, does it? Looks a bit cumbersome at times. Yeah, he's driving it well. And actually, the next two cars he's about to overtake have just changed positions, I think. And that's Max Windhauser ahead of Richard Chamberlain for 4th place overall in the race. Pretty sure I saw the Norma ahead of the CTR just then, but we'll double check that in a moment. Joe Locke, 2nd position, runs through Stowe. So he heads towards Club Corner. Jack Fabi, off Chaplin again. That's Charles Graham running very wide, picking up a lot of understeer in the number 2 car. Either that or he's just carrying a supreme amount of mid-corner speed. That's probably not helping his exit speed really onto the back straight. Through the right-hander at Stowe he goes. He's being pursued by the 24 of Ian Charles and the 9 of John Gilman. That's the battle on your screens now. And John Gilman looks to the outside. Not been a particularly profitable day for, or race at least so far for the number 9 car, but it's picking up pace as the race goes on. Of course, that is a car shared by the 2 Gilmans, so it naturally takes a few laps, possibly the first half of the race really, for the driver who didn't do race 1 to get fully up to speed in race 2. Now he definitely is on the attack, and they're both at times catching up to Charles Graham ahead. Then down the straights, I think Charles perhaps has a little bit of an advantage maybe over those two. SR3 for Graham, and actually for Gilman as well. And of course they've got the Pro Radical Pro Sport in between them. Actually, having said in the straight line the number 2 car's the quickest, that doesn't seem to be the case down the Hanger Straight, does it? And actually he's under real threat now, turning through Stowe. And Charles had a look to the inside, but that didn't work, and actually he loses momentum, and right round the outside goes John Gilman. So John Gilman read that situation nicely, and he now sets off after Charles Graham in front of him. So out through Club Corner. 11.5 minutes still to go. Another Radical in the background. That is Robert Gilman, isn't it? The number 6, which is another of the Radical Pro Sport. So same car as Ian Charles, who's just lost a position. Here comes the move from John Gilman, though. Oh, snatches a break, gets to the inside of the number 2 and levers Charles Graham off the road. Very forceful stuff, but good committed move. He got to the inside, the corner was his. And a little snatch of the brakes wasn't enough of a mistake in the end, so through he went to 13th place. So John Gilman then in now 12th position overall. That's 5th in class. Darcy Smith, the next car ahead, but you can see Darcy off in the distance, a big gap to try and climb across in order to gain any further places. Number 18 car there, that was the Sam Shaw Radical SR1. As the race leader, sorry, the 2nd place man, Joe Locke, sweeps past Richard Hardy. Shane Kelly a lap behind him, of course. It's Jack Fabi, the Praga, that's chasing after Joe, but not able to do anything with him really. 25 seconds or so behind him. There is the number 11 car round the last turn. Oh, that's Joe Locke. That's Joe Locke in the pit lane. 2nd place, but no longer. And Joe Locke out of the race then, by the looks of it. Down pit lane he goes. And the Spire has expired by the looks of it. His day is done, and that means that Jack Fabi will now inherit 2nd position, but I wonder what's gone wrong for Joe. Race 1, it was another race really that unravelled in the latter stages when his tyres went off, they overheated, he had a spin. This, though, doesn't look like it's as simple as tyres getting too hot. There's something else more sinister going on. Joe's race appears to be run. So everyone behind will gain a position, of course, including Shane Kelly, who will move up into the top 5 overall. But Shane will be a bit disappointed, I think, really, not to have had the pace of Jack Fabi in this one, because Jack's been consistently quicker than Shane, even though Shane has had a couple of full seasons racing the Praga over the last few years. Not to say that Fabi's never driven one, of course, but I'm sure Shane is a very talented driver, no doubt about it. Like I said, came from a single-seater background to sports prototype racing, but whether it's just the setup maybe not quite how he wants it. But yeah, 6th position, well now 5th it will become. Probably not really what he was hoping for. There goes Max Windhauser, just putting a lap on the number 6 car of Robert Gilman. Mike Genvy doing the same to Charles Graham, the second time that he's put a lap on the number 2 car. Genvy now 42 seconds clear at the front of the pack. It was looking like being a fairly convincing win anyway for Genvy, but even more so now with his only real rival in this race, Joe Locke. In fact, the only person who's consistently been able to match his pace at any point this weekend, out of the race. Max Windhauser coming up to lap these pair, who go side by side through the link road. That is Charles Graham and Ian Charles. Oh, side by side. Graham trying to go right round the outside. Where does Windhauser go in all of this? Pulls to the inside. 3 abreast they will run down the Hanger Straight. And what happened? Here they are. They're still side by side. Windhauser's predictably driven past them both, but we do have a change. Ian Charles past Charles Graham. 12th place overall. It's about to come 11th, of course, with Joe Locke in the pit lane. But that is 6th place in class. So, one Radical passes another. The Pro Sport car gaining a position, and the Radical SR3 dropping down another. It's been a strange race, this, really, for Charles Graham. He looked very quick early on. Was in a podium place within class, but now well out of the order, well down the order, well out of contention for a class podium. Oscar Joyce looking good for the class win. He is 17.5 seconds up the road now from Matthew Jones. It's a shame that Matthew had such a poor start, because actually his pace now is comparable, very comparable to Oscar Joyce. He's just too far back to do anything with him, so gonna be, unfortunately, I think for Jones, a slightly frustrating 2nd place in class. New personal best lap, by the way, set by Shane Kelly. And he is now starting to catch, in fact, he's really catching Richard Chamberlain. Richard Chamberlain had a very slow lap last time around, a 1:11.7. And when I say slow, I mean 7 seconds off the pace. So Richard Chamberlain, car number 15, under a bit of threat now from Shane Kelly in the number 11 Praga. They're not nose to tail yet, but if Chamberlain has another slow lap, then they could even change positions on this time around. 6 minutes to go. And where are they on the track? I wonder. Oh, here they are on the track. That is Shane Kelly. That is not Richard Chamberlain. That was a back marker that he was going past. Is Chamberlain still in front of him? Yes, he is. Chamberlain just crossed the line, did a 1:05.0, so back up to speed now. So Richard must have had a drama. And Shane Kelly actually half a second slower than him in that time, so 5 seconds now the margin. So we saw Chamberlain, well, we caught the back end of a moment that he had up at this corner a few laps ago, well, probably 20 minutes ago now. I wonder whether he had a similar little wobble somewhere out on track. Almost allowed Shane Kelly a chance at moving into 4th place, but they seem to have settled down now, unless, of course, it's an intermittent mechanical issue, in which case it could easily strike again for Richard. That's where you have the benefit, really, of running in the more modern machinery like a Praga. Pretty bulletproof, those cars. At least they should be. Kelly staying in 5th place for now. 95 coming down towards us. That is the 6th place car. That is Oscar Joyce, the class leader in Class C. So Matthew Jones, like I said, is running similar lap times to him now, but just too far back to even think about catching. In fact, there he is, right on cue, Matthew Jones. And actually, his second place in class is in jeopardy now, isn't it? Because Doug Carter's caught him. So Doug Carter in the 51 could move back ahead of the number 7 here before the checkered flag, which is only 4.25 minutes away out of club corner. Across the timing line then, who's going to have the advantage? Looks as though Doug Carter is trying to move around in the mirrors of Matthew Jones, just try and force a mistake out of the RSX driver. But Matthew driving nice lines, not forcing the issue, not making any mistakes so far. So only 0.4 of a second between them at the line. A bit of an awkward bounce off the curb there for Matthew. And does that give Doug Carter an opportunity maybe to attack down the back straight? Nothing really to choose between them in a straight line. If anything, Carter slightly quicker. He's got the slipstream as well, and he's looking to the inside line, into the braking zone at Stowe. Is that going to work, or will the wide line give a bit more momentum for Matthew Jones? He's also going to have the inside line through the Vale, which I think might be the preferred place to be. In fact, he chops across in front of Doug Carter, snatches the racing line back away from him. And Doug Carter, for now, stays third in class, but a good battle raging on here then. Probably the best battle on track now, really, and of some significance. Second place in Class C is up for grabs. Here comes Carter again, looking to the inside at Abbey. Now they're going to have to watch out because they've got a couple of quicker cars coming up behind them now, including the overall race leader, Mike Genvy. And I think I also spotted Max Windhauser, who has caught Jack Fabi, has he? According to the timing screen, Max Windhauser only 0.4 behind Jack Fabi, but I didn't actually see... No, I don't think that's right. I don't think that's right. He's 18 seconds behind on my timing screen. I had me confused for a moment, though, but that is Windhauser behind Genvy. But I don't think, well, there's no sign of Jack Fabi, is there? So I don't think he has caught the second place man, despite the fact he was 2 seconds quicker than Jack on the previous lap. Round Stowe corner then come Jones and Carter. And Genvy's going to join in just at the worst moment, really, because Carter was trying to get to the inside of Matthew Jones at club. And I think Genvy realised there that the sensible thing to do was to just back out of that, wait for a better opportunity maybe to make his move, which he does now. Max Windhauser goes with him, and actually Max Windhauser tries to unlap himself, which he does, goes up the inside, and Max Windhauser well and truly forcing the issue, nearly delayed Matthew Jones's run through the corner, and now he's defending from Mike Genvy. So Max Windhauser going rogue here at the end, and he forces Jones off the road now. Doug Carter, thankfully for Jones, wasn't close enough to capitalise on that, but yeah, Max Windhauser proving a point in the closing stages that he's got every bit as much speed as Mike Genvy has, and he's going to demonstrate that by giving the race leader a bit of a race, not for position, but certainly making him work hard to stay where he is. And there is now the change for second place in Class C. Doug Carter around the outside of Matthew Jones at Stowe, and moves through into what is 7th place overall, but second in class. Some way behind Oscar Joyce, as we've documented, but still second in class. Not a bad result, and we'll wait and see if he can stay there, though. Matthew Jones might still come back at him on the final lap, which we have begun now. Mike Genvy crosses the line, starts the last lap, and Max Windhauser actually getting away from him. Genvy has backed off here, I think. Understandably, he's 3/4 of a minute up on Jack Fabi, but I think maybe the aggression being shown to him there by Max Windhauser was enough to just deter Genvy from really forcing the issue. Doesn't need to race Windhauser after all, because they are not on the same lap. He does now get waved through. Like Genvy, this has been a bit of a learning weekend, hasn't it? He said that there was still a lot that they were changing on the car. Like I said, they've sorted that rear wing out now. There were a few other setup changes that he wanted to try for race 2 in the dry, and I'd say they were pretty successful. I know that we lost Joe Locke midway through the race, but even so, Genvy was going to beat him. I think that much is fairly certain, and he is going to take a very, very comfortable victory in the second Zio Prototype Series race of the day. Congratulations to Mike Genvy, double race victory, and he's very, very, very happy with that. Max Windhauser pretty happy as well with a victory in Class A and 3rd place overall. Fabi will be the winner in Class E for the Invitational class cars, the Pragas, basically. And we wait for him to come through. Shane Kelly, I think, is going to get here before him, actually. Here comes Shane down into Club. But it's the other Praga that is going to be claiming a class win. Alistair Smart has come through as well. In fact, he was second, wasn't he, in Class A. Windhauser, as I've said, was the class winner. Oscar Joyce is the other class winner that we are waiting for. Here comes Jack Fabi. So Jack Fabi, second overall, winner in the class for Class E. And we just saw the red radical of Oscar Joyce coming through, also a class winner in Class C. So last car across the line, John Davis, I think that was, in the Radical SR3 RSX, number 25. And with that, our penultimate race of the weekend is done. But Mike Genvy, 48 seconds was his advantage. No, 53 seconds was his advantage, because Jack Fabi, right at the end, has been given a 5-second penalty for track limits. It doesn't affect things even slightly, because he was a full lap in the end ahead of Max Windhauser in third. But yeah, Jack Fabi was still pushing, obviously, in the closing stages, trying to improve his lap times, pushing a bit too hard maybe, and finding himself exceeding track limits by a little bit. But it's Mike Genvy, the winner, and he is the Class B victor as well. Jack Fabi in second wins Class E. Max Windhauser in third wins Class A, with Richard Chamberlain and Shane Kelly completing the top 5. Oscar Joyce was 6th, and the winner in Class C, ahead of Doug Carter and Matthew Jones and Darcy Smith. Alistair Smart 10th, 11th John Gilman, 12th Ian Charles, 13th Charles Graham, with Robert Gilman in 14th position. John Davis, Richard Hardy, Sam Shaw were next, ahead of Joe Locke, who will be actually classified as the first non-finisher. Chris Child, Graham Charman and Mark Grayson join him on the DNF list. So the Zio Prototype Series done for now, and we look forward to their next appearance on one of our live streamed events. Not sure when that's going to be. Their next outing is at Snetterton in May, then Donington in June, Brands Hatch in August, and they finish at Alton Park actually on the 26th of October. That's going to be quite a spectacle. Alton, a proper old school circuit, and these prototypes are going to be very, very rapid around the twists and turns and undulations of Cheshire. So an interesting place for their championship decider to be. But at the opening weekend, there's only one man really who is celebrating, and that is Mike Genvy, and he is about to catch up with Richard.
Well, here we are down in a slightly lonely victory lane. Jack Fabi, who is our Class E winner. The other guys have gone back to Parc Fermé, which means we can have a half-hour chat with you. No, I'm joking. No, thanks. Well done.
Thank you very much. Twice in a day, yeah.
Superb. Good race?
Yeah, definitely. We managed to sort out our boost leak, which we found out from the first race. So I did 3 laps of the first race with all of my boost, and then the rest of it just kind of fell everywhere. So we fixed that. The car ran great then. We're running some quite old tyres though, so I had about 2 laps to go at it, and then they went off. So yeah, my first 2 laps of my I'm going for it, and then it was right, just bring it home. But apart from that, it was absolutely brilliant. We lost a car early on this morning, which was a real shame, but you know, this one's run pretty much flawlessly, and 2 podiums, 2 races. Happy with that, can't complain.
These are terrific cars, aren't they? Tell us about your experience from when you first drove them.
Well, I mean, I've got a very strange story behind these actually. So they're owned by Vincent Randall, VR Motorsport. I actually work for Vincent. I drive the truck, I work on the cars a little bit as well. I was a factory driver for Praga back in 2021. I drove them a little bit beforehand in Brit Car, Praga Cup, various different things. And yeah, I've been lucky enough to drive them on and off for a few years now. I've kind of gone to the next step of motorsport, which I'm very fortunate about, but I'm very lucky so I can kind of, on the off chance I get an offer to come and drive one of these, I'll take it, because they are brilliant cars to drive. They're very rewarding as a driver, and you know, if a good set of boots on, and I reckon I'd have done a sub-minute around here pretty easily, so very happy.
Should have done that, you'd have got the lap record.
Well, do you know what, I'll come back tomorrow with a fresh set of tyres.
Good lad, come and see us again though, please do,
absolutely,
Jack.
Absolutely, yeah, we should be here all year with these 2 cars definitely, and we hope to see more on the grid. They're out there. and it's very lucrative for Praga owners, so please join us for Zio because it's a great championship.
It is a great series. We look forward to seeing you. Jack, well done. Class win.
All the best.
Super drive. Lovely to have a chat with you again.
As always.
And did we manage to get any other drivers down? I know Mark needs to have a quick chat with Jack. Sorry, Mark, to hold on. Mike Genvy, of course, taking the overall win. Come back to Mike in a moment. Max Windheiser, we were hoping to speak to, was winner of Class A. The other class winner was Oscar Joyce. We were going to just do the top three. Talking about lap records, which I was there, and that's very interesting to know, isn't it, if they'd have put new rubber on it that thinks he could have done that 59-second lap. The lap record was 61 point something coming into today, the Facebook page tells us, for the Zero prototypes. And that was actually lowered, by my reckoning in that race, by Mike Genvy. So it would have been lovely to catch up with Mike and chat to him about that new lap record. But we offer our congratulations to Mike on his win, double win today, and also a new lap record to be confirmed, and that will go into the record books for the next time that we have the Zio prototypes here. We've got just one more race coming up for you here from Silverstone, again in the sunshine, things looking good, and it's a Mazda flavour to finish off the weekend for us here, and our second race of the day for the Downforce Radio Clubman's Mazda. So over to Andy McEwen for a rundown of the grid.
Yep, thanks Richard. Last race of the weekend, and we've saved arguably the best for last really, because the first race of the weekend for the MX5 Clubmans was a real humdinger, proper MX5 racing. That was, again, still in the slightly damp and greasy conditions. Paul Bateman coming out on top after a last lap duel with Jake Pace, from which the number 42 came out on top. But what's going to happen this time? Anyone's guess really. There was a group of about 8 or 9 cars at one point who were sort of up there debating the race lead, and we could well have even more in contention now that we've got a bone-dry racetrack. And well, let's wait and see what happens this time around. Bateman, Pace and Bo Parry were the top 3 in the first race earlier on today. They therefore will start at the front of what is a big grid, 27 cars, outnumbering actually the Mark 1 Championship itself as far as grid size. But as we've seen from the Gaz Shock's MX5 Championship earlier on, they are still going to have a very competitive season of racing ahead of them. And the Clubman Championship going very, very strong indeed. I think there might be a couple of cars maybe being recovered. Certainly one of the prototypes that stopped up at the village end of the circuit still needs recovering. So it's going to be a moment or two before we get the MX5s out onto the circuit. And the Clubman Championship, which last year was won by Matthew Fletcher, right down to the wire. The final 2 races right here on the Silverstone International Circuit. A double race victory for Jordan Pimley wasn't quite enough for him to steal the championship away from Fletcher, who really did all of his winning in the first, or actually in the middle of the season really. Things didn't start off brilliantly here at Silverstone on the Grand Prix circuit for Matthew, but he then won 1 race at Brands Hatch, 1 at Croft, all 3 at Anglesey, and another at Donington Park at the penultimate event of the season to wrap up his title-winning campaign. And a lot of the front runners in last year's Clubman Championship, understandably, moving on. That's kind of the idea of Clubman. It's sort of a feeder series into the Gaz Shock's Championship. It's an opportunity for drivers to sample MX5 racing, perhaps, before moving on elsewhere. And so, understandably, lots of those drivers who were contending for the title last year have sort of moved on to other things, and that opens the door for different drivers to come in and contend. Bo Parry, for example, he did all but 2 rounds last year and did win a race at Donington. He's looking pretty competitive again this season. Jake Pace looks like he's going to be a contender. Paul Bateman, if he does the full year. So yeah, we've got a competitive season ahead, I think, in the MX5 Clubman Championship. As the cars make their way around to the grid, it's a slightly different circuit that greets them in the late afternoon sunshine here at Silverstone. So Paul Bateman then starts from pole position, and that car really looked rapid, didn't it, in the first race? And he was able, with ease it seemed, to get past Jake Pace on the last lap of the race. Jake tried to come back at him, just didn't have an answer for Bateman, who stormed through the order, started further down than he should have done after that very wet qualifying in the morning. And Luckily for him, we're racing on a track where it is possible to do quite a bit of overtaking. So here's how the grid lines up then. Bateman on pole, Jake Pace alongside, because that was the race result from earlier on. Beau Parry was on the podium, so starts third, with Chris Dawkins, who led in the early going, starting fourth. Jack Warry and Jamie Turner share the third row of the grid. Row 4 for Pete Smith and Nicola Doyen, with Jordan Head and Simon Waterfall on row 5, and Del Pace and Will Breen row 6. 7th row for Christian Dan and Adam Lawrence. 8th row, Oscar Trapes and Tom Greenwood, with Alexandros Katulas and Russell Halley on row 9. 10th row, Peter Williams and Chris Watts. Row 11, Jez Banks and Rob Greensmith. Row 12, Peter Bell and Sam Luke. And then amazingly, we do have number 848, Matthew Crozier, on row 13. He was involved in a pretty significant crunch, I think, at this part of the track in the closing stages of the race. But they've got that car patched up and he will be starting from the back of the grid. Johnny Greensmith will start 13th and Simon Privet 27th. Sorry, Johnny Greensmith will start 13th. He'll start on row 13, 26th on the grid, with Simon Privet on the 14th row on his own. So the cars pull into position then, 2x2 staggered grid, so it's a busy run into that first corner. But they will all be trying to use the full width of the Silverstone circuit to gain some positions, establish themselves in that leading pack, because the worry is that you get sort of tangled up with the midfield battles, and by the time you get to the front of your group, the lead group has gone. You've got to try and tag along with them. The slipstream's so powerful, but as soon as you lose it, it's almost impossible to get it back. So there'll be a real intensity about these early laps, I think, to try and go with the leaders. And we'll see who is able to do that the most successfully. Just trying to get Matthew Crozier into position at the back, which they are almost done with. And then it's Simon Privet from pole position. From the back of the grid, I should say. Pole position is on the right-hand side of shot, and that is Paul Bateman, the race 1 winner. Can he do the double then here at Silverstone, the Downforce Radio Mazda MX5 Clubman Championship? Our final race of the Silverstone season opener is go. The lights go out and off they will rush towards Abbey Corner then. Who gets the jump? Neck and neck, I would say, between Bateman and Jake Pace at the moment, but the second phase of the start better for Bateman, and he will hold the lead then through turn number 1. Beau Parry almost turned into Chris Dawkins there. Saw him coming at the last minute, bit of paint being swapped in the midfield, but they're all still there on the other side. And as the sunlight glints off the Mark 1 MX5s, they all bear down on us into Village Corner. Hold your breath, looks like they're all going to get through. A couple of them bouncing wide onto the runoff area. Good clean racing so far. Towards Chapel they go then. It is Bateman leading, it's Jake Pace second, it's Beau Parry third, so he did get the better of Chris Dawkins through the opening exchanges. Pouring out onto the back straight, there is Matthew Crozier with that patched up pink and grey MX5 at the back of the group. Top 3 single file, but then it's 3 wide for 4th position, as Chris Dawkins, surprisingly, is fading a little bit here in the early going. He's got Jamie Turner ahead of him now. On the inside is the number 6 car of Jack Warry, and way wide went to somebody else. That was possibly Nicola Doyen, was it? Number 5, who was skating off the track. Del Pace in that group as well, the grey and the blue and orange car. But it is Paul Bateman then who leads them out of the double apex right-hander at Club. A bit slow there through the middle of the corner for Christian Dan. That means the 264 of Will Bream goes to his outside. Side by side for second. And Beau Parry running with Tucker Motorsport in the 2024 season. Picks his way past Jake Pace. But both of them want to try and get on with this because they know how quick Paul Bateman was in the first race. They don't want to let him settle down and pull clear at the front of the pack. Someone on the grass in the background. I hope they got that gathered together. I think they probably did. They seem to be heading back towards the tarmac as they disappeared from shot. Simon Privet, by the way, started from the back of the grid after a non-finish earlier on today. Sadly, looks like another non-finish is going his way because he's in the pit lane. Day done for Simon Privet here at Silverstone. Leaders then down the hill towards Stowe again. Paul Bateman then leading. Beau Parry doing his best to go with him. Chris Dawkins really struggling here in the white number 22 car. And he has got Jack Warry going around the outside of him. But now in dry conditions, the quicker line is no longer the outside at Stowe. It's now the more traditional inside racing line. And so Chris Dawkins defends the place, but doesn't have the pace to go with the leaders, does he? That he had certainly in the first half of race number 1. Pete Smith there, the bright purple car with the red wheels. He is just ahead of Jordan Head. Just got past Jordan actually through Club. Now number 24, Simon Waterfall, comes up to challenge. Leaders through, and Bo Parry, fastest lap of the race, 1:21.94. So Bo Parry is quicker than the leader. He's managed to pull away from Jake Pace as well. That is Simon Privet. Oh, this car looks like it's overheating, doesn't it? Which is strange. It's not a very warm day here today, and he'd only done 1 lap of racing, so he's still limping around, trying to stay out of everybody's way, but they have at least got the car back out on track. Round Chapel again, bouncing over the curb for the number 17 of Pete Smith. Jordan Head is back in behind him, then Simon Waterfall and Christian Dan, but here comes the lead battle, and Bo Parry detaching himself from Jake Pace, interestingly. Has he got an answer for Paul Bateman? Side by side further back. Number 3, that is, of Jordan Head on the outside line. To the inside, Simon Waterfall. And I think Simon's going to get past him, isn't he? Yes, he does. Nice move made through Stowe Corner. Christian Dan is the number 20 car, the blue car behind with the gold wheels. Will take slightly different lines into the club chicane. Defensively goes Jordan Head. And that might actually work out for him on the exit, because way wide over the curb goes Simon Waterfall. That was definitely track limits, but he didn't benefit from it, did he? He didn't gain any lap time. If anything, he's under more threat now. Look, has to move to the middle of the road to defend. To the outside will attempt to go Jordan Head. Door handle to door handle. They turn into Abbey Corner, but Jordan didn't fancy taking the risk round the outside. Here they come. Are they still side by side? They might be, actually. Jordan again pulling to the outside line, this time into Village. Can go around the outside there, get the inside line for the left-hand kink at the loop, but unlike on the Grand Prix circuit, where that's a tight hairpin, on the international circuit it's a flat-out left-hander. No real benefit to being on the inside there, because the next corner at Chapel is the sharp 90-degree right-hander that leads you on to the back straight. In the slipstream then, we have Jordan Head trying to break into this top 10, then wants to pull to the inside really, but the inside line not being made available to him. Simon Waterfall defended that pretty well actually. Waited until he saw Jordan move to the outside and then moved over with him, but then absolutely overcooks it at Stowe and opens the door anyway on corner exit. Now this is the outside line for Head. Can he sweep right round the outside at the left, get the inside for the right? The answer is no. So they stay still in the same order. Lead gap, by the way, is hovering at 1/4 of a second, so Bo Parry with another fastest lap, only 1/2 tenth quicker than Bateman, because they're running nose to tail. The only way Parry will go any quicker is by actually making a move on Bateman. The first turn comes that 10th place battle. Masters class being led by Paul Bateman as well, of course. Second place Del Pace. There's a few cars between them, and Chris Dawkins, who's down to 7th now, having lost out to Jack Worry on that lap, is at least still in a class position. Move made there by Tom Greenwood up the inside of the 264 of Will Bream, who sweeps back around the outside through the link. And Will now actually is that's kicking off behind him. It's also kicking off inside the top 10, because we've got the number 17 there of Pete Smith trying to go around the outside of Jack Worry. These have both got past Chris Dawkins in the recent past. Dawkins, the white car, really struggling for whatever reason in this second race of the day. But Pete Smith's come alive. Pete finished 7th in the first race, just didn't mention him much, but here he is back into P7 again and challenging Jack Worry, who was a podium contender in race 1. Nick Ledoyen out over the curb. Here come the leaders. First real sign of a challenge then from Bo Parry. To the outside at Abbey, they've pulled out a 3-second lead now over Jake Pace in third. And when I keep banging on about drivers working together, this is why, because if you do just sort of settle in for a few laps, if you're quicker than the car behind, you can pull a gap and then settle it between yourselves in the closing stages, which are well, not quite in the closing stages, are we? We're bang on halfway through the race, but Bo Parry and Paul Bateman know now they can battle and not necessarily be caught by Jake Pace. So Though sensibly, I think, waiting for his chance, waiting till he's secure at least in second place before making the move, and he's definitely now trying to make the move. Look round the outside again into Stowe. Neck and neck for the race lead. Beau Parry tried it, couldn't quite make it work. Carries good speed off the corner though. He'll now try and challenge down into the Vale. Beau, a winner at Donington Park in 2023. Paul Bateman, a winner already today. But Beau Parry, every bit as quick as him, it seems, in this second race of the weekend. Round club, inch perfect with track limits for both of them there. And Beau Parry will pick up the slipstream. Bateman will pull to the inside to cover, but didn't get far enough over quickly enough. Parry had the run, gets the inside, nose ahead into Abbey Corner, and he is through. So Beau Parry takes the lead, and that is that's the number 9 car. That's Jamie Turner in. So Jamie Turner out of the race, and that's a shame. He was inside the top 10, of course, but Beau Parry is into the lead. So Beau Parry did make that move stick on the inside at Abbey. And now we'll look to try and break away, but as so many MX5 drivers have said today, you hit the front, you just can't go anywhere. It's impossible to break the toe. Don't think that Beau Parry's going to have this all his own way from here until the checkered flag, which is just under 6 minutes away. Will Bream, by the way, in the pit lane. Well, here we go, Paul Bateman already proving me right by going to the inside and knocking into the right front corner of Beau Parry's car. Take that, says Paul. You think you're going to take the win away from me? Then he's waving him back through. I think he was waving him back through there, Paul Bateman. That's really gentlemanly racing, if that's what he was doing. I think he realised that that little bit of contact was on him, and he might have been waving Beau Parry back through into the lead. We've had a change for third, by the way, with Del Pace ahead of Jake Pace now. So all Pace family battle for the bottom step of the podium. And Del has caught and now overhauled Jake to move into that third position. Oh, well, Bateman maybe wasn't waving Beau Parry through. Maybe just a wave of apology, or trying to give Beau a ticking off, maybe. Maybe he felt that was Beau's fault, but he's still in the lead anyway. So if he was trying to wave Beau through, Beau wasn't actually able to do it. So through they come. There is the fight for third position. What's the gap now, second to third? 3.7 seconds. Again, if these two, I know there's only 5 minutes to go, but you can lose seconds when you start going side by side. And those top two, if they keep on battling, these two could still catch them. I've seen stranger things happen. I've seen bigger gaps evaporate in the closing stages in MX5 racing over the years. So Paul Bateman and Beau Parry may yet have company before the flag comes out. Lots of changes on the previous lap, by the way. Simon Waterfall and Jordan Head both got themselves up ahead of Christian Dan. Of course, a couple of cars in the pit lane as well on that last lap. Jamie Turner and Will Bream, so that's shuffled the order slightly. Still, we never saw Johnny Greensmith on the grid for this one. So we had 25 starters, 23 of them still running. Here, the battle for a position inside the top 5, because Pete Smith is in that 5th position at the moment in the number 17 car. But Jack Worry is in his wheel tracks, looking to try and break back into that 5th position. Beau Parry, meanwhile, sets a new fastest lap, a 1:21.824. Again, less than a tenth of a second quicker than Paul Bateman. So, Bateman not escaping, but equally, Parry not massively quicker than him. Paces come through, screeching their way through Village. They're sort of just looking after each other, really, aren't they? But Pete Smith and Jack Worry aren't. They are battling tooth and nail now for this 5th position. And here's a good little scrap going on much further down the order. And that is the number 22 car, sorry, number 77 was Jez Banks, was at the front of this group. He's lost a position now, but he's got the number 41 car trying to go around the outside of him. That's Oscar Trapest. Then it's 848 Matthew Crozier. Ooh, all three of them fan out through farm. Crozier's car looking very second-hand, isn't it? But at least still running. Not going to win any beauty contests, that race, but that car, but it is at least still raceable. And Matthew Crozier learning a lot. Inexperienced driver. Don't recognise that name as being a regular, certainly, on this grid in the past. Jordan Head and Simon Waterfall, it feels like they've been side by side for the entirety of this race so far. 2.5 minutes left to settle it, boys, and well, actually it could go any one of 4 ways this scrap, because Christian Dan is still here, and so too is now Russell Halley in the purple and yellow car, who goes to the outside of Christian into the club. Christian manages to fend him off, but then sort of gets boxed in behind Simon Waterfall. Tries to cut back to the inside line, which he might be able to do. Simon's going to have more speed off the turn, and manages to come out of the corner still in front. Crozier coming towards us. I think he's picked up a place there, actually. Got himself ahead of the 41 of Oscar Trapesse. Christian Dan struggling to find a way back ahead of Russell Halley here. Russell, who started down in 18th position. Now, I was about to mention that this lead gap had grown again to 6/10, but it's back down to virtually nothing again as they arrive at Stowe Corner. They'll have one more lap to go after this one, and oh, that might have done it now, though. Beau Parry with a big mistake through Stowe. Overran the corner massively. Now, he might be able to close back in again, but he's not going to leave himself much time to actually make a move, is he? So Paul Bateman, who charged to the front in race 1 right at the end of the race, this time around is the one under threat from Beau Parry. The Paces wriggle their way out of club. Del Pace, I think, is still going to have some answers, some questions to be asked of him by Jake. Well, actually, weirdly, Beau Parry closed right back in again in the final part of that lap. He was fractionally quicker than Paul Bateman over the previous lap still, despite that mistake at Stowe. So that is going to be game on into Stowe Corner on this, the final lap. Here come the Paces. Rounding Village, and then we've got Jack Warry up the inside of Nick Ledoyen. That's for 6th place. Lovely move from Jack Warry, and stops the car nicely on the apex as well. So Jack goes through. Now, what can Beau Parry do about Paul Bateman? We're heading down the Hanger Straight for the final time. Bateman's car working well in a straight line, but we know that Beau Parry will be committed under braking. Really, all he needs to try and do is get the run off Stowe Corner, but I think he's going to try and get to the inside line. Decides better of that one. They both sort of go in the middle of the road, sideways again. Beau Parry's car not handling particularly well at that part of the circuit, and ultimately I think that's what's going to win the race for Paul Bateman. Because 2 laps consecutively, Beau Parry has been within striking range at Stowe, but has come off the corner significantly further back, and that means that Paul Bateman is going to hang on, I reckon, to claim 2 wins from 2 here on the Silverstone International Circuit. Perfect start to the season in the Downforce Radio Mazda MX5 Clubman Championship. For Paul Bateman, he gets the victory. Beau Parry second. We'll wait and see which of the Paces comes home in third, and also who comes out on top in this battle. Christian Dan up the inside of Simon Waterfall. They almost lean on each other. They're going to go 3 wide down the hill as Jordan Head goes to the outside of both of them. He had the run, had the momentum, but can he ease his way in front? Waterfall locks up and goes straight on. They all get the switch back on him. Christian Dan goes through. I think that Waterfall's going to lose out to Head as well, and actually Russell Halley is going to get past him too as they turn through Club Corner. Brilliant battle that between the whole group. Oh, and sideways for Waterfall. Finishes with a flourish, crosses the line. Did he at least manage to keep Lawrence behind him? Yes, he did, by 59 thousandths of a second. Brilliant racing there. That was the best battle on track, really. It might have only been for 9th place on back, but it was still a terrific scrap. Paul Bateman 4/10 clear at the flag, though. Gets the double race victory at Silverstone. Opens his account with not quite a maximum score, because he didn't set the fastest lap in that race. He did in race 1. So that'll be just 1 point dropped as far as the maximum points haul concerned. So this the result of our final race of the weekend here at Silverstone. Paul Bateman the winner, Beau Parry second, and Del Pace comes home in third. Bateman the winner of the Masters class as well. Jake Pace in fourth, Pete Smith fifth, Nick Ledoyen sixth, and Jack Warry seventh, ahead of Chris Dawkins, Christian Dan, and Jordan Head. Russell Halley was 11th, ahead of Simon Waterfall 12th, Adam Lawrence 13th, and Rob Greensmith came home in 14th. 15th, Thomas Greenwood with Alexandros Katoulas in 16th. Chris Watts 17th was a guest driver. Matt Crozier 18th, but just a victory really, just to get that car on track after its accident in race 1. Jez Banks was 19th, and Oscar Trapesse 20th, ahead of Sam Luke, Peter Williams, Simon Privet, Jamie Turner, and Will Bream. The last 2 of those, Turner and Bream, not running at the flag. Well, fantastic weekend of racing here at Silverstone. A big thanks to everyone at the Brscc. for putting on a great weekend of racing. And another reminder that you should head to their website, www.brscc.co.uk. And follow them on social media as well, because there you will find all of the links that you need to watch the further live streaming events this season. And if you can get yourself trackside, then head to their website and you'll find a full list of events. Many of the championships that we've seen entertaining us today will be out across the length and breadth of the country over the course of 2024. You can do a lot worse if you've got a free weekend than to get yourself down to your local racetrack and enjoy everything that a Brscc race event has to offer. Big thanks to the marshals, to the scrutineers, to the officials, everyone up in race control, a huge team of people working behind the scenes to allow these events to take place. And we look forward to them all being back as well for the rest of the season. Busy year ahead, but it's going to be a huge amount of fun to be a part of it. So sun sets on the opening weekend of the season here at Silverstone, and the MX5 Clubman drivers providing a fittingly entertaining conclusion to the 2 days of racing. They will be back at Snetterton in just under a month's time for their second round of the championship, the Snetterton 300 circuit. And that is going to be another great venue for MX5 racing. Long straights, lots of slipstreaming, big braking points where you can launch an attack on the cars ahead of you. So well worth tuning in or turning up to that one if you live local to Snetterton. And you'll enjoy a great event. What else is on at Snetterton that weekend? We've got all of our Mazda MX5 series, Supersport Endurance Cup, the City Car Cup will be there as well as the Evolution Trophy, and also the Silver Lake C1 Endurance Series, which is another championship you'll be seeing lots of on the live stream coverage this year for the Brscc. But I think I'm right in saying that the next live streamed event is going to be at Brands Hatch in a few weeks' time, the opening round of the TCR UK Championship on the 13th and 14th of April. So get that in your calendars and make sure you tune in for what's set to be a very, very exciting season opener for TCR UK. Right then, let's head down to the pit lane for the final time to a man who's done some sterling work chatting to our drivers up and down the pit lane for one more time this weekend. Over to Richard.
Indeed, the last time today. Thanks very much, Andy. I don't know how he does it all day. Incredible job. And I don't know how this man did it as well. Paul Bateman, make mine a double.
Yeah, that was a great tussle. I mean, that was. I know. I think we were well away from everybody, but that was concentrated, keeping him at bay and keeping my lines neat and tidy and not making a silly error, and defending down the Hanger Straight, and then pulling a little bit, and knowing where he was strong up this straight here, the Hamilton Straight, and it was good. It was a great race.
Andy, the commentator, spotted a gesticulation at one point. Was that an apology or a way through, or what was?
Yeah, I thought an unnecessary tap.
Oh,
I've just bought the car from the panel shop, and it's immaculate, and I want it immaculate.
But you guys are cool.
Oh yeah, no, I've got no complaints whatsoever. It's racing. Racing.
Great weekend. Who'd have thought of that? Well, great day, I should say, with the Clubmans, isn't it? Start, 14th in quali and then a double win.
Yeah. Well, I tested on Friday and things seemed good, but you never know till the race. Bo's got great pace. He's got top end there, and unlike the other race, I don't know where he was. Why wasn't he doing that in the last race? But he's come through. It's good. So we've got a long season ahead.
Yeah, it's just the start of it. We wish you full health for that.
Thank you.
Much speed as well. Paul, congratulations.
Thank you
Double
very
win.
much.
Lovely to see you. Very well done. Let's get.
Say a thank you say a thank you to my wife at home. She's allows me to come out and play, and to Marcus Bailey, and to NHA and Paul Austin and all the boys in the team, and my fellow competitors.
Nice one, Paul. Great to see you. Well done. Thank you ever so much. And Bo Parry, Bo, P2, second position, fastest lap as well. Whether you knew
I'm not surprised because I knew I had the pace on Paul. He's just a wise old fox, isn't he? He knows where to put the car, and it's difficult. But great race.
He's waving at you, telling you off.
Well, I don't know. He got past. He did touch my front end coming past, but it's anyway. It's close racing. What do you expect? Yeah, fairly clean racing out there. Yeah, I just want to say a huge thanks to Tucker Motorsport. You know, preparing an awesome car and just helping so much. And my lovely girlfriend for supporting me all the time, who's cheering me on.
And she's here, not at home like Paul's wife.
She's here. She's here. And Marcus Bailey as well. Marcus, Midland Tyre Shaving.
Thoughts for the next round? I can't remember where the next round is.
Yeah, I'll be there, hopefully. Just trying to keep going forwards, really. I mean, I've got the pace. I just need. There's a few little touches of racecraft that I need to learn. One of them, prime example there, is when you're up against someone who's at your pace and knows where to position the car, is how to get past them quickly. And I think that's probably one of the final bits to the jigsaw. You know, I watch some of the other experienced guys, and you know, I see them do it. So there's still more to improve, but yeah, getting there bit by bit.
That was a great pass. Lap 7, I think I made a little note. Lap 7, you got past them. Yeah, it was fantastic, and he got back. It was great racing as ever.
Yeah, absolutely awesome.
Oh, brilliant. Lovely to see you today.
Thank you.
Good luck for Snetterton. I'm not sure if I'm there or not yet, but we'll see if that's the case. And our final podium position, Del Pace. All right, Del, lovely to see. You've had a nice bit of paces, haven't we, on the on the final stage. So the battle between you and your son, is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and you've got the upper hand in this one.
Absolutely, yeah. I think he was a bit down on power, to be quite honest. Yeah, I come through from 10th, and up the back straight, he couldn't hold on to me. So after I got past him, so all good.
Good weekend though, sort of start to finish. Give us a summary.
Absolutely, yeah. No, good start to the season. And yeah, roll on Snetterton, really. I was really excited about it. Need more power. Yeah, so apart from that, all good.
I haven't asked the question to too many people actually, but we were talking about the club, and sometimes they're on day one of a meeting, and today it's sort of the feature day. Do you prefer day one or day two?
I wouldn't like to do the 3 days all the time, but it was nice to have Saturday off to see the racing. So that was really good, yeah, absolutely. But I do like to be back home normally for Sunday.
Yeah, it's quite nice, isn't it? You can get ready for the work. What do you do in the working week?
So I'm a builder by trade. So yeah, that's it really.
Yeah, I can see the Sundays a bit premium. It was the same for my dad back in the day. Liked having his Sundays to get his head round work. But Del, well done. Great to see you on the podium. We look forward to seeing you later on in the season. Many congratulations. Of course you can. Yeah.
Yeah, can I say thank you to Lee Woods Car Body Repairs for all the work he's done. Tucker Motorsport for being fantastic, and Paul from NHA for his engine. So cool.
Brilliant. Thank you, Del Pace. Well done. Many congratulations. That completes our final podium of the weekend for us here. It's been an excellent 2 days, and I'd like to thank everybody. First of all, everybody at home for watching. Everybody that's been in the paddock with their cars, super driving, super teams as ever. The people really make the events for us. Brscc have put on another fantastic event. Alpha Live have looked after us on the production. Thank you guys for being so welcoming once again. We really appreciate it. Thanks to Silverstone. And Rel, I think to everybody, if I've missed anybody, I apologise. But what I will say is, if you're at home and about to have your Sunday dinner, enjoy it. We look forward to your company again with the Brscc very, very soon. Thank you for watching. Take care, and bye-bye for now.